Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Hungary. We are in the beautiful capital city of Budapest. It's absolutely stunning, and this place here, the home of cricket in Hungary, is beautiful as well. This is the GB Cricket Oval. Look, we've had 2 days of exciting cricket already, and day 3, I promise you, is going to be exciting as well. There's going to be some thrillers happening here today. 4 more matches coming your way. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Budapest, and the action starts right here, right now. That's right, we're going to have 4 matches today, and the one we're going to start with is going to be an absolute classic. This is going to be a humdinger of a match. We welcome back the Cobra TC. They had a day off yesterday, but they are a team that are unbeaten at the moment. Only played twice, but they beat the Debrecen Vikings in, well, quite emphatically really. But it's going to get difficult for them here today. They're going to have to be at their best because they're taking on the Royal Tigers, the team that were the champions in 2020 and also last year, 2021. They didn't get off to the best of starts. They lost the first match to the Budapest Blinders, but they came back with vengeance, didn't they? They won that revenge match, if you like, and they won both their matches yesterday as well against the Debrecen Vikings. This is going to be an absolute classic, and I'm looking forward to it already. But first of all, let's go over to the captains, Sheik and Harsh, and the tournament referee, Charles Croucher, for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Harsh, your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We would like to bowl first.
Harsh Mandian, the captain of the Royal Tigers, winning the toss, and he's going to have a field first. So we're going to see their bowlers in action first. 2 men that impressed me are the all-rounders. I think Zishan Kukihill has been in very good form, and Kabir Dildar as well. We saw that yesterday. Dildar and Zishan not only bowling well, but scoring lots of runs and valuable runs with the bat as well. But one man we didn't see yesterday, keep an eye out for him. He's going to be my pick of the bowlers, and that's going to be the opening bowler, and that's going to be Abhi Hitesh Prashar. He was a class act, and he's going to be difficult to handle. When they're batting, well look, so far the Royal Tigers, they've got the only 3 batters that have made a half century in this series. And we saw that from Zafir Safi, 67 of 24. Zishan Kukihill, he scored 52 of 27 against the Blinders. And yesterday we saw a superb knock from their captain, Harsh Mandian. He scored 63 of 30 against the Vikings. Any one of them get going and they're going to score a big run, so you have to get them out early. What about their opponents? So the Cobra team, I think they're going to be having a bat first. A lot is going to depend on Yogi Segal. He scored runs of 32 and 38 against the Vikings. But their captain, Sheikh Rasik, he's going to be pretty key as well. 34-15 against the Vikings. They've got to try and get the runs on the board. When they're in the field, well, my pick of the bowlers when it comes to the Cobras, Bhavan Adapaka, he was very good. Just in 1 over, took 2 wickets for 1 run. He was actually on a hat-trick against the Vikings. But also Mohammed Burhan, 2 for 9. They're going to be my pick of the bowlers. This is going to be a really classy and exciting match. The sun is out. The conditions, we're going to tell you about the conditions. First of all, let's have a look at this pitch. This pitch has been interesting. It's a little bit soft when you press on it. It's not like some artificials where it's rock hard. And I think we've seen that when the bowlers have been bowling. I'm not going to say the ball's been staying low, but it's certainly a pitch where you want to be playing on the front foot. But I think if you can get in here, there's plenty of runs to be scored. The conditions starting off around about 17 degrees here at the moment, but it's going to go up to the highs of 27. So it's going to be another fantastic day for cricket. It's going to be hot, it's going to be spicy. And one man I know who likes it hot and spicy is Vinny Sandhu. Mr. Maximo, he's in the commentary position for the start of this match.
Yes, thank you very much, Rico Full, for that very informative introduction, and a very good morning to all of you out there from the GB Oval in Szördliget, which is just north of Budapest in Hungary. And I want to give a special warm welcome to all of our viewers on FanCode who are watching on the Indian subcontinent, and also to our viewers on our ECN YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Yep, it is day 3. I'm happy to be back here at the ground. You can see it's pretty as a picture. We'll have to see what's going to happen at the bikini end today. If there's any action in the pool, you can see it there, kind of in the middle of your screen. as the temperature is expected to climb to about 26 or so, maybe high 20s if we get lucky. And at the moment, clear blue skies, and I really enjoyed the drive to the ground today as well, which probably about 30 minutes or so where we're staying, which is close to central Budapest. Let's have a look at these two teams. Cobras, they had a very strong start to their tournament. They had 2-0. And the Tigers, 3-1. They did lose a game to the Blinders earlier this week. They had a fairly, I suppose, comfortable couple of victories over the Debrecen Vikings yesterday. And yeah, one player I always love to watch is Satya Ashwathnarayanan, who is listed to open the batting. Watch out for him. He just adds another dimension to their batting order. Those top three in particular are so strong for the Cobras. I think they hold the key, and I think that we will see Ashwathnarayana and Yogi Segal opening up for them after being sent in by the Royal Tigers, who, okay, they got the wins against the Vikings, but had a bit of a training run field, didn't it? I think this will be a very, very competitive contest. You see, they hope are pretty strong as well. They're top 3 or 4. I mean, Delta kind of got them out of a jam yesterday. Mandian at 3, that's after Zahir Safi and Zishan at the top of their order. Well, very interesting one for me because the Tigers, the dominant force in Hungarian domestic cricket, but Cobras 3-run favourites according to the bat versus ball wall here in match 9. Cobras, you just wonder about their approach early on. I think they'll be pretty attacking, and yeah, I think it'll be a very, very good contest. Just a reminder, you can drop some comments in our ECN YouTube live chat. We always love those. It makes our day very interesting as well. And I can already see we've got a few people in there. We've got Nate from Tennessee. I know that you weren't feeling too well, Nate, but sending you very, very good wishes for a speedy recovery. And what better way to pass the time and perhaps get the heart racing a little bit than ECN cricket. So looks like we're ready to go. And it's going to be Abhitesh Prashar to open up, and he's having a very good week so far, particularly at the start of his tournament on Monday morning against the Blinders. So get set, get ready, it's time to go, and it's Prashar with the first ball of day 3. It's carefully played away. It's Jogi Segal, who was captain last year, but he's given up the captaincy, and I think, whether it's related or not, seems to be just batting with a bit less on his mind. It is something that some players enjoy, especially when they've got someone like Sheikh Razik who's ready to step into that leadership role. I think he's done a very good job so far. Yeah, next ball, no real timing. So, just want to also say very warm hello to Luke Belgium, who's in the chat as well. Master Nader saying that he expects this to be a barn burner of a match. I do like some of the words. We were talking in the chat just before the start of the day about my use of the word humdinger, but it seems in some countries that's the thing, and in some it's not. The ones that are not, they think it's a really cool word, and they have to look up to see if it was real or if I made it up. This one is hit into a gap, and there wasn't too much of a gap, but he threads the needle, 2-minute point, and it goes right between them. Zahir Safi and Abdul Rahman just have to look at each other. The ball flies in between. We have some runs on this Wednesday, and it's a pretty good shot off the bat of Jogi Segal. Prashar. Wasn't the worst delivery. It's a very, very good shot, especially in the power play when you have so many infielders. So it just means there's less gaps between them. And obviously no one behind them on the offside. There is a long off. There's a deep mid wicket as well at the moment. A little bit short. Could be trouble, and it is. So pull straight, and the catch is taken. That's Gautam. That is at mid-on. Not an easy one at this time of the morning. And I think Segal, he'll be kicking himself. He tried to go leg side, knew there were way less fielders over there, but he picked one out. And so Prashar does it again. He goes 4 and out. Tries to drag this one. Comes back at him a little bit, but he's just not in a great position to control exactly where that ball goes. And yeah, it was straight down the throat of Sai Gautam. So after the 4, the wicket, and the Cobras lose the first 4 for 1. So just need to let you know a slight technical issue means that we don't have the on-screen graphics at the moment. So apologies for that. But I will keep you informed with what the score is. Perhaps if there's any budding scorers in the live chat, that's also a great way to do it. But yeah, Segal goes for 4. So it's 4 for 1 after 3 balls. Got to say a big thank you to Nate in the chat as well, who's tipped $9.99 US for Rico Suave's kit today. Well, joining me in the commentary box, no, Rico will want most of that actually. But Rico, full welcome to you. Are looking very, very suave today. And how about Nate? He's tipping in 10. You know, that'll buy us about 36 drinks here in Hungary. But,
that's absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Nate. Thanks very much. And yeah, good morning to everybody. Good morning to all our viewers, cricket lovers around the world. You are, of course, our global cricket family. And lovely to have you here. Yeah, Nate, thanks very much. Look, I didn't wear this waistcoat because I had the Royal Tigers in mind. Can I just get that out of the way
Sure.
here?
Well, a bit of whispers at the ground when you turned up in that orange kit. This one's going to have the side. You batter out there. Now it's Sheikh Razik, the captain. Yeah, so talk us through your wardrobe choices today then.
Well, I always thought, look, you know what it's like. You're the same as me. We try and pack what we think the conditions are going to be like where we're going. And, of course, you take some summery stuff. I was expecting some here. And maybe it will definitely when we get to Italy. So I thought, well, it's going to be a nice sunny day. So it's going to be something bright and sunny. And I thought this looks a bit fresh. A little bit of orange and lime, I think.
It'll catch us a little bit. And you'll see that I've gone pretty summery as well today. Just for changing it up a little bit. Or is he? Can he get off the mark? Can. Nice looking leg glance. But how about that for a pickup? Wrong-handed. He was either picking that up or he was chasing it. That's Akramullah Malikzada. That was a fantastic bit of fielding. But it will be a single, and that will mean that Sheikh Razik will retain the strike. It's the end of the first over. It's 5 for 1 after 1 over. Apologies once again for the lack of graphics. So we'll keep a track of what's happening in the chat. But yeah, 5 is the score after 1.0 overs. And we'll go into second over. Inzamam in the chat. Cool name in cricket. Okay, who's the players watching the batting team? Well, I think the top 3. One of them's already gone. Segal. Apart from that, I think the 2 at the crease, they are the absolute key for me, especially against the Royal Tigers team. That, okay, maybe not at full strength, but they still are pretty strong. Kuiper Delta gets the new ball. Don't see that very often. Gets a nice little outswinger. No reason he couldn't. It's just I think often when he is used, he's used towards the end. He likes to bowl full and straight, which kind of suits that. But yeah, nice one first up. Yeah, got to mention Rico. Yeah, sorry. Football. Oh. I know this is a cricket channel, but let's talk some football.
4-0.
Yeah, watching the football last night. England versus Hungary. I know we've got a couple of English people in our crew, probably including you, in a way. And no good. 4-0. Amazing. To Hungary.
It was a hammering, wasn't it?
Away.
Absolute hammering.
In Wolverhampton. Uh-oh, that's going to be 5. This one doesn't swing, and it's going to have to be picked down in the bushes. Delta just... It didn't get the movement this time, you see. If anything, it goes the other way. I don't even know how you do that. I don't think it was on purpose. So the accidental in-swinger cost them 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a gamble. I mean, I can understand why they've gone for Kuiper Delta to bowl the opening overs. I mean, he took 3 for 8 yesterday in the first match against the Vikings, and then 2 for 13 in that match. He also scored 41, so he was the player of the match. But I think he's probably better just coming on maybe about the over sort of 5 and 7. That's when he maybe the ball moves a little bit too much for him. He's may have difficulty with the newer ball to control it, but still, nonetheless, he's a top player, top campaigner, and just like Abhitash Pashar, even though he's let his side down a little bit with that last delivery, he'll be looking to come back strong.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just think maybe it's because of their team, some of the new ball options are not in the lineup, so that's why you're seeing Eldar a bit earlier. Sometimes, you know, when they get the full strength team, probably doesn't get a bowl a lot of the time. Maybe he's used a 5th bowl, 4th bowl. He's very capable. We've even seen him do it at the higher level at Carlton. We've seen him bowling some pretty good overs and being effective.
Now, look, we don't want to be accused of being nasty to England. Now, England did lose the football, but congratulations on the cricket. What about that? What a win that was. The old test match. And great performances, individual performances, and nice to see that Stokes did well there at the end as well. So
Yeah.
that's probably his most
So that's
memorable performance to date. So good win from England.
So England sports fans happy today or not happy?
Yeah, 50-50.
Yeah. Bit of a mixed bag.
But look, it was interesting because late last night, as you do out here in Budapest, especially when the evenings are nice and cool, it's a lovely place to walk down. I went for a nice walk, and there were a lot of very happy, very merry Hungarians, and I think a fair bit of Palanca was drunk yesterday.
Wow, this is absolutely smashed. And that one will wake everyone up. It's a little bit straight, Delta. Has been moving it, but a bit unpredictably. But Razik, he's had about enough of this. This one comes in. I think he's seen a couple come in. And this one just angled in nicely, right into the wheelhouse. Maximo, the first one of day 3.
Oh, that's a great shot, isn't it? And we were talking about the Palinka. Maybe that was drunk last night. Well, maybe he's had a little bit because that was spicy. That was hit. That's a nice big shot. A bit of a Bizway super sonic strike.
Yeah, that's absolutely whacked. It's a sign of what's to come. As I mentioned, this is the key partnership for me. And he's a bit more careful. It just shows me he's thinking about it. He wants to be there for a long time, not just a good time. Razik, captaincy burden on him as well. Yeah, I mean, Luke's saying it was kind of a 50-over cricket-style second innings from England, or even shorter form, basically. But I think you're seeing the effect of limited overs cricket on Test cricket and the skills that the players have these days, their adaptability, I think. So, well, now the outswinger goes. This is bounced off the pitch according to umpire Shub. Have a look at this again. He's holding the seam up. Yeah, he's off the pitch. And I just think he doesn't really know which way it's going at the moment. Delda. Yeah, but I mean, that's why even this 10-over cricket has introduced new skills and new strategies to us that ultimately will find a way into the longer forms of the game in some contexts. Well, this one's a free hit, and it is pounded again. This is out of here. Maximo! 6 carreras más. And that was a free hit. He swung freely, and he got it fairly close to the middle. And Cobra's just getting away in this second over.
That's an exceptional shot from a man that is in very, very good form indeed. You know that he was hitting the ball big yesterday, and he's just continuing that sort of form. Excellent shot from a man that probably is in about as good as form that you get. 63 of 30 balls yesterday against the Vikings, and what was a superb knock from him.
Yeah, so 25 for 1 off 2 overs now, and the first over from Delda goes magical. So 5 off the first, 20 off the second. Prashar comes in and has to try and put the brakes back on. Shwathanarana, he's been a spectator for most of it. He's just faced the one ball so far. Here he is, starting up at the batter's end. First ball, the third over. And he's smart. He's just happy to get one. So over to you, Captain. Yeah, so Satya is a really good player. We've seen him at the national team level. He's a very good wicket keeper. And didn't play the first couple of games for the Cobras, but I think he's a very good addition to their lineup.
It's going to be interesting here now. So mid-wicket has been pushed back. So mid-wicket is back, and the other player outside the circle at the moment is at long off, pardon me.
This one's over the top. Good power play batting. He'll get 4 now. And you can see why this man is so dangerous. He was the player of the series last year, Rico. And with form like this, you can see why. He's not a one-trick pony. He sees that ball and he chooses a fairly safe shot. Seeing it so well. If he can get it over the infield, he's going to get a boundary. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, look, when we're on our travels, we see a lot of good batters. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But we don't see too many that are very strong out on the offside. This man certainly is. He's a great cutter of the ball. And he's adapted that cut to be a very clever shot in the power play. He manages to get enough underneath the ball to send it over the fielders in the in circle. Lovely shot.
Prashar with a comeback ball. This is what I like about Razik's batting. Good decision maker. And you don't have too long to make a decision. He probably got tick over half a second from the time the ball leaves the bowler's hand. I think he's happy just to identify how aggressive he needs to be. And that ball like that, better balls, he's trying to get one. The balls that he thinks he can go after, he's going for 6 or 4. Now, let's see if Satya can get going. Again, there's not too much bounce in this pitch for the faster guys. It's a good delivery, though. It's an absolute perler.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, isn't he? I mean, look, because what we were talking about his strength out in the offside, and it's already produced a change in the field. So the man I was talking about, one of the two that was outside, was long off. He's now come inside into long inside the circle, and they've pushed that man backward, point back. So it's he's creating issues for the captain here of the Tigers, getting them to change the field around.
Goes after it this time, and it's going to get away with it. Wasn't particularly convincing. Well, 360 turn for no reason. I don't mind a bit of that. Bit of razzle-dazzle from the fielder down there. And teammate Khan, I think, down at the third man boundary. Do want to, of course, welcome any viewers that may have just been tuning in for the first time. Of course, there's always a few each day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, and welcoming you to the GB Oval in Budapest, Hungary. Last ball of the power play. Full, driven, and this does get through. Probably should have been stopped. It's a test for the outfield, but the ball's going to run away for 4. So good finish to the power play. See, probably a ball, I think, that normally Zahir Safi stops, but he doesn't on this occasion. So it'll be a boundary to finish the power play, and it's 36 for 1 off 3. They get a couple of boundaries in the third as well. So 5, 20 and 11, 36. Pretty decent power play for the Cobras.
It's a great power play, Vinny. I mean, this is, as we know, and I think a lot of our viewers know it as well, is going to be a top quality contest between these two top sides in Hungary. And they're going to do it twice. And I think little things like that, little errors in the field like that will turn out to be expensive without doubt. Both the teams have been top notch up until now. But these little moments, little misfield, a drop catch, it will come back to haunt you in a competition with two top sides like this.
Yeah, I agree. Just want to say a quick hello to PK in the chat as well. Hope you're well. Anyone else wants to say hello? Now's a great time as we go to Gautam in the 4th, but not just yet. So there's a few little bugs around that can annoy us in the ice cube. Sometimes we just get in the helmet or the eyeliner of the batter. I think that's why he pulls out there. But I've got to say a big thank you as well, because I did have to step away from the ground yesterday afternoon, work on a few other things. Oh, this one could be 4. Just had to get a little bit of bat on it, and that's exactly what he does. So Ashworth Narayana gets his first boundary. He's been a bit of a spectator so far in the power play, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Gives him a chance to get into the series, have a look. This wasn't a particularly good ball from Gautam first up, and it finds the boundary.
Yeah, Ashworth Narayan, I think you said it, Vinny. He's a talented player. He knows at the moment he doesn't need to be taking any kind of risk at all. He's just going to be, if it's a bad ball, he will put it away. But most of his role is going to be trying to get his captain Rasik on strike, especially the sort of form Rasik is in at the moment.
Comeback ball. Pitched up, driven. Out of the power play now. It's a bit easier to protect those boundaries. That's Sishan Kukagel, who obviously is always a key player for the Royal Tigers. But I want to say a big thank you to Barry for stepping in that last game. I thought he did a very good job, Bazza.
Yeah.
He's always got an interesting take on the game. And you mentioned he's a bit of a utility man, isn't he? He does a bit of everything.
He's multi-skilled, isn't he?
Well, next thing he'll be playing the theme music and stuff as well. Now they're going to go for 2 here. That's really good running if they get away with it. And well, they do. This is just hit quite slowly, and because the outfield, some other grounds we've been to, it was a long kind of, I say chase, a long run in for the fielder. And the batters ran hard from the get-go, and they do get a second where I didn't think there was one. Luke Belgium is the new win predictor. He's saying 55% for Tigers, 45 for Cobra at this stage. This one's hit straight. A bit more work down for Prashar, who then
Well, look at that bail. That bail has gone all the way to the... this is amazing. I've never seen this, Vinny. The bail has taken off and ended up almost sitting on the stumps at the other side of the pitch. Look at this.
Well, I mean, that could have been real nasty. That's a good spot from you. Nothing wrong with your eyes. Has that almost hit the stumps?
That has gone over the stumps.
That is the
That's
biggest.
Incredible.
That has to be. Imagine if Prashar could do that when he was bowling. The bail would have gone for 6.
Wow. Well,
I mean,
how about that? The bail.
All jokes aside,
Yeah.
Gautam That could have been really nasty for him.
I mean, you know all about that as being a wicketkeeper. They can be nasty.
Just ask Mark Boucher about that. This is in the air, but it's into the gap. And, it's mishandled. It's going to be 4. That's not one that I think Rubin Momin will want to see back. As it was hit hard, but just that last bounce, it just takes a little bit of a skip to the left, I think. And so, unfortunately, it will be a boundary to Ashworth Narayana that the Tigers probably didn't want to concede. Still can't believe that bail. Yeah. That was crazy.
That was not a good one. It's the second time we've seen a ball that should have been stopped.
Well, in the laws now, there's kind of, you're allowed to tie the bails on to the top of the stumps. You know, that was one of the changes, one of the more recent changes, I think this year or last year. Last ball of the over.
Are you? I didn't. I missed that one. You can tie the bails onto the top of the stumps?
Oh, wait.
Are you sure?
I'll explain in a second.
Go on,
someone can look it up for me while I do. But anyway, it's the end of the 4th over. And the 50's up as well for the Cobras. So Ashworth Narayana gets going in the 4th. The score is 50 for 1 after 4 overs. Once again, I want to welcome you to the broadcast. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Ford. I'm going a little bit summery today as well. I know that you're all looking pretty nice as well. I bet that you're all looking nice out there. I hope you're enjoying this series so far. And, I want to... just touch on what I just said. I think, and unless I read this, and that in the laws it's now permissible, you obviously don't have to, but to have the bails tied on to the top of the stump. So there's kind of stumps that you can buy, you can kind of thread it through, so there's a little bit of string, so that if the bails fall off, they don't fly everywhere, and it's a safety thing. So I don't know if we'll see it in top-level cricket anytime soon. But
I have to say I've not seen that.
It's something they've had in indoor cricket for a while. In the version that I played. Again, it was partly because the stumps go down all the time there. It's kind of quicker to set them up again because you have to go find the bails every time. Says, think off the pad, and it's going to run away for 4 more. So, well, Razik, sometimes he hits them, sometimes he kicks them, but a lot of the time the ball's going to the boundary or over. And that was Tonmoy who's into the attack for the first time. Yeah, Tonmoy Gomez. But just gets that a little bit wrong, doesn't he? Gets a bit too leg side-ish, and although it won't go against his name, it'll be 4 runs against the Tigers.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here is without Abdulmanan in the side, who normally does open the bowling for the Tigers, they've struggled to get a sort of rhythm that they normally have without him bowling top part of the order. You see this one, that's nicely played as well, but it should be stopped. So without him at the top of the order, they've tried things. They've tried Dildar, that hasn't worked. You've gone for Gautam up to bowl the 4. The one thing that puzzles me is when you've got somebody who is always pretty consistent, and that's Zishan Kakil, why you haven't gone to him earlier. I mean, he's one of your key players, one of your key all-rounders, and at the moment they do need something to happen. Now, whether the captain's just waiting and saying, well, no, I want to finish with him, maybe I want him to bowl the 8th and the 10th.
Does bowl a lot of good a lot of good slower balls. Also, I want to get this one away. I think these two, I told you there'd be a key partnership. At the moment, they're building it. It's worth 51 now. And now goes straight, and he gets it pretty good. As straight as the day is long. Maximo! It's a Satya special. This was pitched up, but it was just not quite in the block hole. He went straight, and he went long, he went strong. And the Cobras, they're biting early here on day 3.
What a lovely shot that is. And straight as they come, finds the timing spot on as well. And look, these two are putting on a pretty nifty partnership, and one that could soon really start to hurt the Tigers.
Better let this time. Just leans on it. Down to 3rd man. Will just be 1. Yeah, I've got the article up here. If anyone wants to know, I'll put that in the chat actually about that helmets. He says actually, he wasn't wearing a helmet, but even if he was, Mark Boucher with the bail in the eye. He was saying even if he was, it wouldn't really protected him because helmets are designed for balls, not bails. It's a very rare thing would happen, but I suppose the consequences can be so serious.
Yeah.
But just then, it's the first time I think I've ever seen anything quite like that. This one's a little inside edge. It will be cut off.
It was well stopped. Yeah, this partnership now is worth, I think, 58. And at the moment, it doesn't look in any sort of danger of being broken either. So troubling times for the captain.
You feel like you're waiting for a mistake here.
Yeah.
You're kind of just a holding pattern as a fielding side, just trying to hold on, hoping you get a mistake. Razik, he just goes bang, and this is going to be touch and go. Zishan, he won't reach this either. Maximo! Well, Mr. Slick doing it again. He scored a mountain of runs last year. This is just a nice shot. Kind of goes with the angle, doesn't he? And just gets enough to get it over Zishan at long off. It'll be the end of the over. So 68 for 1 at the halfway point. And the Cobras looking pretty good here in match 9.
Yeah, looking really good. Look, Vinny, you have to say it is, in terms of the bowling attack, it's very much the same. We're now, halfway point has been done. 5 overs gone. You've got to change it up slightly, and it looks like they are finally going to go with Zishan, maybe a little bit earlier than they wanted to, but they've got to change it up.
Yeah.
It's been the same. It's been pace on, seam on, and these batters are loving it.
Yeah, they're going to do that now. I think we'll see him bowling a lot of slower balls, but probably the batters will know. And he will be bowling quite a few of them. This is kind of warm-up ball, which Ashwath Narayana just knocked down for a single. Yeah, it's a pretty good start by the Cobras, but let's not forget, the Tigers, they got teeth too, don't they? So it'll be a high-scoring one here, first up on day 3. There's that slower ball. He goes with it, and he hasn't got it at all. It should be caught, or will it be? Or it's not. It's just fallen into a pocket of space. With the fielder, just trying to run with the flight. It was Prashar.
Yeah, but that needs to be Holmes. Holmes needs to be calling this. As you say it all the time, if you're the fielder on the boundary, you're coming in. Look at the difference. Look where Holmes is, and look where this ball is landing.
Yeah.
He's the man who's got to be taking that catch.
Yeah, I agree. But he needs to make an early call, and that call needs to be heard. I think neither happened. Next one will be a wide. Stepping across, but any ball that misses the leg stump in that situation will be called wide. So, that was the mistake, wasn't it? Look, it wasn't an easy one because he had a long way to travel. Both fielders had a long way to travel.
Yeah.
Ultimately, and it was a bit too much for Prashar running back. Zishan making things happen so far. Oh, and this one gets through everybody, including Manjan. This will be 4 byes. We've seen all kinds of 4s. We've seen hit, leg byes. I don't know how this one misses the stumps. And Manjan low down to his left. I'll be a bit disappointed with that, because that probably should have been cut off. And so, Kukikal causing balls to be skied, causing keepers to miss the ball. And it's all resulting in roses for the Cobras so far, as they move past 70.
Yeah, sometimes things just don't go your way. This one's going to be the case for the Tigers in this first one. Oh dear, well he's absolutely disgusted with himself. This one had to be stopped, and I just said, didn't I, before that ball, sometimes things don't go your way, and maybe they're not going the way of Harsh Mandian. Yesterday, he was the man on fire. He was player of the match in one of his performances when he scored the 60. He was superb behind the stumps. But that one, well, you know what he's going to say here. Oh, no, Vinny, please
don't do the voice. But the slower ball kind of does him, and he's blaming the pitch, which I can't get that, but if you know Zishan's going to bowl a slower ball,
you've got to stop it.
You got to get closer, I suppose. But that's why it's hard if you're keeping back to someone like Zishan, because you're either going to go up, which Mandian's probably not specialist wicketkeeper, let's say, or you're going to have to kind of go back, but probably be a bit closer than you want to be to cover that slower ball second bounce. So it's one thing that's interesting, as we see Mandian going to get a bit of attention, I think, for maybe copying that at the end of the finger. But it's something that I think should and will eventually creep into cricket. In baseball, the catcher basically I've done both. I've done baseball catching, I've done wicketkeeping. In baseball, it's funny how that has evolved differently. The wicketkeeper pretty much tells the bowler or tells the pitcher what he wants you to bowl, and the pitcher can either agree or whatever, and then they agree, and so then the catcher knows what to expect. So here, Mandian doesn't know that's a slower ball until he sees it out of the hand.
Did you not have any signals? I know when I used to play, I always used to, as a team, it's all tactics and it's all part of the planning. As a team, the bowler did something, and with us, it was always the bowler as he walked back would just start scratching his head.
So we used to do that in a kind of informal way, but it's interesting in cricket, it's not something that's done as standard. So, I used to do that. When I used to be a bowler, I used to do a little pat on my leg. Like, come on, guys. And that means, okay, slow ball's coming. And the wicketkeeper can take a little bit of a step forward, so they're in a better position to take a ball like that. It's just interesting for me that it hasn't really crept into cricket in a serious way. In baseball, it's very part of the game that you'll actually do your signals in a way that you'll have to disguise them. Otherwise, the other team can see what's coming in. They'll say, hey, they'll have their own signal to say, hey, this is what's coming.
In baseball, because, I mean, I've watched some baseball, and I know that sometimes, do the players also have earpieces? Can they talk to each other or not?
No, they can't really do that. They do it all by signs. And it's actually crazy. Probably see a lot of places they make fun of the baseball signs. But actually, when I actually started playing baseball and high-level baseball, it was actually one of the hardest things because it felt like I had to learn a whole new language, having never played a game of baseball till I was 33. And there is a sign that I can do, say as a batter, when I'm getting instructions of, can you repeat it? And that was the only one that I really knew very well.
Okay,
and then after 2 or 3, you just kind of nod and hope you got it right. But yeah, for example, you could have a signal as a keeper that, or probably as a keeper it makes more sense, and the bowler just gives you a little nod saying, yep, slow ball, or they could say no. Okay. And then you know what to say. But it's interesting, like in cricket, the bowler kind of decides what he's going to bowl. In baseball, it's the opposite. It's the receiver. Here we go. This is in the air. How far is it going to travel? It's into the gap anyway. In fact, this is going to go well over the boundary. Maximo! Now Zishan getting a bit of his own medicine here. I think these batters, they know he likes to take the pace off and just happy to wait for that. Stroking it beautifully. The Cobras have been great. And Razik, once again, he is making a mountain of runs in the ECS.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lovely shot. It's just timing, isn't it? Just backs himself, plays clean, pure shots. This one as well, he's trying to get it past the fielder. Good stop this time. Gets down, gets dirty. You got to do that sometimes. And, well done. Well, it's a lovely day here today. And it's a beautiful day around the world as well. National Smile Power Day today.
What?
Billy. Yeah, Smile Power. Look, I love a smile. And I reckon smiles are very contagious. So smile at everyone. And to give everyone a big smile, at the moment, the only team doing the smiling here out there are the Cobras. They've got big smiles on their faces, and so have their teammates. Yeah, National Smile Day.
Is that
and
right?
Also, stay away from me.
Okay, hold on.
It's
wait.
also
I read the next one in your notes, so I'm not going to allow that just yet. 87 for 1 after 6 overs.
So spoil
6 over check-in. They're on 145 pace. Carlton's going to come back in the 7th. I just think it's more of a middle of the over conversation. That's why. All right, here's the next ball, and it will be 1 off the end of the bat of Razik, who's within touching distance of a half century now. Okay, so you've already said it's National Smile Power Day.
Smile Power Day. So
everyone,
smile is contagious, and you know that it helps to pick up everyone's day.
That's true.
Now the other one is, now you keep your distance from me. It's Sneaker Kiss Day. Sneaker Kiss Day. So
I find this one a little bit problematic.
No.
Out of the title.
Explain. Let's see this one first.
Right,
oh dear.
That's sneaky. If you want to talk sneaky, that's a little edge.
Yeah.
It could have been out, but Manjan, it was without any real chance. It was thick enough edge to get away from the keeper. It was thin enough to get away from the fielder. Yeah. The result is it crashed into the sight screen 4 runs.
You see, if that was a kiss, it would have been taken. But it was too much of a thing. Yeah, look, it's not that you go around sneaking a kiss on everybody that you see.
Yeah.
You love
those days
your partners.
are gone.
Look, everybody knows, when, you give, it's sneaker kiss. So your partner, your wife, whatever. When they're not expecting them, give them a little kiss. There you go, sneaker kiss day, and make them really happy. And give them a surprise, but don't do it to a stranger because it will be a surprise and you may not like the result. And look, Diana Oroz is to our left here. So, Diana, did you know it is Nature Photographic Day today? Did you know that? Maybe Diana Oroz can take some nature shots for us. Maybe she can catch. Look, I'm waiting for this.
Nature Photography Day.
Nature Photography Day. Look, I'm waiting for this, but I'll carry on after this ball.
Right. Don't know where you get these. Has to be out.
Has to be. Somebody's got to get there, and it is a bowler, caught and bowled. And the breakthrough comes from Sai Gutham. He breaks his partnership. They came together with the score on 4. So 89 they put on. What a fantastic knock that has been. And, well, it's a pity that he wasn't able to go on and get the half century. Remember, made 63 yesterday. You can see that got some. It's a bit of frustration really there that they haven't been able to break this partnership earlier.
I've been chasing a fair bit of leather this morning. The Tigers, you see a bit of that frustration coming out. They created a couple of chances, but this one is about as easy as it gets when we're talking about a caught and bowled. But still, what a good innings that was from the captain, Sheikh Razik. He was slick again, wasn't he? Slick Razik. 43 off 24. 4 sixes and 2 fours in his innings, striking at about 180. That's good work by him. Leaves Ashworth and Ryan there. He's been joined by Osama Muhammad. So I guess we'll see if Muhammad can move things along.
Yeah, so going back to that, it's what I'm looking to say. I'm just saying that it is Nature Photography Day here today. I'm waiting for action happening, the ball being hit along the ground is going to the boundary, and one of the moles that lives under this ground popping its head up, stopping the ball and throwing it back to the bowler. And if Dan Elrose gets a picture of that, that'd be fantastic.
Okay.
Yes, folks, there are moles under this ground, and that's why you'll see some of these, what do you call them, mole holes?
Inside edge. Yeah, mole holes. I think that's what they're called.
Yeah, mole holes or mounds.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Shub Navjot Singh, who's one of the umpires out there, and he was saying, yeah, it is a problem. He said every morning, he said, you can come here, you can pat them down, you can see some of that. There you go. That's what we're talking about.
There you go.
You can pat them down, but they pop up somewhere else.
Yeah. So it's like one of those arcade games,
Yeah.
you know, and the moles keep coming up.
Yeah.
You have to, because I was wondering what the deal is. They're all over the place. All right, let's pull the over. Goes for it, and I think it's just enough. And Maximo, the result, and it goes straight to Rico. Well, this is why you need a fielder in the commentary box sometimes.
There you go.
Come on, you're going to give it back to Zishan? Oh, no, it's not Zishan anymore because he's been replaced down there. But regardless, will be 6 runs to finish the over. It brings up the 100 as well for the Cobras. So Ashworth and Ryan are not slowing down. 100 for 2 off 7. We're not slowing down either, Rico. We still have 4 days, including today, here in Hungary. On Sunday, we'll be taking the train to Vienna. So nice little trip for us. And we'll have a 1-week series there. And then the Italian adventure, the Italian summer, starting in Milan. It'll be 5 weeks, though, in Italy, culminating in the Super Series, which will be in Rome. Then we'll be in Germany for 4 weeks. And that's through the first 4 weeks of August. So join us for our adventures after Germany. Have it unofficially that we'll be going to Belgium. And that'll be great because Belgium last year, we wanted to go there, but because of the pandemic, we weren't able to. So it'll be our first series in Belgium since 2020. And following that, we'll be having the ECC, which is the International T10, one of the marquee tournaments of the year, along with our European Cricket League. Cartamania will be back in September. As it is now, we're heading into the last 3 overs of this one. Akramullah Malekzada is the bowler. So let's get ready for some more action. Osama Muhammad will be facing up. Big kind of swing. I think he's thinking about 2. I think he's got no chance. I think Satya wants to take this innings by the wheel and drive it home pretty hard.
Hasn't it been a good knock from Satyadeep Ashwathnarayan? Look, he's only faced 14 deliveries.
Yeah.
He's in the 30s, but he's played such a good supporting role.
And yeah, so it means he's only faced 2 balls per over on average.
Yeah.
So he's had hardly any of the strike. So, I mean, I think he's been excellent with what we've seen of him. And now he's got the chance to maybe get a bit more of the strike in the last few overs. Of course, just on cue. Misses out on this one from Alexander, who at least gets it outside the off stump.
Yeah, he needed to be trying to cut this. He's trying to play a shot off the back foot, trying to force it through in the offside. But, I mean, look, it's a good shot, good cricket shot if he'd come off. But on this outfield, I don't think it would have gone to the boundary. He's better off just giving himself a bit of room and trying to cut. Maybe get between point and backward point in that area.
Alexander. That's pretty good. Pitches up, goes. Could be trouble if he hits. It's a funny little throw. Probably was going to be home anyway, actually. Osama Muhammad had to respond quickly, and he did. Surprised a little bit that they want to go for that single. I would have thought maybe getting to the time where Ashwathnarayan is happy to just, I guess, eat a dot there and hope he can hit the next ball for 4 or 6. It does give Osama Muhammad another opportunity. Hello to Sagar already as well in the chat. Hope you're well. Alexander kept it quiet so far. Can he continue to do so? Goes after this, but doesn't get it. Should be out and taken. So,
Wow.
big roar from Alexander. Well, you know why he's playing for the Tigers. I think they heard that one at the zoo, which is where he might end up with these kind of noises. But yeah, it's a reward for a good beginning to the over. And I can't really blame Osama Muhammad. He's just trying to move things along, but he becomes the 3rd wicket to fall now. 102 for 3.
Yeah, he was happy about that one. He certainly did give it a roar. Well, that's we know the song The Eye of the Tiger. That was the roar of the Tiger. He was happy with that. It's a simple catch. That was taken there by Imad Khan. So well done to Malekzada. Gets the breakthrough. Once again, I think it's just that slowing down of the pace. The pace is off the ball. causing a few issues. But I'm a bit like you. I was a bit surprised that Ashmarth Narayan was just happy to plod that ball before and take the quick single rather than try and stay and manipulate the strike.
Yeah. Anyway, new batter on strike. Sanjay Kumar. Straight pull. Ashmarth Narayan, he's 1-2. And he's going to get it. Yeah, wow. The Keystone Cops about the building out there as well. It might have fallen down one of those mole holes. Have to get the shovel to dig out Gautam. But, and again, I'm a bit surprised. Ashmarth Narayan is so keen for 2 here because he's running to the danger end. But it turns out the fielder's had the real danger. Whoa.
Well, what's he done? Has he wrestled him to the ground? You're going to see a mole pop up in a minute and say, "No milk today, please."
Driven.
Shot.
Yeah. Should just be one. Ashmarth Narayan is going to take it on. Sanjay Kumar. I think better throw. He was a dead duck. But a fair bit of urgency in the running at the moment. This time, Ashmarth Narayan steals the strike back by pitching a second. So it's the end of the 8th over. It's 106 for 3. Not a bad over, though. They're already 6 off it. That's the first over in the innings that we haven't had a boundary. So pretty good stuff by Malik Zada, who also picks up a wicket.
Yeah, that's okay. Just takes the pace off a bit.
Yeah, so Barry's given the old special comments, hasn't he? He's come over here, and I know he had some things to say yesterday about the urgency of some of the batters.
Yeah, Bazo was, you saw him talking about when he saw the Vikings out there, and he, a few times on the comms, he was saying, "Come on, you got to run hard, you got to run hard." And he's just he's run hard to us here and said, "That's how you run." Yeah, you're absolutely right, Baza. I agree with you. And, I think if the Debrecen Vikings are watching, I'm pretty sure that's going to be part of their game plan here today to run better. This is up in the air. It's an opportunity. Fielder gets under it. Catch a Farlia. Shaba. It's another wicket that has to go. Nice, good catch. Well, we're talking about the way you have to run. Well, that's the way you have to run. And that man there, Avitash Prashar, top campaigner, saying, "Well, Rico, this is the way you catch as well." And Zishan Cookie Hill keeps the pace off it. And the batter is trying to hit. There's a mile, trying to hit it to the moon. It goes a long way up. But a very comfortable catch there taken by Habitesh.
Yeah, and handy wicket to get at this stage, or at any stage. Ashmarth Narayan just trying to get on with it, as you can understand. But he falls with 11 balls remaining. So, I mean, from here, I'd say you can even keep it to 10 and over. 10 off this and 10 off the next. 126. I mean, this Tigers batting lineup, particularly the top 3 or 4, no way you can count them out of this chase at all.
No, I mean, they don't forget the last 2 knocks. Well, not the last 2. They've scored, after losing to the Blinders, scored 140 and 134.
Yeah.
And yesterday was a low par performance from them, you have to say, when they batted first. So, they're a team that can get to 130 in no time.
Slow ball. There it is. I wonder what this will be. We'll get this on the replay. Oh, yeah, that has to be a wide. Yeah. Interesting one.
Yeah, that one escapes.
Seemed to be a bit on the move there. I mean, there's a lot of bugs around. I'm genuinely serious.
What's the bugs got to do with that? Listen, I want to know from any Hungarians out there, the Palenka, will it help to keep the bugs away if I rub it on me? Because it's getting a bit nasty, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the bugs are a bit annoying, to say the least, out there in here. I mean, I'm genuinely serious. That's Guri out there. I bet he had a bug in his face and he just didn't get a good look at that ball. And now that the batter has ditched the helmet, I think probably because there was a bug stuck in it.
Is the bugs giving the sneaky kisses?
Yeah, so it's Hafiz Ullah who's gone. And this one won't be a wide. This one's going to be full. It's straight, and Quickkill puts the pace back on. He turns it on. And so Hafiz Ullah is going to have to go.
I don't know what Ullah is saying here, whether he's talking to Zishan or whether he's trying to say something to the umpire. Look, have a look. I don't know if we keep this rolling, if we can focus on the batter. But he's just having a little conversation. And Zishan's not interested in what he's saying. Here's the swing and a miss. And look, he's saying, hang on a minute. What about that? He said, is he allowed to do that? Yeah, it's straight. He's allowed to bowl straight.
He's just trying to say, yep, that's what it was. But unfortunately, he didn't recognise what it was about 3 or 4 seconds earlier, because then he might have had more of a chance. As it is, now it's the 5th wicket to fall. So a bit of a deceleration, to be honest, so far, because we haven't had a wicket in the last... we haven't had a boundary in the last 9 balls. 3 wickets have fallen in that time. And now the Cobras find themselves 106 for 5. This does bring Vishnu Vasudev to the crease.
Yeah, so we've been talking about moles, and unfortunately for Ulla, we're going to have to be talking about ducks as well. Because that's the first duck of the day.
Well, at least he can say, because he got the rough end of a call there and it wasn't called wide, at least he can say it wasn't a first baller. So he got a second ball.
Well, technically it is a first baller because the wide doesn't really count.
No, but it wasn't a wide. It wasn't called.
Oh, you mean, okay, yeah.
So
I'm with
technically
you.
it's worse.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Actually,
I don't know if it's better or worse to have a 2-ball duck. Oh, this could be out of your hits.
Oh.
Throws off balance, and now they should get an overthrow. And I think Kumar runs through a long way at the keeper's end. So, yeah, getting his extra cardio in is Sanjay there.
Hey, look, dandy footwork here from umpire Guri as well. He nearly takes his on the shin. Watch this.
Look at Kumar.
This is why you got to watch the ball as the umpire as well. Look.
Oh, yeah. That's why they often say go to the side the ball's hit. That's a very good example of why. This one's a slower ball again. And now they're going to go to the bowler's end. And it'll just be a single. Yeah, Tim Oram in the chat. Hello, Tim. Hope you're well. I think you're watching from New Zealand. Is that right? So Tim was just saying he's seeing a lot of off-cutters. Not so many leg cutters or cross-seamers. That's true. I mean, Zishan is kind of known for that off-cutter. Some bowlers bowl things better than others. He's just able to control that one so well, and he disguises it well. I think that's why you've seen bowling a lot of those. There's another one. And what did I say about him controlling it so well?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, he's almost missed the pitch with that one. So he'll have to re-bowl that one. 2 for 15, still been pretty good performance from Zishan with a ball to go. And don't forget, we have his batting innings to look forward to as well. This one's a knee-high full toss. They might think of 2 here. Kumar is going to get there as well. He's run very well, as has Vasudev there. So it is the end of the 9th over. Zishan is booted away in frustration at the Cobras. Trying to just get a nice little kick along here at the end. They have lost a few wickets in the last 2 or 3 overs, but after 9 there, 112 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say, look, the 100 came up in the end of the 7th over, and that was courtesy of that 89 partnership between Ashwar Narayan and also Rasik. Since then, things have slowed down, but the running's been good now. I think the Tigers are not assessing this well. They've got everybody deep, and these guys, they're not hitting boundaries, but what they're deciding is, right, the players are so deep, we're just going to run 2s. I think they need to bring a player in as well just to stop that. Cause
maybe, but they shouldn't be getting 2.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
I would be saying run faster to the ball. Yeah. This is in the air, and it's going to be away from the field. It'll be 4. So Vasudev gets something that's a little bit straight. And, well, Alexander was roaring last time. This one would have hit middle stump, but instead it swung away on the leg side and into the gap. Cuatro caderas.
Yeah, that's more like it. Look, the first over went for 5. Then after that, while you had those 2 men set a deep and Sheikha out there, we saw scores of 20 of an over, 11, 14, 18, 19, and 13.
Yeah.
But as soon as they were removed, it's gone down to single figures.
Yeah, exactly right.
6 and 6.
6-6. And then 4 off the first ball, the last. I don't want to go leg side, but then changes his mind. Probably a good change. Happy just to get 1. Going back to what you were saying about the fielders coming in off the boundary, I mean, I don't necessarily think... I'm just looking at saying there shouldn't be 2s there.
No,
there shouldn't be 2s
so much
there.
off the boundary. I'm thinking the fielders that are on the 30-yard circle.
Okay, yeah.
Instead of being the 30-yard, let's have one of them in. So they're not running those 2s.
Right.
Off the boundary, you've got to protect.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's about being aggressive when you're first 2-3 steps to the ball, especially when you're an outfielder. Yeah. Another direct hit that was unnecessary. You don't want to waste those, Harsh. 4 to come. Down the ground. Yeah, so this kind of one where, okay, that's just going to be a 1, but I think sometimes as an outfielder you kind of go, well, it's only ever going to be 1, so you kind of get a bit lazy with your first couple of steps. But if they're running hard, sometimes they can capitalise on that, sneak through for a second. At this stage, they'll be running for pretty much any speculative 2s, I would think, with 3 to come up to 118. Nice ECN personality popping into the chat, I just spotted. Well, this is in the air, and Goutham's under it, but does he have the room? He doesn't. Well, he does have the room, he just doesn't have the hand. And, well, this will be a boundary. I'll have to see exactly what it is. I mean, he'll be disappointed with this. He's slightly into the sun, I guess. He didn't get all of this. He picked him out pretty well. He's just... he's not set, is he? And I think it'll be 4. I mean, it's pretty
4.
lucky.
That just, well, I was going to say he's already had his head shaved, but that did shave his head, literally. That didn't miss by much.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, at least He wasn't hurt there, but certainly a misjudgment, which results in a boundary. So 122, 2 balls remain. A shot, and he'll get 4 more here, I think. So good batting. Vasilev's been a bit of a difference maker here. They had the stumbles, didn't they, through overs 8 and 9. But he's come back, and that's 3 boundaries in this last over now. Vasilev bringing it home in the 10th.
Yeah, this is good batting, isn't it, from Vishnu?
So I want to say hello to Johnny Grimmer, who's saying hello and greetings from Malta to all the ECN team. And he said maybe we'll see a mole save a boundary by the end of the day. Well, who knows?
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
Anyway, last ball, and he gets knocked over. But still, I think that's Malik Zada's pretty pumped with it. And I tell you what, the batter was pumped to take him for 3 boundaries before that. The Tigers have been poked. Tell you that much. He ends up going through his legs. No, not quite. Steps back at the last moment. Swings all around it, but still there were 14 off the last over, 3 boundaries, 2 singles, finishing in a wicket, and the final score 126 for 5. 126 for 6, I should say, after that wicket. But yeah, Rico, what do you think about this chase? And the Royal Tigers, they all fancy the chances to get it, but they're going to have to bat really well.
Well, I can tell you already, what I think about this is that it's going to go into the last over, and maybe what you were talking about yesterday that has eluded us for a record time, maybe it's a golden ball match. Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out as we go back to the highlights of the first innings of the day. Day 3 here, a sunny Wednesday morning in Budapest. And Segal looked actually really, really good, but then just happened to hit a pull shot straight at Gautam, who had no problems handling that one. A lot of comments about the Tigers' hats as well. They're looking pretty fancy. From the ECL earlier this year. Nothing too fancy about Delta's first over, though. Ended up going magical. He just could not find the kind of control. We swing it all around the place, but swing it both ways, a bit too unpredictable. Delta had his issues in the second when he went for 20. And this partnership was the key partnership, wasn't it, between Sheikh Razik, who came in at number 3, and Satyadeep Ashwath-Narayana, who was playing his first innings of the tournament. Very talented keeper batter. Looking forward to seeing him with the gloves in the second half of this match. That wasn't a great start for Gautam, and it wouldn't get much better for him either, because this one should have been handled. It wasn't, from Momin out at deep cover. And we saw a couple of boundaries that went into the extras column. There was the 4-leg byes. There was also 4 byes in there. Some really good batting amongst it as well. You can see just 3 easy swing of the bat there from Razik. Good batting shape. Had enough to get over Zishan Khan for a Maximo. And Zishan with the ball, creating an opportunity. This is one, I think, we talked about it. Maybe Gomez is the man that has to call that and call off Prashar, who couldn't quite get back far enough to get in a position to catch that one. This is one that Manjian will be annoyed with, where probably did get to him on the full, but he wasn't able to judge the line. And then this one as well. So you can see that one actually stung him a bit with the ball, I think, scraping the edge of his fingers. When it came down to it, we had the partnership breakup. But before that, we saw a little edge. But they had to get rid of this partnership. Ultimately, it would happen. Gautam with the caught and bowled, got rid of Razik, and that just slowed things down a little bit. From that point forward, there was only this 1-6. This was a pretty good shot. Rico doing the fielding in the commentary, Ice Cube. But we saw this dismissal. Ashwath-Narayana went for 34. There wasn't a lot that happened in the 8th and 9th overs, just going run a ball through those 2 overs. So maybe they'll see that as a bit of a missed opportunity. But I got to say that even though the wickets kept tumbling, it just gave more players an opportunity. And Vishnu Vasudev ended up coming out and hitting a very good 16 off just 7 balls, including 3 boundaries. That was after Hafizullah had a duck to his name. But yeah, you'll see here, Vasudev just found a little bit of a kick in the tail for the Cobras as he took 14 off the last over from Akramullah Malikzada. Maybe it should have been gone there, probably more than maybe. He was able to then step across. And yeah, some really smart batting, I think, the way he manipulated the line there and also kept his options open. He would miss the last ball, but I think that certainly they'll take the 14 off the last over. That takes them up to 126. Malikzada was roaring throughout the first half of this game. We'll have to see if the Tigers' batting order is roaring as loudly when we return in around about 5 or 6 minutes with the chase. Let's just have a look at the
scorecard, Razik and Ashworth Narayana were the key batters there, weren't they? 43 off 24 for Sheikh Razik. Really good innings from him once again. 4 Maximos, 2 4s in there. Ashworth Narayana, despite not having a lot of the strike, he hit the ball pretty fluently. 34 off 17, and a nice return to ECS action from him. One thing that might hurt the Royal Tigers is the extras, including 16 avoidables, 8 byes, 7 wides, and a no ball in there. So I think they feel that's a few too many, even though they're slightly undermanned in their attack with some of their key bowlers not in the lineup. But despite that, we saw some pretty good performances. I've got to say that Kukakal did well to keep the brakes on. 2 for 17 of his 2 overs. Malik Zada also pretty good despite a slightly expensive last over. 2 for 20. And he certainly was fine up. He took the wickets. Prashar was excellent first up though. 1 for 16. Got the early wicket but just couldn't get that second one. That could have nipped that partnership in the bud. The other wicket went to Gautam. So we will take a quick break. Back in a few minutes. And I hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. We'll be back soon from Hungary with the second half of match 9. It'll be the Royal Tigers, the defending champions. They'll need 127 for victory in match 9. And we'll see if they can build on their win on Monday. So looking forward to seeing more cricket. Tigers, can they make it 4 in a row? We're about to find out. And it will be a challenging target. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maxo. Alongside me is Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the GB Oval in Hungary. It is day 3 of this 6-day FanCode European Cricket Series. Great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu, for ECN with you today. Be joined shortly by Rico Full. But right now we're looking at the Tigers. Their innings about to begin. The Cobras out in the field. They're ready to go. The openers are going to the crease. It is their regular opening combination of Zahir Safi and Zishan Kukikel. These two are really dynamic. And one thing's for sure, they know how many they need. They need 127 for victory after they were able to hold the Cobras to 126 for 6 in their 10. Look, it sounds like a lot of runs, and it is, but it could have been more. After 7 overs, the Cobras were 100, and they were only able to grab 26 of their last 3. So just slowing down a little bit. I think at one stage they were on kind of 145 pace or so. So we have seen some big chases. In particular, I remember qualifier 1 here last year when the Tigers chased down a score above 140 against the Budapest Blinders to book a place in the final. And they did that with some time to spare. So they're no strangers to the big chase. I think that they'll be able to handle the pressure. But will they be able to handle the bowling and obviously the fielding pressure of the Cobras? As we're about to get into it, it looks like this is Ash Mathur, who will be their first bowler for the Cobras. Again, get these wickets, puts you in a good place in the game. Top 4, I think, so important for the Tigers, looking at their lineup. So here we go, 127 for victory. Starts with a ball that is fine according to the umpire. It's actually about as perfect as you can get. Kind of locked up Zishan, who thought it was going to angle outside the line. There's a bit of the deer in the headlights about that. Don't think he'll be leaving another one of those, Zishan. He just swats the bug away. And now he gets this off the very end of the bat. And if you want to know what the players, the commentators, everyone are dealing with this morning, these little bugs. And actually, look at this. He actually, as the bowler's running in, he doesn't back away. He just swats the bug and then faces up anyway. This is right off the end of the bat, though. I mean, I guess you can swing twice. No rule against it. The first one, not sure if he made any contact. Second one, he made some contact. So this will bring Zahir Safi on strike now. Good player. Seen him in the Khartoum series a couple of times. This one's missing leg. They won't get a run here either. Again, it's a matter of when these openers in particular play their aggressive shots, will they get away with it, or will the Cobras create an opportunity they can take? Some good movement there from Mathur, who's pushed the old one across, but there's also shown he can bring it back. Good ball, right up in the block hole. Doesn't miss by much. This could have been the end of Safi. See, it just shapes back slightly. It's a perfect length. So very, very good start for Mathur. I think it's a pretty good bowler. We talked a lot about left arm seam and how effective it's been this year on ECN in this format. I suppose they're a bit unpredictable, the left armers. They can bother right-handers because they can swing it down the line, they can push it across, and you can't often tell what's going to do what. I don't even think the bowlers always know. It's a wild swing from Safi. He just can't get going so far. Just one of this first over. And look, to be fair, the Cobras didn't have a very productive first over either, although they did get 5 off it. Segal hitting a 4, but getting out straight away. Thought that was a big loss for them at that stage, but the second wicket partnership certainly picking up the pace. Yeah, tries to pin his ears back on another one. And he won't get a run here either. So 4 consecutive dot balls. Safi, a bit of a sleepy start for him. But he is still there, and it's the end of the first over. Just 1 run on the board, 1 for no loss after 1. And once again, it's great to have your company. Whether you're watching on FanCode in India, or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. One thing that we noticed yesterday is we're up in uncharted territory. This is a new ECN record. We've got 259 matches now without a golden ball. Longest streak ever. The previous longest streak was 254. So will we get a golden ball in this match? I mean, you wouldn't say it's off the table with the Tigers batting lineup. They could quite easily score 126. If they do that exactly, we will go to a golden ball tiebreaker. 2 runs to win for the batting team off 1 extra delivery. As we welcome back into the commentary box, Rico full. Rico, pretty quiet start for the Tigers. Some big swings, but no real production.
Yeah, very quiet. Just the one off the first over. Absolutely superb, and that's certainly what that means is that one tough over means that the rate spirals. Oh, this is gone. This has got to be out. Yeah, no doubt about it. And this joy celebration, because that's Zishan Cookie Hill. Just looked to be just a little bit lethargic. Yeah, okay, I'm going to accept it. Does stay a little bit low, but look, I think he's trying to play. He's taking his eye off the ball too early, isn't he? And that stays low, and that's that's as plumb as you get.
Yeah, you cannot get more plumb than that. I think Zishan knows it as well. Straight away, he's on the walk. And Razik, well, I suppose the lack of bounce working in his favour that time. Was definitely hitting the stumps. And so Razik knew it straight away. I think umpire Shub knew it straight away. So big fish falls here in match 9. And he can't do too much about it. It's Zishan Kukagel who goes for just 1. And the score after 1.1 is 1 for 1.
Well, that's a really top quality bit of bowling, isn't it? Just is what we always say, isn't it, Vinny, to any of the younger members and listeners and those that want to be budding bowlers. You always say that the key thing is to get the ball right up there. It's not about the pace. Don't worry about charging in. I know that tall youngsters like to do that. They want to run in and look fast, but don't worry too much about the pace. Get the line right, get it full. If the batter misses, you hit, and if it hits the pads and it's straight, they're gone.
And here's the thing. Razik was doing the keeping the other day when Ashwath Narayana wasn't in the sides. It's the first time we've seen him bowl, but he's a very useful bowler. Gets a wicket first ball of his series. And now he always has a second one. This pops off a length as it's Abdul Rahman that's come out at number 3. So I'm a bit surprised that we don't see Harsh Mandian. Obviously, maybe the tactic is for Rahman to go in there and probably be uber aggressive to try and get across a few more runs across in the power play. But I would have thought it was a good time for the captain to come in. Having said that, he's just kept for 10 overs.
Yeah, the other thing is, don't forget that knock on his finger.
Yeah, that's true.
I know he had some ice on it. Don't know how bad it is.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too serious. Razik this time gets driven, and this is going to be 6 Maximo. And Safi gets off the mark, but once again, there's something about that area. And that is the part of the ground where fielders are constantly misjudging it. You saw Isama Muhammad took a couple of steps right in there straight away. If he'd stood on the rope, I think it might be catchable.
I think he could have taken this above his head if he stays on the rope. I know we're guessing, but he just charges in here. But you're absolutely right. There is something about that part of the ground. You're drawn in, and then, well, the ball's already over you before you can react.
I think that's the black hole there, and I'll tell you why. This ball from Razik. He could have had a wicket. Instead, he's going to get banged for back-to-back Maximos. Rolling the dice, coming up double sixes. Safi missed 4, but then he hits 2. And he finds himself on 12 in pretty quick time, getting this innings back on track.
Yeah, I don't think it's the black hole. It's the black mole.
No, the reason I think it's the black hole is because fielders are coming in, but they never come out. You know, because you see, so in the black hole, once things go in there, they can never escape.
I like it.
They make bad decisions, and we've seen it consistently in that part of the ground. This one's a bit of extra bounce from Razik. You see, he can really get him through. I mean, I told you seriously what I thought the issue was about the long-on fielder. If normally the boundaries are a bit further back, let's say 10 metres further back, and you see a ball that's mishit, your instinct is to come in straight away because you think you're not going to get there. But actually, you're a lot closer to start than you think. Now, this one is one that he probably should have come in, but he goes back. So
I think it also depends. A good throw also depends on how you prefer to take your catches. I always prefer to take my catches in front of me, and if I had to have a little dive forward, I would. I wasn't too comfortable taking them above my head. Yeah,
I think this is okay. But no problem at all. So that's a good point. The longer you can keep the ball in front of you, the better, I suppose. As we get to the end of the second over, it's 15 for 1 after 2. As another bug bites the dust between Rico Fool's hands. We're going to have a look at the table, and the Royal Tigers haven't done too much wrong. They lost a tight one to the Blinders on Monday morning, and that's just by 6 runs. But apart from that, they've won their other 3 games. They could go 2 games clear at the top of the table with win over the Cobras. But the Cobras, they could actually take top spot if they can defend this. So obviously these 2 teams will meet twice today, but a real opportunity, I think, for the Cobras who were so unlucky last year. I mean, they won 5 of their 8 games. They finished equal on points with the top teams, but finished 3rd on net run rate, then got knocked out in the eliminator. Okay, not a great start. This is going to be out. I don't think it's been called, and it's going to be a wicket. And so not the best delivery, but it gets the result. Safi tries to baseball this one out of the ground. And, yeah, I mean, to me, it's one that, yeah, when we talk about waist higher above, I know he's crouching slightly, but it wasn't called. I think it'll stay that way.
I know when you said not the best of starts, I knew exactly what you meant. I was expecting this to be maybe called. But just keep an eye on this. I mean, it's there or thereabout, but I still think that's probably just over the waist.
Yeah, well, the thing is...
Maybe not just, actually a fair bit over the waist, looking at that again.
If it's... You've got to judge him standing, and he does crouch a bit in his stance, but not that much. And the other thing is now, it should be called a no ball if it's waist height or above. That, to me, was a classic one that was waist height. So maybe in the old rules, you could say, okay, I don't think it's above the waist, I think it's at the waist. I think he's a bit lucky to get that wicket, to be honest, Matur, but... The decision's been made, and Safi, what a weird innings that was. Hit 2 balls well, everything else pretty average. 15 for 2 now in the 3rd over.
Yeah, straightforward catch also taken by Yogi Sehgal. He'd be looking to bounce back, wouldn't he, in the second match? He's such a talented player, a great bat.
Good pair of hands as well. So now we're going to have some more action, and I think this is going to be a boundary, and this is Amtesh Prashant that comes out, and he's one of the guys, I've got to say, he seems to be able to come out and hit the ball really well from the get-go, and I think it's actually pretty good they've got him out there in the power play. Obviously, Mandian, there's got to be some sort of an issue with his finger. That's why we haven't seen him out there just yet, but yeah, I don't mind this left-hand, right-hand combination. And the Tigers, they've fallen a bit behind. They basically need 13 and over pace, so they'd want to be 39 off this after this over. I don't think they'll get there, but if they can even kind of climb into the high 20s, it gets them a bit closer to where they need to be.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Amtesh Prashant with the bat, it was against the Blinders in the match they lost, but he made 21 off just 7 deliveries, so you know what he's been sent out there to do.
Exactly right. Here he is now. And this is a beautiful straight hit. Free and easy swing. And it crashes into the sight screen. Prashant goes 4 and 4. He's on the charge in the power play.
Oh, what a lovely on drive. This is absolutely beautiful. Hits it, strikes it right in the middle of the bat. And it's all about, you see how he's keeping his shape there? Absolutely perfectly still. The head hardly moves. Absolutely nails it. Lovely shot.
Tigers on the prowl.
Somebody's nicking our flags there.
Yeah,
wait, bring it back.
Sam.
Bring it back.
I'm going to go give it a little wash. 3 to come. Gone. And it's going to be 4-4 and out. And just plays across his one a little bit, but it does move away from him from Matur. And so, well, it is Ashutosh that gets the last laugh. And, yeah, you know that Prashant was looking really dangerous there. So that's a really handy one for the Cobras. The Cobras biting back in the 3rd over. And that's a 3rd wicket now in the power play, 23 for 3.
Well, he's actually bowling so well, isn't he? I mean, just have a look at his figures. I know he was hit for those couple of boundaries, but he started with just 1 off his first over, and now he's picked up 2 wickets in this one, despite the 2 boundaries. So, well, the captain ain't going to mind this at all. And at the moment, I think Sheikh Rasik is certainly the happier of the 2 captains. Once more, we're not seeing the captain come out for the Tigers, so there is definitely a problem there for Harsh.
And then the other thing is, who will wicket keep in the second game for them? Because, okay, let's say his finger isn't great. You know, he's still listed to keep in the second game, according to me, but that could be an issue, I think. So, maybe, I find it hard. Mandian, who's known as a bowler and a batter, will end up just keeping and not bowling or batting. It seems kind of upsets their team balance a fair bit. But I guess we'll find out. Matur will get a chance at the new batter. It's Kai Badelda who's coming in. Very, very proficient hitter of a cricket ball. We've seen him with some fireworks normally at the end, but he's going to have to do it from the get-go here. He's kind of a high-risk kind of batter as well. He's uber aggressive in this form of the game. He's got 2 balls left in this power play to deal with. Yeah, he's on the walk. It's flicked a pad, actually. Called a wide, though. And that's Jury with the call. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe he hits his
Vinny,
pad.
you haven't had your prunes today, have you?
What's going on?
You haven't had your prunes because it's also National Prune Day. Now, one thing prunes
All right.
are very good for It's very good for vision and digestion.
Are you taking big prune money? That just came out of nowhere.
Well, I thought, well, it just had to have the perfect
Hold on a
timing. You said it
hold on
hits
a
the
second.
pad. You said it hit the pad.
Hold
It
on
didn't
a-
hit the pad. It was quarter wide. I thought,
Now
well,
the-
Vinny definitely hasn't had
I
his
think
prunes.
there's going to be a big investigation into Rico's finances and the effect of big prune money on him as he's just inserted it into the third over. Well, let's see if the prunes become a regular thing today. Last ball then of the third. Big swing from Delta. And an aggressive throwback from Ashworth Narayana. But it's into the end of the power play, and it's 24 for 3. An interesting one. They're a bit behind, I think, where the Tigers were. Tigers were 36 for 1. So, sorry, I mean where the Cobras were in their power play. So the Tigers 24 for 3. Look, they're still in the contest, but especially with those 3 wickets, it's going to be real tough. Especially, I mean, we don't know the state of Harsh Mandian and if he'll bat here in match 9.
That's going to be the worry. I mean, look, even in this, Kaiba Dildar, he was the player of the match 8 yesterday. He made 41, not out of 25. Also picked up those 2 wickets. He didn't have the best of times with the ball. Went for 20 of just the only over that he bowled today. But he's got to do it with the bat. Look, yeah, I'm going to go back to prunes.
Okay,
now, look,
please do.
Prunes. It is International Prune Day here today. Now, prunes have many health benefits. They're rich in fibre, vitamin A, and cancer-fighting antioxidants they have, but also very good for vision and digestion. So take some for your vision, my
Yeah,
friend.
I was going to say, then for you budding cricketers out there, have some prunes. Good for your vision. There you go. All right, so now start a new over, but this is skied in the air. It's Burhan that's come on with the ball. It's Razik with the hands, and he'll take it.
He's had his prunes.
Yeah, the 4th wicket of the innings. And Rahman just wanted to go after Burhan straight away. It's on the pull, but it's just a little bit late into the shot. Doesn't get it to the leg side. Instead, it goes pretty much straight up in the air, a little bit to the offside. And you can see how good a cricketer Razik is. Again, we saw him with the gloves the other day, but he's a very good outfielder. And you see this one, once he hit it leg side, ends up as a kind of a straight pull attempt. But yeah, just didn't judge the height well enough. So immediate success for Mohamed Burhan. And now the Tigers on the ropes a bit. It's 24 for 4.
Yeah, Burhan is one of the pick of the bowlers that I had for this match. I just think he's a very classy player. And another man that we'll probably see a little bit later or maybe next is the Mavani Adapaka. I think they just they do something different, and I think that's the thing here. We see a lot of bowling that's very similar, seamers, running in, banging it in. You need something to just change it a little bit. And, well, I think Burhan here and Adipaka just do that for this side. This Cobra side, you know, is a talented outfit, and I certainly can see them going all the way here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the potential. I mean, look at some of the class players they've got. New batter will be on strike, of course. That'll be the case in all cricket come, what's that, about 4 months' time?
1st of October, yeah.
3.5 months away. So, again, no one will take all the credit. We'll take some. But, yeah, it will be Malik Zada. Well, he was fired up with the ball, wasn't he, in the first innings? Let out a couple of roars. See if his bat's roaring. Starts with a little inside edge, no run. I've got to say, a bit of prune chat now in the chat, thanks to you. I want to know if there's some sort of code. James, I want to say hello to you in Estonia. I hope you're well. Saying prune jam is unbelievably better than plum jam too. So big call from James in the chat. Bit early for food chat, but I see where you're going with it. It's Malik Zada swings and misses a couple of times.
Since we're having fruit chat, with the LBWs, why do we say plum?
Yeah,
Anybody know that? Why do we say plum?
I don't know.
Why don't we say prune? It's prune.
Someone can look that up. Oh, he's only going to get in trouble playing this shot, but it will be a big wide. So finally, Burhan concedes a run. Yeah, why do you say plum?
I'm trying to work out if that's a helmet behind the stumps there, or is that
I think it's
a mole hole. Is it a mole hole or a helmet?
It might be a mole. That's perfectly positioned.
Yeah.
It's not a cap, is it? Oh, I tell you what, the one-handed broom shot from Malik Zada. I mean, if he gets bad on this, it might be 4, but I think more likely you're just going to get some sort of weird connection and get caught behind, have the ball pop up. You're not really in control of the bat plane there. This time he gets hit by it. And he looks to run but doesn't. All right. Oh, you know what it is? It's the face mask. Yeah, of course. Satya likes to keep in the face mask. So, yeah, we might see him.
The face mask.
Yeah,
eh?
the baseball-style face mask, catcher-style face mask. But maybe when we see some spin. This one, is it out?
Yeah.
And he's gone. So he gets a little feather edge. And it will be another wicket. So the Tigers being tamed here, it looks like, in match number 9. The Cobras are up and about. They're trying to remain unbeaten in the series at the moment. They're looking good. It's 26 for 5. And now we will get Manjian coming to the crease down at number 7.
Well, this is straightforward from the man we were talking about. Ashwat Narayan. He doesn't need the face mask there. Takes a simple catch. It's going to be another duck to go into the river here in Budapest. And unfortunately, Manikzada, 3 balls that he faced, was not able to get off the mark. So the Tigers, well, Manikzada was roaring when he was out there doing the bowling. But he's not roaring now. He's a little bit of a meow as he comes back. Not able to get any runs on the board. And this is not like the Tigers at all. We saw them sort of, I mean, they didn't fail with the bat yesterday, but it wasn't the best performance from them against the Vikings. It was only thanks to that very expensive last over where 27 came off. I know you weren't here for that.
No, I was watching.
It was an interesting over that helped them get some runs on the board.
The thing about the Tigers batting lineup, though, is there's some very good players in there, but they do play a high-risk game. They play a high-risk game. And so, occasionally, it's just going to blow up in your face a bit. But here's a guy that can make a difference. And the first ball he gets, and he might have got it.
I don't think he's not going to stay there, surely.
Well, I mean, first ball jumps on him a bit from Burhan. Ends up taking 2 for 2 in the over. Remember, he had a ball taken on the end of his finger when he was keeping. And, you see, the right hand, I think, is where he copped it. End of the right hand. Into the fingers on the right hand. And there, I think, even though he takes the right hand off the bat, I think it's a little bit too late. So a bit of a nasty one. End of the over, though, and it's 26 for 5. And he's handed here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. And, well, you talked about International Prune Day today and for some others. Sneaker Kiss Day. Would you like?
I know you like the garlics. I know. No, but it's all of those days. But I like the smart. Let give everyone our
National
best
Smile Day. Okay, we're gonna take my headphone. Take your headset off so you can. There you go. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, how could you not smile with that?
There we go.
This is why I wasn't a model, because apart from the looks thing, I just couldn't. I felt I wasn't
who
believable.
has the best ECN smile? Come on, you know who it is.
Marzi.
Yeah, Marzi. Also playing for the Blinders.
Blinders have day off today, but Marzi's actually got about 92 teeth. I don't even know how he fits them in his mouth. I think every time he hits a 6, he buys another one.
So come on, everybody that you see today, give him a big smile. And if it's part of your family or your loved ones, give them a sneaky kiss, because you know that it all makes them very happy and it makes their day special. And give them a prune as well, because prunes are good for you.
I got to say, we have some answers in the chat as well.
What about Plum?
Matthew Corey has brought it. Yep, about Plum.
Okay, let's have it.
Let's just wait for one more wicket, because this one might be out. Cigar, well, he reaches and can't quite get it. That was a risky shot. I've got to say, Huffy's all up with his leg spin. It's been pretty effective so far. Matthew Corey, thank you for your answer. He said Plum, so with P-L-U-M-B, so not plum the fruit, but plum is actually how it's meant to be spelled. Plum means straight. A plumb line is used by builders to achieve a straight vertical edge. Well, there you go. If I'd done some manual labour, I might have known that.
So
that's really good. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Let's know where you're watching from, Matthew.
So I can't say then, and let's see, after this ball. So take the sneaky single. Well, watch out, umpire. Well, there's something about umpire Guri.
This is
maybe naming for
genuine
him big time.
tip for umpire Guri is he needs to run to the left, not the right, on a ball that hits the offside, unless he thinks it's like hit to cover. Maybe that's what he thought there. But he just has to do a bit of the old limbo to get out of the way of that one.
Bit of matrix. Okay, chance in the air. Can it be taken? Oh, not. It's just dipping. It'll be 4 runs. It's a very good effort. He had to come a long way. It was one of those you're going to say that's probably about half a chance. Does ever so well, does Usman Mohammed, but he just dips late on him as well.
Yeah, and he can't get off his feet. That's one of those ones where probably your best chance is to take off a couple of steps earlier and then catch it and land, so you're not still kind of off balance, which he was because we're still running. This one could be 6, and it will be Maximo. Well, Daniel Dart's had about enough of this. He's trying to get him out of a hole. And that one may or may not have ended in a mole hole, but it is out of the ground, and 6 badly needed runs for the Royal Tigers.
A bit more like it from Delzard. That's what he needs to start doing. I like the way he uses his feet, but still keeps his balance, keeps his shape, smashes that away. Big hit. Yeah, so does that mean that when I say plum, we're not talking about the fruit, so we can't say that, well, the least favourite fruit of the batter is plum. Because
It's a play on words, so you could say it.
You could say
No,
it.
you could, I mean,
But I
you
never
are
knew
saying
that.
it.
Thank you very much. Who was that who gave us
That's
that
Matthew
info?
Corey.
Matthew Corey. Thank you very
I
much,
don't think
Matthew Corey.
I've heard from him. He's from Wiltshire.
Matthew, thank you very
Is it a nice
much.
place?
You've certainly educated us today.
Yeah,
And
that's
that is
brilliant.
also at the end of the over. So they're poodling along here. Not a lot happening. 39
Poodling?
for 5.
Well, I'm going to look up poodling now, as it's 39 for 5 after 5 overs. I was actually thinking about this yesterday. Think about all that. We have our own kind of ECN vernacular, our own expressions that are kind of unique to us. We want the Tortuga in the field.
Tortuga.
And now we get a Tortuga bounce. That's kind of standard. Tortuga is Spanish for tortoise. We made a joke once about a year and a half ago that Paul might have hit a tortoise shell and gone over the boundary.
Yeah.
So we got a little Tortuga. We got, what else have we got? Obviously Maximo. Bale. They're right in there. Chacalagia.
Cuatro carreras,
carreras.
6 carreras. We've got, well, maybe we need,
Gundy ball.
do we need to have a little index or appendix?
Well, I was
or
going to
anything?
say, I mean, I feel like for some of the new viewers, I feel like I need a quick crash course.
I love the name of this ground because it is the GB Oval.
Oh,
Look
what
at
a
this.
throw.
Well, he does a little lob, but it goes backwards over him. There's something that you see.
He's going to
absolutely
throw it,
magical
and then I
here.
think he almost deliberately lets it go because he realizes if he throws it, he doesn't have his arm to land on. Look at this. Whoa. Actually, it didn't help him.
Yeah,
I think it was a slip.
Yeah, the name of this ground, GB Oval. So it could be Gundy Ball, but I like Golden Ball. Maybe we are going to have
Could
the
be
Golden
the
Ball.
Golden
here.
Ball
That
Oval.
would be fitting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Golden Ball at the GB Oval.
Got to say, Ashworth Narayanan, he's a really good keeper. You know, just watch. This is a kind of ball that a lot of keepers will struggle to get to. But look how that early skip step, he gets there easily. Doesn't even have to dive.
It's like he's bounced. He's got springs in his knee
Footwork
and his feet.
so
doesn't he?
important. You might have the greatest hands, but it's your feet that gets you to the ball in the first place. Hits square of the wicket. Takes some stopping. That was a bit of a Tortuga, but it was handled.
It's really
Hello,
good bit of
Jeffrey.
fielding.
Jeffrey's our pet Tortuga. It's out there. That's a really good bit of fielding. Pretty good shot, though, got to say. Look at this last bounce. Let me get it on this camera here. Bang. It really took up, and he took it with ease. Very well fielded. Cobra's pretty determined not to let the Tigers into this contest. At the moment, they're looking good.
Who was it that gave our Tortuga the first name? Who was it that came up with Jeffrey? I know we had a poll,
I
didn't
think
we?
we were in Venice, and we decided it was Jeffrey, named after Jeffrey Boycott, because travels very slow.
Yeah.
This one's played the point, but they will get a run. That's good running. Delta will get the strike back. So imagine, let's see if he is hampered at all with that finger injury. Yeah, we had Henrietta when we got 2 games at once. Henrietta, is it?
We had a lot of those in Bologna. Didn't we?
Yeah.
When we were talking of Italy, we'll be going there again. There was a lot of those. And, well, Corey will be there with you. Watch out, Corey. Watch out for...
Deep in his crease. He wants
the
leg side
Tortugas.
here. Leg side or bust. Little inside edge. And so we'll be able to get away with that at least. Burhan's been excellent here, I'm going to say, for the Cobras.
He's a top performer. He is. And the first time I saw him bowl, I thought, yeah, this guy, I like what he does. But that one was short.
Well done.
And that's gone through the gap. That's both of us. Both of us have really put the curse on in there. We've got to stop saying this as the
Double
bowler's about to bowl
commentator
up.
curse is one of the more powerful things you can do in the commentary box. And that's what we've done to Burhan, who had been held really to
Before
single
that,
digits.
just 7.
Yeah, 7, but then he goes to 11.
7-11.
Yeah, the only boundary that he got hit for. So it is the end of the 648 for 5. Still a long way back into this game. They need 19.75 and over after that shot. And so I think, obviously they've got 2 essentially specialist batters there. You just need to keep the magical overs coming. I won't say it's impossible, but it's getting there. We have seen games won from this position, but it certainly would be a memorable chase. Not often when you're 5 down, you have 2 players of the quality of Delda and Manjin there, because Manjin came in at 7 due to that knock on the fingers, but hasn't had too much to do yet. You have to deal with the leg spin of Hafizullah in the 7th. Slightly mistimed drive, so every ball, that small chance already dwindles a little bit further.
Seems to be maybe just a little bit more comfortable up there, Harsh. Andiyan doesn't seem to be reacting so much when he's playing these shots. But certainly not. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? When you're carrying any kind of injury, I think this is in any sport, not just in cricket. When you're carrying any kind of injury, it's always playing on your mind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's really annoying. Something that's not obvious to the spectators as well. Even the top players, often they're carrying little injuries that only they know about. This one is, wow, this actually went way slower than everyone thought. It was a quicker ball from Hafizullah.
I was looking for it towards the boundary.
Yeah, I
I
thought he hit this much better. I mean, that was the quicker one, just pushed through. And Hafizullah, he actually jumps early, and he's on the way down when he wants to be jumping up. So that's why he didn't get near that. I won't bother him too much, though. This one's elevated, and it's going to be caught, and I think he stays inside. He does. So what a good catch that is. Brilliant fielding. And again, I think that was a slight misjudgment as the fielder just was creeping in when he had to be going back. But it's a brilliant catch. Mohamed Soban is the man. They'll probably have a look at this, but I think there's no problems there at all. And so, unfortunately for Manjian, his time comes to an end. According to me anyway, 50 for 6.
Well, look at the way here. He has to really bend those knees and keep him inside. Look, that right one. That was the one I was worried about.
Yeah. But, I mean, there's nothing there that the camera can tell you about whether he touches the rope or not. And so, to me, it's pretty clear. But even if you think it's inconclusive, it's going to go to the fielder. So Manjian's already walking off. The fielder as well, it's pretty quick to say, look, yep, that's out.
He does
I didn't touch the rope. And so I think that's beyond all doubt as far as I'm concerned. So 50 for 6. I was going to say, I think it might have been Hunter in the chat. They were saying, maybe if there was a fair play award. I mean, I suppose these are the kind of things. I mean, obviously he takes the catch there, but let's say he touched the rope. If he was to kind of say that, batters that walk, for example, I just think good sportsmanship should be rewarded. Maybe that's something that we'll see in the future at some point. I mean, we see it in some franchise T20 competitions, for example.
Did we not do that at the ECC?
Yeah, it was an individual award. That was the Stronger Together award for. Yeah, it was also for his efforts with some of the bowlers from the other side.
Yeah, that was really nice to see. That was lovely. The ECC, that's one thing that I will remember it for. Of course, the cricket was outstanding. The venue was great, but is the way that all the players interacted, and especially the players for some of the stronger nations. They were really helping some of the other cricketers with all sorts of things, fielding, batting. And the interesting thing for me about it was, and the best thing, is that they've taken it on board. We see that when we travel.
Yeah, for sure. A new batter out there is Imad Khan. Probably wondering what he can do about it. But, Tigers, they're going to go down to pretty heavy defeat as well. Remember the net run rate last year was basically what saw the Cobras at risk of getting eliminated and then getting eliminated. And so it looks like a net run rate builder here.
Good work there from Ashwat Narayan again.
Got to say, though, that's the Tigers, they'll be out for some pretty quick revenge, I think, when they return. 50 for 6 after 7 overs as we look ahead to match number 10. And, it's going to be the Cobras versus the Royal Tigers once again. This time, Cobras won the toss, elected to bowl first. Manjian's listed at 3 then. He's listed with the gloves, but, I mean, we'll have to see. That could change. Don't know exactly how many options they've got there. That's the issue with them. Yeah. But, interesting for me, the Cobras won the toss. I probably would have batted first because they batted so well. They've decided they want to chase. Tigers get another opportunity with the bat. I think that particularly their openers will want to do a lot better. And it reminds me a little bit of Monday morning when they failed in the first game and came back and went big in the second, putting 140 on the board against the Blinders. Let's see if they can do something similar when we return for match 2 of the day in about half an hour. Here's Sanjay Kumar with the ball. The ball is in the air. Another real steepler. This time it's going to be caught again.
Fabulous.
Well, can you believe it? Lightning strikes twice in the outfield. Mohamed Soban is on fire. Once again, I think he stayed inside the rope. And I think this will be given out as well. Rico, well, to prove it wasn't a fluke, he's done it twice. And it's twice as nice for the Cobras.
Listen, I'll tell you something. Mohamed Soban, not only does he eat these prunes, but he eats some aloo parontas as well. मेरा ख्याल आलू परोंठा भी खा के आया. 2 catch इन्हें फरे है ना, इन्हें class catch. This one is out of this world. This is absolutely fantastic. The catch is brilliant, but the awareness of the rope is even better. That is outstanding.
He's got a nice little pocket of extra space there, doesn't he? Just the way that the field is shaped. He's got a nice little curve to work with. But that's brilliant catching. And you got to say, catches win matches. Soban,
top class.
Take your hat off. Hey, he's still got almost 3 overs and 3 wickets to play with. Will we see a third?
That is outstanding, Vinny.
He was so concerned there. He had to not only take the catch, but he had to think, okay, am I going to have to hand this off? Am I going to have to do something funky, like trying to go over the rope and pull it back? He had a lot to think about. In the end, He takes the catch and he doesn't throw it away. He holds on and says, yeah, you know what? I can see the rope, my peripheral vision, and I think I'm staying inside. He did. Sanjay Kumar, the beneficiary of the wicket, 50 for 7. Pitching outside leg stump this time. But, yeah, I've got to say, well done to the Cobras. And their fielding, especially in this 10-over format, can win you cricket games, and the Cobras have been brilliant today. Also, I think the addition of Ashwath Narayana as a keeper, he's a very important fielder in himself, but also frees up Razik to bowl and in the field. And now's an 8th wicket. Kumar just goes straight through Gomez, and he tries to hit across it. And so Kumar, he's enjoying it, and so Satya, he says, thank you very much. And he's got 2 for none now, Sanjay Kumar. He's running off his feet in the batting innings, now getting some rewards with the ball. And the Tigers, we're down to the very bottom now. It's 50 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, Rung Homas there, just playing down the wrong line. Just that clever bit of bowling, isn't it, to the tail here now. It's bowled it right up there in the block hold, aim to hit the stumps. The batters are all coming in, trying to find a bit of rhythm, trying to find the ball, hit the ball to the boundaries. And, well, they're just, falling like some of these flies here, Vinny, that we're we're splatting. But, yeah, 50 now for 8. And the question is here, do you think they're going to bat out the 10?
Yeah, maybe. Depends how they approach it. I mean, the strategic thing to do is basically make sure you don't get bowled out, and maybe even pick up a runner ball from here or close. There's still 2.5 overs left. I mean, just to try and save your net run rate somewhat. Satch's after this one. This will be one of the longest chases in the game. If he gets there, he's beaten well to the ball. And
what a throw.
Proper throw coming in as well.
Right a throw, right on the stars. Nice bit of cricket, because that was nice to see that it was Adapaka, who hasn't come on to have a bowl. Quite surprised, but he runs to the stumps, backs them up. Yeah, that man there, he took 2 wickets, just 1 run in the only over that he bowled, and he was on a hat-trick as well. But not required today as yet.
As yet,
yeah.
Yeah, Kumar's enjoying things out there as well. He's had a pretty good game. And Tigers, you don't often see them blown apart this way.
Well, if it was normally a battle between the Cobra and a Tiger, well, who normally comes up on top? That's the question. And it could be many explanations or many reasons why you would pick one
Tiger
or the other.
versus a Cobra.
I
think, it's a pretty interesting battle, isn't it? And the Cobra could get one on the Tiger and slither away. Maybe if it got in the long grass, the Tiger couldn't find the Cobra.
Yeah, I think in general, cats are big cats. They're pretty clever. They know to stay away from the snake. Hey, listen, talking about snakes, there are 1 or 2 poisonous snakes around in Hungary.
Don't tell me this.
The vipers, they are.
We're in the long grass here, so I'm worried.
You can look it up.
51 for 8 after 8.
You can look it up, and that's why when this ball ends up in some of this greenery, you've got to be a bit worried. Vipers and wolves as well in this area. And, of course, the moles. I still want to see a mole just pop up and says, hey, what's going on here? What's all this thudding we can hear underneath? Remember, we told you yesterday, as I found out, that in the winter, this ground is underwater. This is a river. There is water. When you see the aerial view, you can probably just catch some of it. But in the winter, it's all underwater. So it's quite magnificent, quite amazing, really, that we're playing cricket here.
Yeah. Imagine underwater cricket.
There we go.
How would that work? All right, here's Parker in the 9th. This is leg side, and he's might have his shirt off by the time he reaches the boundary. He's taking everything else off. I think this may be a slight leg side stumping opportunity. Maybe not.
Well,
have a look at this.
That's been given as by. Did it go through him then?
No, that should have been wide.
It's been called buys.
Yeah.
It didn't go through him, right?
No,
it did go. Yeah,
no,
okay.
it was around the legs.
Yeah, I mean,
I
think that's what the batter's saying
wide?
here. Yeah, that's got to be a wide, surely. And umpire Guri is maybe having some communication coming his way. Maybe he might change this. Maybe he might.
Well, maybe that's a square up, because in the first innings, I think there's probably one he didn't give. So it's not being fair.
Yeah, I think that was. If there was no, I mean, he's given by, so he didn't touch the pad, so it has to be a wide.
Had to be a wide, but whether it's been called or not, I don't know. I think at this stage they're saying, "Can we have the wide now?" We're asking very nicely.
Come on, give us a stretch. Come on, umpire Guri, give us a stretch. I normally say put your hands up in the air, but don't put them right up in the air. Just stretch them.
I think they'll stick to
They're
it.
sticking to it. Okay, here we go.
Well, this one won't be wide, but it might be a chance. Well, guess who? Make it 3. And, oh, well, this one probably not going to challenge him too much. I still would have liked to see him roll towards the rope, but Soban does take a 3rd catch. He's been brilliant out there. So, kind of rubbing salt in a little bit. And, you know, the Tigers, they're probably going to still attack this. Now they're in danger of getting bowled out. 53 for 9, still 10 balls remaining in this innings.
Soban, Mohamed Soban, absolute class, top draw. No hay dos sin tres, 1, 2, 3. Well, taking the catches, making it look incredibly easy, the young man there. Well, there you go. If you wanted somebody to be advertising prunes, he's the man. Because it is the National Day of Prunes. So we talk about the health benefits. They're rich in fibre, vitamin A, and we also said they're very good for digestion and most importantly, maybe for cricketers' vision. And Mohamed Soban, well, he's been fantastic. And, well, maybe we can clip all of those catches together. 1, 2, 3. But, well, 2. Well, that one was the straightforward one. There was one that was probably 80% on the difficulty level. And then there was a 100% difficulty level.
Yeah.
And he absolutely nailed it. Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, fielding, so important. Can't emphasise that enough. It's not easy. It always looks a lot easier on TV than it is when you're out there in the middle. Try and be under a high ball, even an easy one like that. Just feeling everyone's looking at you. You start to think there's no way I could drop this, could I? Well done to Adapaka as well. He comes up with a wicket. And they're 1 ball away from finishing things. I still want to know, I know we didn't get another replay. That one that was caught bias down the leg side. How's the way that Ashwath Narayana just ditched his gloves, his face mask, and I was a bit worried what else he was going to take off on that chase. Now, they think about the run, but the ball hasn't gone too far from home.
But Sanjay Kumar turns out and says, "Kitte ja rahe hai? Kitte ja rahe? Ye jana chal ja." I'll have you, he says. Well, I think the batter there, you see, he's watching the bowler and forgets there's another fielder coming from behind.
It's the old sneak attack from Sanjay Kumar. He probably doesn't want a wicket to fall because I think he wants it himself. Because I think he's got another over to come. He does. So I think that Sanjay will be too worried about if the Royal Tigers survive this over. He'll say, I wouldn't mind a cheeky 3 for. He took 2 for 1 off his first over.
Oh, this one's... Well, how about this? Well, yeah, look, I think that's a good call.
That's exactly why it is a no ball.
Yeah.
It's exactly why it's a no ball for off the pitch, because sometimes off the pitch or the edge of the pitch, you can do crazy things like this. And so it wouldn't technically be a wide if it came back inside the line. But it's unhittable.
The wicket-keeper saying, well, what do you call that? He's saying, and the umpire says, you call that a wild.
Adapaka
no
saying, a bit of turn in this surface. Well, that was the wrong surface. That's the first run he's given up as well. The 2 byes early in the over. He was a bit lucky. It wasn't called wide. A free hit time. And get more than a single there. So it will take us to the end of the over. Pretty decent one from Adapaka. He'll just get the one this game. He's a pretty key player though. The other bowlers have done such a good job. He just needs to bowl the one. And so 9 overs down, it's 56 for 9.
Haven't they got so much depth? And when you have a look at the bowlers that they've used, when you look at the bowlers that we just saw there, Adapaka, who's just going to bowl the one over, they certainly are a team that have the depth. One thing that probably is going to be starting to become a concern maybe for the Tigers as this week progresses is the injury concerns. We already know that Stan Ahuja is not going to be playing a part in this series. Unfortunately, he got injured in a league match just the day before. Now this question marks over Harsh. Now that is it. That's curtains. Jug the Hutte style. That's the way to do it. And all smiles on the face of that man. He's had a very good day.
Guess who? I told you he was greedy.
He's greedy. He wanted to come back.
He wasn't interested in running the batter out last over at all. He said, this has got my name all over it. And my name's Sanjay. And he gets a pretty good ball through Imran Khan. Got to say, top of off stump. So Sanjay Kumar finishes with the figures of 3 for 1 off 1.1. The Tigers don't see out the 10 overs in the end. They're bowled out for 56. It's a classic case of when it all goes wrong. Their top order failed, and there was a lot to do for their middle order, who had to kind of keep swinging. The issue to Manjian with his finger as well. We'll have to see if that affects his his involvement and how he is involved in the second match, which will be coming away in about 15 minutes. Now, I want to say, look, credit to the Cobras. I mean, they can be very confident. That's 3-0 for them now. The Royal Tigers 3-2. And the Cobras draw level with the Royal Tigers, and they can actually go to the top of the table if they can win this match in match 10. They will be chasing, though, because they won the toss and elected to bowl first. Tigers will be opening up.
Yeah, it's a fantastic performance from the Cobra Cricket Club. And, look, they only gave 8 runs away from the 6 over point and picked up 5 wickets as well. As we have a look at some of these highlights that are coming up, but most of the highlights is going to see wickets falling, but that was absolutely plumb. And right on front was Zishan, and well, there were some shots being played, and here's Safi was the man who sent some out of here. But that man there, that ball going over him this time, well, it was a good job to go over him, because they go anywhere near him, the catches are taken. Talking about catches being taken, that was Rasik, and what a good day that he had. Certainly will be maybe eyeing up perhaps Player of the Match award. But then there's a bowler as well, Kumar, who'll probably be thinking, well, what about me? Don't forget me. Yeah, we won't. He took 3 wickets for just the 1 run. But look, it was all good display from a team that, well, they are playing as a team. They look well balanced. They've got good standards between them, haven't they? They play with good discipline. And they certainly are rewarding their captain, Sheikh Rasik, at the moment with some outstanding performances. Here's another catch. There weren't too many mistakes. I can't think of a catch that actually went down. Everything was taken, even the most difficult ones. That one was taken by Ashwath Narayan. I was very, very impressed with his keeping, seeing him behind it. This was one that was a dicey one. It was really dipping. Well, how about this? This one has gone a long way. But sooner or later, anything that went in that area went to the fielder there. That one just went through him. This was the first, and it was harsh. Mandian maybe doesn't have the power in his shot, but still, that is a terrific catch from Mohamed Soban. But keep an eye on him, because it's not just one, it's una, y this was dos. Que grande, que guay, eso es genial. But he gets another as well.
Well, they say you don't know where the line is until you cross it. Well, he still doesn't know where the line is, because he took 2 brilliant catches, and it was over to Sanjay to finish it off. And he had his own un, dos, tres as well. In the middle, Adapaka created a 3rd catch for that man, Mohamed Soban, out a deep mid-wicket. That was his patch, and no one was getting through. This one does get through Imad Khan. Sanjay, he bags a triple as he rattles the stumps and puts this contest to bed. The final score, 126 to 56. It's a huge margin.
70 runs.
70 runs, and it's almost exactly the same. It may be exactly the same. We'll just have to check. When the Royal Tigers took apart the Blinders, they beat them by 69 in match 2. So it's a similar kind of a victory, 70 runs. It pretty much cancels out the net run rate boost the Tigers got in match 2 by losing by this many to the Cobras, who are up and about. I mean, they are the team to watch at the moment. They've just strengthened their team today with Ashwath Narayana coming in. You see, with the bat, not much to crow about. No one reaching 20. Deldo with 19. Safi with 13 early up, but looked a bit out of sorts. With the ball, plenty of heroes. Have a look at Kumar at the end. 3 for 1 off his 7 deliveries that he bowled. But all 6 bowlers took wickets. Yeah. 2 for Mathur, 2 for Burhan, and then singles to Razik, Hafizullah and Adapaka. They're showing a lot of depth with the bat and the ball. Yeah. I mean, even go back to Vasudev coming in and whacking the 14 off the last over. I mean, the Tigers, I think they've got a bit of a message there that the Cobras are up and about, and we'll have a really good idea about where these 2 teams are at in the next game, because I think the Tigers will be out for revenge, but the Cobras, they'll be able to show with another victory that they are maybe the team to watch, the team to beat this week.
The Tigers, they are the champions at the moment. They've won in 2020 and 2021 as well. If they are champions, we're going to see now in the next match if they really are made of the material that champions are made of, because champions have to bounce back. That's one thing that champions do well. Are they able to bounce back? It's going to be hard to come back from that, but the injury concern to Harsh Mandian, the captain, is going to be one that I think that's going to be in the back of their minds.
Absolutely, Rico. So we'll take a quick break. We're back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second match of the day. It's match 10. It'll be the Cobras. Well, they were biting in the opener, but can they keep it going? They'll be fielding first against the Tigers. So get ready, because I think we'll see Zahir Safi and Zishan, and they'll have Maximos on their mind. When we return, you're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. Well, match number 9, the start of the day here, day 3, was an absolute classic. It's two teams that are well known here in Hungary. They're top teams and they've got top performers, they've got top players. They've given us an entertaining start, and match number 2 between them is going to be just as exciting. Trust me. But let's join the two captains and the tournament referee, Charles Cratchit, for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We have ball first.
Jake Rasik, this time it's his turn to win the toss, and he decides that he is going to have a field first. He's going to be relying on Bhavani Adapaka with the ball first, and also Mohammed Burnham. And with the bat, well, one thing he'll be hoping is that somebody like Segal goes back into the form. He missed out in that first match. For the men that didn't miss out was Rasik, the captain himself. He was in top form, 43 of just 24 deliveries, and he was well supported by Satyadeep Ashwath Narayan, and he made 34 of 17. The two of them put an 89-run partnership together, helping them get to 100 of just 7 overs. Slowed down a little bit though towards the end, even though there was some good hitting there from Vishnu Vasudhu as well towards the end. The Tigers, well, they are looking to roar. And talk about roaring, well, what about the bowler Malik Zada? Well, when the likes of some of the other top bowlers like Deldar didn't perform, he was in good nick, 2 for 20, and he was roaring as he was taking those wickets. Zishan Kukihill, he was good, 2 for 17 from him, but Deldar, watch out for him. He's a top player. I think he will bounce back in this one. With the bat, where any one of Zishan, Harsh or Zafir Safi can go big. It's going to be another exciting match, the start of match number 10. Let's go over to Vinny Sandhu in the commentary position for the start.
Thank you very much, Rico. And we are back at the GB Oval here in Hungary, and it will be the Cobras out to sweep the Tigers. They certainly swept the floor with them in match number 9. There were 70 runs between them, and a handsome victory, kind of cancelling out the net run rate effects of the Tigers' win in match 2 over the Budapest Blinders. As you see, the beautiful surrounds of this oval, including the swimming pool there, which is looking pretty appetising with some of the weather we've had this week. They do call it the bikini end for a reason. But, yeah, it's a very interesting facility. And believe it or not, it's actually underwater for some of the year. And, yeah, it's a great facility for these guys to be able to put on a show for us all around the world. And now we are going to get a slight change in the opening combination. So it looks like it's going to be Abdul Rahman to open up with Safi. So Zishan not opening. You don't see that very often at all. Obviously, they're backing Rahman as a kind of a power play hitter. And well, let's see if he can be effective. Got to say, Cobras have had so many good performers in this tournament so far. Even though they've only played the 3 games, they've already had their rest day. Ashwath Narayan came in short up their batting as well. They've got a very strong top 3, in particular with the bat. Even someone like Vasudev came in late in the innings and smacked it around. And their bowling depth was really impressive, the Cobras, in the last game, with 6 bowlers used and all 6 taking wickets and most taking multiples. See the Cobras, they are 3-0 now. Will be updated after their win in the last game. And Cobra starting 5-run favourites. Well, you know, the bat versus ball wall has been on song today because it tipped a Cobra victory in the last game, maybe when some people weren't. And, well, let's see if it's the same story this time. It's going to be Ashutosh Mathur to open up. And he bowled a very good first over last time. It wasn't the last innings, in fact. He only went for 1 in the first. And that kind of set things up. He had 4 consecutive dot balls on Safi, who will be facing up here. So these two renewing their battle from earlier in the day. A big thank you again to all of you that are choosing to spend some of your day with us here on ECN as we get ready for the 10th match of this Hungarian series. It's Mathur to Zahir Safi. This is called a wide. It's a tough call, I think, on the bowler. It's a similar kind of ball that he got last time. To me, I mean, it depends where that ball crosses the popping crease. I felt that maybe it might have just been inside, but the umpire only gets one look, and it's not always easy to tell the exact moment it passes the crease. Now this one's in the slot, and it's going to go Maximal. Well, 7th heaven off the first ball. The wide, then the 6th. Safi getting some sweet revenge. Maybe it'll be a different storyline here in the second match of the day. Joining me in the commentary box once again, my commentary partner Rico 4, and Rico, a very different start for Safi in this first over of Martha.
Yeah, well, look, this is what you'd expect. You'd expect them to bounce back and bounce back strong. I know it's still early days, but you can see the intent is there. So Martha under a bit of pressure. Left armour. This time he makes a conscious effort to get this ball outside the off stump. Single taken. And you see there the captain just telling the guys just to calm down a little, not get overexcited. You want another top performance from his men.
Yeah, exactly right. A chance for the Tigers to regroup, but they haven't had too much time to think about it. They were picked apart in that second innings, but yeah, different feel this time, I suppose, because they are setting the pace. They don't have any target pressure.
This one will be a wide down the leg side. Does well to get the stop in here.
He's a good keeper. He's just really solid, and even this is awkward.
Yeah.
You can blame the ground all you like, but he gets his body and just basically blocks it with whatever he can. And you're still not necessarily sure what's going to happen there, but you're giving yourself the best opportunity to stop it. Yeah, Sati, nice work behind the stumps from him.
There he goes again. He's having a go. Oh, well, I don't know if he's having a go at the bowler or the stumps, but it's nice to see. Look, what I like about this is everybody realises that the throw is coming. And look at the backing up.
Got to be careful not to throw the ball. I was going to say, ever seen a bowler face a bouncer? Watch this. He said, all right, you want some upstairs music? Boof. Anyway, they get through for a leg by in the end.
Yeah, Ashwat Narayan, class keeper. Matur, and he comes again. And this one's on the pegs, and if it's on the pegs, it means it's going to be swung away. That goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Well, that Kookaburra is in the hunt for a new pair of pumps, and it's found some out there. And well, that was a quick delivery wherever they came from. Big hit. Nicely put away. And you see, look, that's not a bad delivery at all. But you can see already that Zahir Safi has already decided anything that is pitched up on the pegs, he's going to have a go.
I think his last time, though, did get a couple of Maximo's away and then got out to a kind of knee-high full toss that he just mistimed. So I think he won't want to let this start go to waste. He faces Martha again.
And, that's clever. I like to see that. I mean, he's hit a couple of boundaries already. He doesn't need to give his wicket away, and he just takes a single and hands the strike over to Rahman, who's been promoted up the order. Abdul Rahman, maybe they just want to save Zishan a little bit. He doesn't want to go out and open. Abdul Rahman came in at number 3. And he got a single off the 2 balls he faced, so he's looking to do better. It's nicely played. Once again, ball pitched up, swinging into him.
Got to say the fielding was really impressive from the Cobras last time out. As we see the first over, pretty expensive one this time around. Things can change in a couple of hours. The Royal Tigers this time take 18 off the first over of Martha. It's 18 for no loss. I just want to have a quick look before we go back to that at some of the performers. The best performers in this series so far. Mandian, their leading run scorer at Royal Tigers, but we saw him batting way down the order. Took a bit of a knock on the fingers. He is listed as the wicketkeeper in this game again, though. Apart from that, Safi and Zishan, the cricket girl, are the 2 top batters for the Royal Tigers. Cobras, Ashwath Narayana, already snuck into the top 3 run scorers for them. Of course, they had 2 games earlier in the tournament that he didn't play in. Bowling-wise, Burhan, we talked about him. He's been excellent. Only conceding 5 and over at a Parker. Pretty good economy rate of 1.5. Early days, though, but there are a few players to watch. Sanjay Kumar bowled at the end last time. Now he decides to bowl at the beginning. Took 3 for 1 last game, but starts with a wide. But, yeah, once again, I mean, the key for me is this Tigers top order if they fire. And where will Zishan bat? That's the question as well.
Absolutely. One's been tucked away. Yeah, Kumar just bowling a completely different line to what we saw him. I mean, he only bowled 7 deliveries, didn't he? When he took 3 wickets just for 1 run. Well, he gave that 1 run away in this one already with the wide. Just a little bit short, needs to be up there again. So this is where he has to be careful because Safi will take him on. If he pitches it up, Safi will go after it.
Exactly. Safi was just kind of 20% more smart, wasn't it, last over when he had hit a couple of big ones, but he didn't go after absolutely everything. He paid a bit of respect to the bowler when he got it right. And there's not too much for this, but this could be out. Big moment in the game, and it is dropped. Oh, well, if you look up panic in the dictionary, you'll see it, because Osama Muhammad seemed to have that for so long and just thought there was no chance it was popping out. When it did, though, it was almost like he was trying to swat one of those bugs away, Rico. Just have a look at this at the last moment. It does prevent the 6, but look, he just grasps at it. It's a big moment in the match.
He actually had it off the chest in his left hand, but yeah, you're right. He just panicked. Couldn't get his eye on the ball. He drops out. Big moment. And a lot of noise being made by the Tigers here. They really are trying to encourage the two batters, the two openers out there, trying to make some noise, and hopefully that will translate into a better performance from the batters. Safi gets a let off, dropped on 14.
So, yeah, Kumar, bit of a different story so far. But there's plenty of balls left to bowl.
That one is hit dead straight.
How's that miss the stumps?
And there's umpire pirouette.
Yeah, that's a Shub missile, isn't it? Have a look at this. He does a little pirouette thing, doesn't he?
He does. I think it's a...
I mean, is that 6 runs?
This is a beautiful shot. Oh, the timing on this is absolute epic. Well, Rahman, what a delightful shot this is. We haven't seen better. The footwork, the movement, the placement, the timing. Oh, that is a lovely shot. Cuatro carreras. And speaking about Cuatro, well done to Hungary last night, beating England 4-0.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was another 4. That was handsome, wasn't it?
Beautiful shot.
Timed so well. That's why Rahman's up there, I think.
Digs this one out as well. So Kumar thinks didn't go as planned for him or for his captain, promoting him to come up and bowl earlier. And look, I don't mind that at all. When you've got somebody who's in good form, he's just bowled brilliantly well. And after a 10-minute break, you might have said, look, let's try it again.
Yeah.
Goes for 10, though.
We never finished his over last time because he only got 1 ball in his second over because that finished the game. But yeah, right now, 28 for no loss after 2 overs. Let's have a look at the updated table. And we have a new leader after that last game. Cobras 3-0. And look at that net run rate. I mean, their 3 wins have been beltings, really. 2 over the Vikings, that 1 over the Tigers, just as good. If they can win this game, they're in a great position. They'll be 4-0. There'll be 2 games clear there'll be 1 game clear with 2 games in hand over the Tigers. And because Blinders had the day off today, we'll see them again tomorrow. Martha coming back to try and set the record straight in the 3rd over.
So, nicely bowled, well played. That's a good bit of cricket, sensible. And I think Rahman, he's determined not to just give his wicket away this time. It was a good ball, he respects it. But though he respects it, the 2 batters also do get the single. So Safi back on strike. 16 of just 6 deliveries that he's faced.
Yeah. How long can the Safi show last? I think that'll determine how many the Cobras will be chasing.
Oh, wow. This one, I think, is a chance. Yeah, it is. You can see the reaction from Matur. I think...
Yeah, that's a catch.
Yeah, he snatches at it, doesn't he? Snatches at it.
Didn't have too much time to think. You know, I think they stick or they don't. Say snatches at it, but I mean, he's only followed through. They're instinctive. Safi offers a tough chance. Martha can't hold on.
Chance to catch it. It's a diving effort. 2 diving efforts. 2 dives, but the Kookaburra is too slippery and slidey. It gets through them both. 4 more.
Yeah, well, once again, it's a real teaser for the fielder. He goes across the line. Have a look at that. He had fielder in the circle. Yeah, I think that's Amit 9 who's into the lineup. Goalkeeper style at that. Gets away from Soban as well. So Safi chancing his arm. That's the way he bats. It's up to 20 off 8 and things working for him so far in match 10. Martha just with 3 balls left to try and remove him.
That's pretty hard. That's got to be called, and it has. And umpire Shub is onto that straight away. It's going to be a no ball for the height, and free hit coming up, and Safi is going to look to launch into this one.
I'm worried he's going to put his shoulder out. I mean, I saw that yesterday. The catching celebration followed by the fielder thrown away and popping out his shoulder.
Well, yeah.
But it could be something similar. Well, this might break the sound barrier, the swing of Safi here. So everyone strap yourselves in and remain calm. That's what Martha's trying to do.
It's in the air is an opportunity, and guess who? But it won't count even if he takes it. Well, he does take the catch. And get the throw in. Come on. Wakey, wakey. Subhan. He does get it in. There was always two there.
They get two because of how high it goes. And just, I think he knew.
Yeah. I don't think he knew.
You don't think so?
No, because he's apologising. Look, he's apologising, saying, sorry, I didn't know, but I think they're always going to take two. Look, he's looking at the line. Look, he holds on to it here. Then somebody says, oh, throw it in. He said, okay, I'll well, look, that's 4 out of 4. He does a Gucci.
Yeah, his listening was good because it didn't take him too long to turn around and say, okay, I'm back. But once again, showing how good he is, Mohamed Soban. Safi will take it too. Martha just losing handle on the previous one. It's still good start continuing. But remember, the Cobras, they got 36 in the power play themselves in the first game. They've got a pretty strong top order as well. Go straight, and this one has enough. Maximo! Straight between the flags, and this ball is headed for the pool, Rico. Safi is in the mood for a party, and I think he's in the mood for a dip as well.
Yeah, boom. Shaka. Yeah. Stands and delivers. He's certainly given that some welly. Lovely jubbly. And Safi, he's out to make amends. Matur. It's coming our way again, fielder. He does really, really well. That is an excellent stop. It really is. First of all, he doesn't shy away from trying to take the catch, does he, Usman Mohammed? And once he realises he's dipping on him, he knows he has to stop it, has to save the boundary, and he does.
That's a class bit of fielding and courageous. I think that's the word. It's dead straight, but yeah, it just puts his body on the line. And that ball was really moving. Well done to Usama Mohammed. We talk a lot about the fielding. Sometimes it's a bit below par, but I've got to say that was a very, very difficult bit of work that he did very well, Usama Mohammed. So 3 overs down, pretty good power play for the Tigers. Don't lose a wicket, and they have 43 for no loss. So this combination of Safi and Rahman navigating them fairly safely through the first 3 overs. And it's even more dangerous now. You think you've got Zishan to come, probably at 3.
Yeah.
Will be Safi facing up now in the 4th over. He's going to be facing Mohamed Burhan, who I think probably pound for pound, he's been the best of the bowlers so far in this tournament for the Cobras. Let's see if he can get the wicket they need.
Yeah, so we're going for a slight change here now in the bowling. I think it's a deliberate plan here to try and keep the pace of the ball straight away. Starts a little bit short, but batter just respects the first ball. Maybe just wants to have a look at what Burhan is going to do here first.
Yeah, I think for me with Safi, he's just kept the good ball out so far. This one almost doesn't keep out. He's going to get 4. He was lucky. I don't think he's blocking 2 in a row, Safi, under any circumstances. This one, you need a bit of luck, you get it. This could have quite easily been bowled. Instead, it's 4.
Wow, that was so close. Hey, listen, you said you watched the fielder. Was it Gopal who pulled his shoulder out yesterday after celebrating? But did you see the captain, Rickbal, getting out when he did the reverse Malachi and smashed it onto his stumps?
Yeah, it wasn't really, I suppose, as well executed as the one from Darren Peretti in the morning.
But give him his due. When he came back in the second game, he played some lovely ones.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's great. You have to be courageous to play that shot anyway. Look, I think the Vikings have been a bit hit and miss, probably more miss than hit. But it's important that they're exposed to this level of competition. If Hungarian cricket is going to become a bit deeper, I think you can consider in this country they've got 4 top division sides, and basically there's one side from the lower division that gets the opportunity to play in this series.
What a good start that was from Ashwath Narayan. Not a good delivery. That had 5 written all over it. That's better. That's where you need to be. Listen, a question.
Go on.
So, what do you think of your choice to wear shorts today?
Yeah, I mean, for temperature, it's good. For bugs biting you, it's bad. but, you know,
So not smart.
jury's out on it so far. I'm not that tasty to the bugs, hopefully. Oh, Burhan's just lost the handle here, and this is a rare one that Sati won't be able to deal with. He puts his hand up. So that's the difference between him and another keeper that would be blaming the bowler. He blames himself because he's such a class act in that position. You see, he kind of, probably, I wouldn't say lazy, but it's probably not the technique he'd normally use. He'd probably normally get off his feet and try and stop that. It will be 5 wide.
But they're not making it easy for him. I mean, Mohammed Burnham has gone way down the leg side, then offside, way down the legs and offside. I mean, the wicket-keeper, he's probably getting a little bit frustrated here. This has been absolutely pumped. That is big. That is huge. That is a Bizaway supersonic strike. Bang! Shaka! Lagya que grande. Que guay. Eso es increíble.
That was absolutely pounded. And that ball might come back with the flat side. That was hit so hard from Safi. Well, he's had his little bit of luck, hasn't he, in this innings? He didn't have it last time when he hit a knee full toss to point. Right now, he's looking like an immovable object. Burhan hasn't been his best performance with the ball, you have to say as well. He's gone for 16 off the 4 legal deliveries he's bowled. He's in danger of going magical here in the 4th.
Yeah, they've let themselves down. He took 2 for 11 in the first one. He's gone for plenty here, and this one is not a good delivery again. It's a really nice shot there from Safi. He's very quick to swivel on this. I mean, it is sort of into his ribcage, but look how quickly he plays this. Gets into position early, gets that little swivel, does the old Michael Jackson. Oh, as he plays it, 4 runs.
Good shot selection because, I mean, they've sacrificed the fine leg to have fielders elsewhere because Safi's hitting him all over the place. And then he just identifies this is the kind of length that he can just turn on.
Got magical already.
Yeah, it is magical now.
And he's got him. And goes really, really wide here and angles this ball in. Be interesting to see again just how wide he goes. I'm always interested to see sometimes where that back foot lands.
Yeah.
But look, good delivery, good change of angle, gets his man.
I think the back foot's fine. It's just the front foot goes to the left, which you can do. Yeah, I think it's awkward, though, to have your front foot hitting the side of the pitch. But, yeah, no, definitely no problems as far as the back foot no ball goes. And so Safi 20 and out off the 4th. What an over. And maybe a turning point in this innings because so far it's the Cobras. The shoe's been on the other foot for them first innings of this game.
Yeah.
As it's 63 for 1 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico 4. What a beautiful day in Budapest. And I know that Zishan, who's coming to the crease, he would like to make a few runs as well. But welcoming all of you. I know I think I mentioned Nate in Tennessee, USA, watching us, and he's just recovering at the moment from not feeling too well. So hopefully you're well, Nate, and everyone else. Hey, what a great moment. Let's do a lurker call out.
Yeah.
Okay, if you are lurking, if you are watching, and you don't normally get a chance to get in the live chat, I'm asking you now to give us a message, okay? ECN European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from. So I want to say hello, and Rico wants to say hello as well.
Certainly do.
We want to see those lurkers. Okay, now's the time. Just do this once a day. Come out of the woodwork and let us kind of acknowledge your support of the ECN.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we always like to know. Look, for me, it intrigues me. I just love hearing from where people are watching from around the world. And sometimes we get surprised.
Yeah, and if you're new to the broadcast as well, always a great chance for you to get involved with our community. It's a very inclusive community. We're trying to be, obviously not just Europe, but a lot of people all around the world enjoy the games. And, we have quite a diverse background ourselves, I suppose. So, yeah, everyone's welcome here at ECN. But we'd love to hear from you in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Let's see if we get some lurkers out of the woodwork here.
Yeah, we'd love that.
A few people lurking while working. I mean, technically, I'm always lurking while working.
You're always lurking and working.
I'm
Yeah,
always.
you are.
I was lurking yesterday.
You're a genuine lurker, aren't you?
I'm a proper lurker. And there's been a lurker emoji in there as well. Yeah, so...
Hey, listen, what a good time for someone like Zishan to come in. A platform has been laid, 63 just off 4 overs.
But good bowler to come in as well. Sheikh Razik to come in over number 5. So we saw him opening the bowling this morning. Now he's coming in the middle of the innings.
Why change? That's a question for you.
Yeah.
Something that's worked so well for you with the way you've used your bowlers, you managed to tie down a team like the Tigers. I mean, they've scored more runs in 4 overs than they did in the whole 10, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Why change the way your plan? Why not execute the same plan again?
I can give you a theoretical answer. I don't necessarily say I agree with it. And
Yeah.
I could say that you want to try different things and see what's working and what's not. Maybe this would have worked as well. And so, come the end of the week, you've got more options. With a new ball, for example, Zander Kumar or something like that. So Rizek comes in and he gets blasted out of the ground. So forget that one. Maximo. So you saw Zishan, he had a look at Rizek first ball. He blocked it back, but the second time he wasn't going to be so tame. And that's a pretty powerful way to get off the mark.
Yeah, good shot, isn't it? He's decided, right, I'm just going to take over from where here Safi left off. Safi himself scored 43 of 18. And Zishan, well, the way that's come out the middle of his bat, he's looking to do exactly the same.
I'll answer your question in a second after this ball. Which he goes again, and this one's going to go even further. Volley, volley, volley. Manos arriba para Víctor, eso es 6 carreras.
Well, if you're going to play that game, Maximo! That is a lovely shot. Absolutely beautiful.
Actually,
absolutely nails it.
A lot of people probably thought that was you.
Nah.
I think.
I don't think so.
Well, I'll just try and keep quiet for a second. I'm going to try and get to the question in a minute. Zishan stops hitting sixes out of the ground this time. It's 2 and 2 now, 2 blocks, 2 sixes. But to answer your question, the biggest thing they changed for me was that they changed the toss. The fact that they did so well when they batted first. Okay, they were sent in the first game. But they did so well batting first. When they won the toss, I would have thought they would have wanted to bat first again, but they didn't. That's the biggest thing they changed for me. And now you saw that the Tigers, you know, it was definitely on their mind. They were chasing a big score in that last game, and it forced errors. I think right now they've got the freedom of just batting with no particular target in mind, and at the moment they're flying. It's 76 for 1 after 5.
Yeah. End of another over. And just finding consistency difficult here at the moment. The Cobras, they're trying various things, and look, they're going to keep trying, and I don't mind this. No bowler at the moment has been able to bowl what would you say is a good over.
I like this
gone
move
for double figures, so they're now going for the spin. He only got the 1 over, didn't he, in the last match? So they're saying to Bhavani Adapaka, look, here you go, take the pace right off, but he's got to get the line right.
Yeah, I think he's a good bowler. Let's see how he goes here.
And this is just dipping on the fielder. And look, this is one of those that you got to make a mind up very quickly. Do you go for this or not? Amit Nain is the man there. Yeah. I think you go for this.
I'm not so sure. I think he might have copped it on the top of the skull if he did. I think you weren't really sure how far it was going to carry because it hit so flat. Yeah, it's 50-50, I suppose. He did make a decision. He decided to take it on the bounce.
Yep. Okay, this one is going over him, and the fielder does well. He stays inside, doesn't get urged to run in Sanjay Kumar, but there's enough on this. This is timed beautifully. What a good shot. Not much pace on the ball, but it's all about the timing, and that's come out of the middle of the bat. Lovely shot, yeah, 6 runs.
It's a challenge kind of a ball. You know, it's not a bad ball. If that gets mishit, it's probably out, but he doesn't mishit it at all. So Zishan, 18 runs. He scored 3 sixes so far. That's his 18. I think he wants more from Adapaka.
This one is a chance. It's been hammered. Oh, he does come. Look where he stands. He stands there long enough for us to have a look. This time he does take a couple of steps in. That ball has been hit so hard that by the time he's done that, it's going to be going over his head. He does get a hand to it, but if he stayed where he was, it would have been a far comfortable catch.
Yeah, I mean, it still would have been comfortable. It would have been more comfortable. Probably would have got 2 hands to it. So another one in the black hole. The fielder disappears from where they should have been. So now that's 4 sixes in his 24. So 4 sixes, 3 dots. Kikkel coming to number 3 and enjoying it so far. Adapaka, you can bet he wants to see the end of Zishan sooner rather than later. And you can bet that Zishan, he wants more sixes.
Yeah,
He's not going to slow down.
Slight change in the field being made, but the change has been made on the offside. I'm not sure how that's going to help things, because the ball is not going to the offside, it's going to the leg side. This is another one that goes into cow corner. Big hit. Manos arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Is massive.
Yeah, you know, it's actually clever bowling from Adapaka. I think he makes a good adjustment. He gets outside the off stump more. He pulls the length back a bit more. But Zishan is just seeing him so well now. He was after it anyway. So, yeah, that's the risk. I mean, yeah, I don't criticise the bowler there at all. Really, for any of these ones, we haven't seen any bad balls. These are kind of challenge deliveries. Even though he makes a solid adjustment there, Bhavani still travels out of the ground. 95 on the board now for the Royal Tigers.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Good comeback.
I'd actually bowl him another over. I actually think he's bowled well. I think he's looked more likely to take a wicket as well. Had that one that just got through them. We also had the one down to long off that was almost catchable. We had one hit the fingertips of Kumar. And speaking of taking wickets, well, it won't be this time because this one's out of here as well. Maximo as the 6th over goes magical. And that also brings up the 100 for the Royal Tigers. They're 101 for 1 after 6. And the Tigers are out of the cage here in match 10.
Yeah, that was a quicker ball. He fires it in wide. But the thing is, you see, no, I don't see the point doing that. Zishan, he does not come out of his crease. He bats from inside his crease. You're not going to try and get a stumping. He just stands and delivers. And the only man who's going to catch that one was going to be Martins up in the tower. It brings up the 100 as well inside these 6 overs. A 101 for 1. So, look, we were talking last time about the Royal Tigers that we thought they were maybe, against the blinders, they were going to maybe put the highest score that we've seen in an ECS here in Hungary. They got close, but not close enough. But you would back them to do it here, wouldn't you? 144 is what they'd be eyeing up.
Yeah, you would, but a bit like last time, last kind of innings as well. The first innings, the first game, I mean. You know, you can put the brakes on any time. You have a good over here, maybe a handful, you get a wicket. You can still keep it down to kind of 125, 130, maybe in the 130s even. And that's chaseable with the batting lineup the Cobras have got. So you just got to feel like you can turn at any moment. Like I say, I probably would stick with the spin. I just feel he's more likely to force a mistake. It's a bit of a gamble. At the moment, they go back to Sanjay Kumar, bowled really well back in the innings last time.
This is another one that's out of here. And there's fireworks around this ground early this morning in this match number 10. Patake Chalpe ground the beach. And there's another one that flies over. They're doing and dealing in 6s, aren't they? We know that Safi, he hit 4 of them. And now Zishan, well, I think that's his 6th.
Well, the Cobras have the highest score ever in an ECS in Hungary. It's 144. It looks like their record will be the one under attack here. He's only dealt in 6s so far. And now he breaks the run. He had 7 6s in his 42, Rico. And that is the first time we've seen him score something that isn't a Maximo.
Yeah, it's a splendid bit of batting, isn't it? Just power hitting at its best. And sometimes, look, as a bowler, you're not really doing too much wrong. The ball's just been hit really well. And this man, well, Rahman, remember, he's still there. And at one point, he was actually out batting Safi. But since then, he's not had much of the strike. Just 10 deliveries. Well, that's his 11th, I think.
Yeah. It's okay. He's got the best view in the house, doesn't he, though?
Yeah, you know what Zishan said to him there, don't you? He said, hey, just get me on strike. Don't miss them. No dots. No dots, says Zishan. Singles. Let me at him. This is hit pretty well. Shouts to catch it. And it's a very, very good effort. And diving out stretch with one hand at Amit 9. And, well, he's unfortunate here. I think he's tried. When he's realised he maybe can't catch it, he's trying to stop this. Keep an eye on it. Does it go all the way over? No, just drops before the rope. 4 runs.
Yeah, good effort. I mean, that was really smoked. It's like trying to catch a bullet with your bare hands. I think Zishan was saying, hey, see what I did? You do some of that. Yeah. And now you might as well swing at it. 113.
Firmly hit. Will he get it through the gap? He will. There's a very good fielder out there in Mohammed Sulban. And if he can't get to it, nobody can. What a great shot this is as well. Well, it's Nig, as they say. 4 runs, 4 carreras. And, well, this is absolutely fantastic. Great display of batting here. Botachi batting, and I tell you what, it's going to be fantastic as well. It's going to be the European Cricket Championship happening again at in Malaga at the Karama Oval starting on the 12th of September.
I was talking to Harsh Mandian this morning, and he was saying, oh, how come we're always getting drawn in these tough groups? And, of course, they're drawn with the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland in Group B. And, of course, playing for the Royal Tigers, and they had a pretty tough group as well. But then I kind of said to him, which group do you want to be in? And he looked at them and he said, well, probably none of them. There's no easy groups. That's the thing.
No.
It shows you, the depth in European cricket. Now we have 21 countries involved in this international T10 tournament that'll be coming your way in less than 3 months' time. It's going to come pretty quickly. Yeah, so, it's just a sign that, a country like Hungary, I mean, they can challenge any of these teams at their best. I mean, they've got some really, really good players. We saw them actually really taken to the Netherlands. Remember, Zahir Safi hit a very, very good half-century against them in the ECC last year. He'll get another opportunity to face those guys in Group B, Week 2 of that tournament. But it does start on the 12th of September with Group A, with one of the new countries, Ireland, involved this year. And England, as the defending champions, they'll be straight through to Championship Week, Week 5. All right, let's go to Burhan. This is a bit of an inside-out helicopter job, and it's dropped. And now Zishan's going to grab 2. And that's the sort of catch. Now, that can save you maybe 20 runs in the innings, but unfortunately gets put down.
Yeah, and, that's the thing, isn't it? We see this catch. This is Zishan. He's being dropped here on 43. He was dropped earlier as well by Kumar on 18, and then Safi, who made 43. He was dropped when he was on 14 and 16. And you can't give those chances to these guys. You give them a chance, they will punish you.
The thing is, they're really missing Hafizullah, the leg spinner, I think, in their bowling lineup here, the Cobras. He just provides a bit more variety and get the ball spinning away from the right-hander. Right now, Zishan, he's probably just weighing up where to try and hit this 6. Well, I tell you what, that one has gone to another planet, and it's going to be a no ball for height. It's going to disappear into the bushland. Maximo Zishan brings up a lightning 50 off just 15 balls, and that's his 8th 6. So he has 8 sixes, 48 runs out of the 51 have been by clearing the ropes, and this was no exception.
No, that was a Gundy ball, wasn't it? Full toss, and it's absolutely been smashed away. Watch out for the snakes and the wolves when you get that one back. A big hit, and now, well, he's going to do it again, isn't he? He's got a free hit, and he'll be looking to send this one aerial as well. Awesome hitting power.
Oh, a free hit. I bet he mishits this because it's a free hit, and he knows he can't get out.
No way. He hits it pretty well, and it's going to get past Mohamed Sobhani. He can't stop it. It's 4 more. Oh, 6 and a 4, and he's after more. He's hungry to go big here. Hungry in Budapest at the GB Oval. Well, aren't we loving this? We knew we would get some fireworks here today.
I stand by what I said. I think that is a mishit, but it goes into the gap, and he's so powerful. He still gets 4. It's his first 4. Every single over has had a boundary in it. Most of them had more.
We go. Short, hammered, hard, gone, 6. And that's how easy it is. No matter where you pitch it, where you bowl it, this man, Zishan Cookie Hell, he is really, well, he's giving them hell, isn't he? Hitting the ball all over the park here at the moment. Well, I tell you what, those moles are not going to be popping their heads up any moment now. Not with these kookaburras flying around this ground.
Let's not forget he was dropped a little bit earlier. I think it was on this over. In this over,
he was dropped in his 40s. He had dropped in 45, and by I think it was Mohammed Usman Mohammed who dropped him.
Now we're going to get a 1, and that'll give Rahman the license, I think, for the last ball. Zishan, I think from memory, the highest score in an ECS here is 94. We've never had a century. And it seems unlikely with just over. Well, he'll essentially have 2 overs to bat. And I wouldn't put it past him the way he's hitting him at the moment. Last ball over from Burhan. Just decides to try again. Just gives me a chance for a couple of lurkers to Kai.
I think that 94 was from Zishan, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the highest score from Zishan. Maybe he could beat it. It's the highest score in ECS Hungary. And so it's the end of the over. And it's 137 for 1. And also that record of 144 under attack. Just want to say hello to Kai Bay, who's watching from Hungary, lurking. Hello to Tarek as well. Any other lurkers? I don't know if I missed you, but there's a lot going on here on the field.
Hello, Kai Bay.
I will say Luke is right. This is what I was thinking. Bowlers keep feeding him same kind of deliveries. Why not try it around the wicket with the odd shorter ball? I don't think the short ball is a good idea because I think it'll sit up and it'll get smacked. But what I haven't seen is enough Yorkers to Zishan.
Yeah.
I haven't seen enough. Maybe that the kind of beamer was an attempted Yorker. Burhan ends up going for 40 in his 2 overs. Yeah, I just think that the lengths have been wrong. The angle maybe. I just think that's been the number one thing. He's had a lot of length deliveries. Okay, he was challenged a bit by the spinner, and he was up to the challenge. But again, didn't see anything in the block hole at all. So he's 62. Remember, he didn't open the innings. He came in at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he came in at the end of 4th over.
There's the fly, the fly swap before the ball comes to him.
Is this a dead ball or not? Is this just a...
No, it's normal.
So the fly... Okay.
He did the swat and got ready. We saw him do that before.
So he wants the strike. Now he's super hungry for the strike. So he's going to turn down one. There's the fly swat. Tell you what, you're pretty confident, aren't you? When you're confident you hit the fly and then hit the ball.
Oh, he's missed out on this one. With this one, he's really trying to send to the moon, isn't he? He's trying to hit this too hard. And he just needed to rely on his timing, really. It was there for it. But look, he's trying to go too strong.
Straight through the legs. Good keeping as well to block that. You're reading the line of the ball. You just have to be distracting, or not be distracted by the stumps in the batter there when you're behind the stumps. Good work.
Vasudev comes in again, and well, again, this one, I think that's pretty clever from Vishnu. We were talking about, look, we haven't seen too many Fuller balls. That is Fuller. Kept a bit of pace off it as well.
Better length though. Better length. I mean, it's not all. It's pretty much in the block hole. Maybe just a ball or two length short of it. But yeah, that's where you got to be. Vasudev's been good there so far.
And this one is 6 runs. He's gone over the boundary rope. Catch has been taken by the captain, Rosik. But as he takes it, he takes a couple of steps back and he goes over the rope. So it's a bit of a let off there. Rahman, look, just a few steps there. He just needed to plant his feet, didn't he?
Yeah, he just gambled that he had a couple of steps to spare. He didn't really know where he was. He wanted the wicket, but it ends up costing him 6.
144 on the board.
Yep, so they've tied the Cobras record for a higher score in ECS Hungary, and I feel like I might go down as soon as this ball. He's bowled, I think.
It's an appeal. How's that? I think the ball may have hit the
This is
gloves and gone onto the bails.
Nah, I reckon this is out.
You think it's out? Nah. Okay.
I'm going to say yeah.
You're saying yeah?
I'm just going to say nah, only because now I've changed my mind. Okay.
You can't change your mind. You said yeah. I told you prunes, mate. Prunes. Let's have a look.
I was right the first time, wasn't I? This is out. Look, out.
Yeah.
There
hey,
you go.
You have eaten your prunes.
Don't worry about that. This will be
that
bold.
is out.
Yeah. And just flick the stumps on the way past, and I think he's going to get the decision now.
Yeah,
why
isn't the keeper jumping up and down and saying, look, that is out.
He never touched. Yeah. This will be gone. So Shub, he's just hovering around the batter, and he's ready to get in his face and give him out here.
Yeah. Come on, put your makeup on and put the finger up. Come on, Shub. Give it to us. Shub did a send-off yesterday, actually. He did a send-off.
Well, I mean, I think there's an appeal. He said, how's that? So he's appealed.
He did appeal.
So he's going to be gone. And, yep, now he gets the message. So Rahman's going to have to go for 26. Good comeback for Vasudev. I think he's bowled a pretty good over. Even the one that was 6 was caught, and it was almost a wicket. Now this one will be. So they remain tied on the highest score in an ECS Hungary match. And now Rahman, after getting a pretty good view from the other end for a lot of this, but don't forget he did score 26 runs of his own.
Yeah, well done to him. He opened the innings and, well, I'm not going to say he held it together. He wasn't really holding it together, but he was making sure that the men that were doing the damage were getting the strike.
Yeah, exactly right. So 144 for 2. Hey, I've got to say, though,
this
is one thing I like about our team at Spring Productions. I mean, how good is this production that they're putting on for us? Because in another match, probably that's not given out. There's an element of doubt about what happened there. But, it rewards the bowler who has hit the stumps. And, with beyond all doubt, you can see they hit the stumps. So well done to all the officials. Off the field as well. Charles Crouch is the tournament referee, heavily involved in shaping their performances this week.
Yeah, come on, let's give them a shout out. Spring Productions, of course, our partner, Andres Martins and Richards doing a fabulous job here at the GB Oval in Budapest. They decide not to take the run here, and I think that's probably because that was the last ball of the over. Yes, it was 144 for 2, and over to go.
Yeah, so Delda I should say, now becomes kind of the bridesmaid. And Zishan will be back on strike. There's a moth in the box. That should fly out of your trousers there.
No, it's not.
How long have those been sticking around?
It's out of your shorts.
That's the biggest moth.
Because you haven't worn shorts in how long?
That's yeah. Well, it's been a long time since I could get away with it. I also wanted to say, I'll say this might have something up about this a bit more officially later. But speaking of Spring Productions, do you know that today it was revealed this morning that we have signed an extension of our partnership with them for 4 years. So through 2026.
That is very good news.
Very, very good news. Sheikh Razik coming back to bowl the 10th over.
And that's out of here. Balle. Kinna Sona. Kinna Badda Shaka. Well, Andres Martins and Richards will do some balles as well. Chuck the fatty style. Well, maybe we'll have a few palinkas to celebrate that.
Oh, stop saying palinka. That stuff is...
You love it, really?
Yeah, I mean, if you like the feeling of your mouth burning, then 150's up. Hey, now that's the highest ever team total in an ECS match in Hungary.
Oh, this is an outrageous shot. It really is. This is going to be a wide. And I always say, well, if you're going to play at it, send it to the boundary. That is exactly what he does. Is it going to be a wide?
I'm not so sure it would have been
wide. He may have
wide.
sneaked in, but what a great shot that is.
It's a pretty well executed ball from Rizik, who even the first ball was a low full toss, not an easy one to put away. So, but when someone's up and going like this, I mean, what can you do?
How well is he seeing that ball at the moment?
Yorker, you still won't be able to deal with a Yorker on the stumps. The first one was a low full toss, which you'd normally get away with. That's what you're going to be thinking here. Well, a Yorker, doesn't matter where it is, but a Yorker that hits the popping crease. That's what you need at the moment.
This one is too wide and he's been called by umpire Shub. Well done to the umpires out there today. Our man in black, Shub Navjot Singh, and umpire Guri as well, led brilliantly by the third umpire, the match referee as well, Charles Croucher.
Can't believe we haven't seen a 150 here before, actually, considering some of the ways, some of the things we've seen.
What did I say to you yesterday morning? I said to you that 144 will get.
I was surprised it was only 144.
This is a nice shot. Well, he said, well, there's one way to deal with a ball that's wide outside off stump, and he showed us that a couple of balls ago. This is the other way to do it. He dances outside his off stick, and he just coolly, as you like, plays this down to the vacant area there between fine leg and third.
Well, this is
This
is why I think bowling length at all is dangerous to him, because he's just ahead of the game at the moment, isn't he, Zishan? 77 walking sticks off only 24 balls, striking it way better than 300. Oh, slow ball, probably a good idea. And, so have two to come. Yeah, but how good is that we have a 4-year extension of our partnership with Spring Productions? So obviously we're really loving working with everyone from Spring Productions and Spring Media. Big shout out to them. And the press release came out this morning. I noticed that. So I'm very excited to still be working with you guys, hopefully for a very long time. You won't want this run, but it'll take it. 160.
160 comes up on the board, so there's the ball to go. And, well, look, don't forget Kaiba Deldar. He can hit the ball pretty well as well, so he's going to be looking to finish with a boundary himself. But it's been what a comeback. Remember, they only made 56 in the first match. And has a go, but the fielder quite happy just to see this bounce in front of him. Single has been given.
I tell you what this could be, and there's a chance as we get to the end of the 10 overs, 161 for 2. Now, obviously, Royal Tigers, they're well ahead in this game. But the Cobras, if they get going, if they were to chase this down, that would be the highest all-time successful chase, the highest target reached on ECN. That's in like 2,500 matches over the last couple of years. So can you just imagine that? I mean, the Cobras, they certainly have a fair bit of firepower in their batting lineup as well. And they're going to have to go like the Clappers. But first, let's just talk about the innings of Zishan Kukagel. Came in at number 3, and he scored at 3 a ball. 78 not out of 26. 10 maximos and 3 fours. And he took this game apart, didn't he? The Tigers are back with a vengeance here in match number 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really classy innings. But look, take nothing away from the way it started as well with Zahir Safi putting on the partnership early on. That was worth 63 runs with Abdul Rahman Safi himself, 43 for 18 before he was bowled by Mohammed Vernon. But yeah, Zishan is in top form. As you said, the 10 sixes and 3 4, 78 of 26 deliveries not out. Absolutely outstanding piece of batting, and you see some of these highlights. These some big shots, but look, that was the opportunity. That was a catch. That was when Safi was dropped on just 14. And you know it. You know what I'm going to say. If you don't take these guys early, they're going to punish you. And that was another one. That was another chance. That was when he was 16. That was a caught and bowled opportunity from Matur. But he didn't give any others before he got to. He scored before he went. But look, it was just pure hitting. Absolutely sensational. Yeah. That was bad luck because that was the that was a free hit.
Yeah, that was a free hit. But Soban's got Velcro hands today, but they wouldn't give him too many chances. I mean, there were a couple of little moments, I suppose, where the Tigers got some luck, and I think that it just kind of rolled their way. Safi could have been out there. This is one you don't often see from Satya, missing this ball down the leg side, which leaked another 4. And, geez, some of the hitting, though, was out of this world, wasn't it? In fact, from Zishan, as far as Zishan is concerned, he scored his first 42 runs in sixes, so 7 sixes to open the scoring. Not bad, and he got that opportunity after Safi went. Let's not forget Safi's contribution as well, 43 off 18 with 4 maximos and 3 fours of his own. But then it was the Zishan show. you tuned into Channel Z, this is what you're going to see. Like I said, 7 will lift it out of the park. At a Parker, he got a bit of treatment. I do think he was a bit unlucky at times. These were some real teasers. That's one that Kumar gets a finger on. Once again, we saw it field in that position coming in when he probably had to stay put. And there wasn't too much that they could do about it. This one was nailed straight. Sanjay Kumar came back, and again, just have a look. A lot of these shots, it's a similar kind of a length, isn't it? Where there's not a lot of bounce in this pitch. And that one was a pretty good effort, I've got to say, from 9, who's into the lineup. But, yeah, a similar sort of length. The bounce isn't going to trouble players that are confident getting onto that front foot. This was probably the easiest opportunity, even though it was nothing particularly easy about the catch to Osama Mohammed. And then it was time to rub salt in. And that one, chest high, disappearing. This one did bring up his 50 for a ball, which I'm not sure that they ever found or even bothered looking for, because that went a long way. Even the free hit probably wasn't out of the middle, but got 4 more, and he wasn't done yet. Funny kind of an innings, because every single over was double digits except the 9th of Vasudev, who ended up only getting the 1 because he bowled the 9th. I mean, that one was caught, went over the line. Consolation wicket at the end. You see this one just clipping the stumps of Abdul Rahman. And Zishan, he wasn't done yet, was he? And he ended up with 78 not out. What an individual performance there. And so you're talking about the Zishan and Safi influence on the innings. This time, between them, they score 121 runs off just 44 balls. And when they fire, the Tigers are going to win cricket matches. And look, I wouldn't put it completely off the table that the Cobras could chase this down, but they will break a record if they're going to do it. We saw the lowest total defended record go down a couple of weeks ago in Prague, where the Prague Tigers defended 60. Could the Cobras perhaps chase 162 and reach the highest target ever in ECN? We'll have to see, but it'll be a big uphill climb to say the least. Kukikal with 78 not out, Safi with 43. It's an innings that saw 15 maximos in the 10 overs. Apart from that, 9 fours. I think it's a kind of an innings, kind of a field where, easy to hit 6s and 4s on these big hitters. The wickets went to Vasudev, who took 1 for 7, probably the best of the bowlers, but because they waited to bring him on till the 9th, he could never get a second over. It was the only over in the innings that was single digits. All of the other overs were 10 or more, and there were 3 magical overs, the 4th, 6th, and the 8th. And you see that although Burhan takes a wicket, he ends up going for 40, a naughty 40, costing the Cobras, but they still will have the bats in their hands. They've got a really strong top order. No, I think this game isn't quite dead yet. Maybe a faint pulse, but geez, 16 and over to get is a lot of runs. It should be exciting no matter what when we return in just a few minutes for the final innings of the morning session. It'll be the Tigers out to defend their 161. Cobras, they'll be swinging the willow. Hopefully you can join us soon for more action. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day so far. See you back in Hungary very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the GB Oval, where we're looking forward to, well, an exciting finish to the two fixtures between the Royal Tigers and the Cobras. Let's just hope it doesn't go the way that match one went. Remember, in match one, it was the Cobra CC that put 126 on the board, and we were expecting it to be a close affair, but it was anything but 70-run victory for Cobra. The Tigers were restricted to 56, but the Tigers, as we'd expect them to, came out firing in this one, and thanks to some fantastic knocks from Zishan, 78, and Safi, 43, they put the highest score that we've seen in Budapest on the board, 161. But one thing that we do know, and we sort of saw that in blotches in the first match, is that Cobra, they have the potential and the firepower to match it. So this is going to be, for me, an exciting run chase. The first 3 overs, the power play, that will be key. You see there that it's going to be Abhitash Prasad to start. He's was a bowler that I named as probably the pick of the bowlers for me in terms of the seamers. Let's see if he can make any inroads early on. Short. And interesting shot. Oh, if this hits, he'd be out. Oh, that is so close. So close. And the batter goes straight away here. And it's the natural thing to do. He's not looking behind him. And then when he looks back, he thinks, hang on, this ball's coming back already. Oh, he would have been long gone. Would have been long gone. That is so close. Good bit of fielding there from Sai Gautam. Does everything right. So Ashwath Narayan gets a stroke of luck. And well, Yogi Sehgal wasn't able to perform with the bat in the first one. He was the sort of the one failure, if you like, in the batting of Cobra in match one. Only made 4 deliveries. Just trying to force the issue maybe a little bit here. Doesn't need to. I think he's worrying about that rate already. Starting at 16, he knows he can't hang around. But I think it's still important to play yourself in. Yeah, that's really good bowling. That's good pace. I mean, that's the quickest we've seen. I'm going to call it straight away. This is the quickest bowling that we have seen here so far. And this is really quick. Look at that. Look how that hits the deck and takes off. That's a quick delivery. And, well, it's too hot to handle for the wicketkeeper as well. Not surprising, really. You've got to say that the captain is a very brave man. This one goes through again. I say the captain. I mean, is that harsh? That's behind the stumps? Yeah, it is. And, brave because we know that he's got an injury. We saw that. It happened when he was keeping. And maybe, of course, that's probably why we didn't see him come out to bat. He normally would have come in, perhaps. He could have opened. Could have come in instead of Rahman at 2, or he could have come in at 4, but decided not to risk it. But he's still there behind the stumps. Oh, got him. Absolute beauty. Oh, yeah. And that's pumped up, and that's a fast bowler's delight. It certainly is. And this is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra fireball. Jagade Fatte style. That's the way I like it. I like it. I do. Absolute beauty. And Yogi Sehgal, his day is not getting better. It's getting worse. He goes for a nice little touch there. Well, Yogi, we know he's a great personality, and he's a big name here in Hungary. But today is just not his day. He's going to be disappointed, and whatever the kind words were there being said to him, well, they won't help and ease the pain of another failure from him. But what a great delivery this was. And Yogi, maybe he wasn't not too pleased about the celebration from the bowler. But this is a great ball. This is one that makes every quick bowler smile. An absolute beautiful delivery, and he's absolutely pumped. And those stumps have been absolutely shattered. find time to welcome back Mr. Maximo into the ice cube.
Yeah, well, gets his escort off the field. Yogi, two experienced campaigners. They're walking off kind of just for a period of time. It was good delivery. You mentioned the pace of Prashar. That's what he does, Yogi, with there. So 2 failures, unfortunately, for Segal on their second day of action, day 3, though, of the tournament. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't seem like he was really yelling at the batter. He was just yelling. We have seen the Tigers pretty animated when they've taken dismissals today. So essentially 4 dots and a wicket to start the defence. So it doesn't get much better than that. Sheikh Razik, though, can he save the day? Gets a pretty good Yorker as well. He'll dig it out for the first run of the innings.
Yeah, we were talking, weren't we? And I know Luke Belgium was on the chat with us at the time about the line that the bowlers, the Cobra bowlers, weren't bowling. And that's a good example, isn't it? It's just pitch the ball up, makes it very difficult for the batters to get underneath it.
Yeah, 1 for 1 off 1. Well, I'd say at this stage it seems unlikely, but just to remind you, we've ticked over 260 matches now without a golden ball. It's a new record. Hey, don't talk over me, Rico. So,
it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was a sound alike.
It was going to say that, no, 260 matches without a golden ball. I will tell you something, though. That may surprise you. So we see Zishan coming in the second over. And he gets pounded over point. That's a pretty good shot. This will be 4. And so I will say, if there's ever a couple that are gonna be able to give this a shake, it's the 2 at the crease right here. That one skates away for 4. So it gets them up to 5 now. The highest golden ball we've ever seen is 167 in Cyprus back in 2020. So we have seen a game tied in the 160s, but we've never seen a target achieved in the 160s, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
I'm with you.
It just seems highly unlikely, because it is. But, like I said, these 2, they can get going. They're capable of the spectacular.
Yeah, that's nicely played. Well, I mean, Razik, the captain, is in such good form, and he would have been boosted. Well, I thought that maybe even going to take a cheeky 3 there for a moment. 2 runs taken, and just to remind you, these 2 were the ones that put that 89-run partnership together. Ashworth and Ryan made 34 of 17, and Sheikh Razik 43 of 24. So, these 2 are capable. This is the partnership they need to try and break early. Slower delivery, but ends up being a wide. It's one thing that we will see from Zishan Cookie Hill. He will vary it around a lot. And it's interesting also, isn't it, Vinny? I was saying in the first match why they didn't use Zishan earlier. And here they've gone for him in the second over. Good delivery, Yorker length. And well dug out as well. Good bit of cricket all round. Like to see that. It was well bowled. It was well played as well.
Tell you the other thing I would say is, okay, let's say they're not going to get this 160. If it just gets out of hand, it's going to 20 plus and over or so, which is not far away from that at the moment. But, net run rate, the Cobras know all about the importance of that. That's what kept them out of the top 2 last year, forced them to play an eliminator, which they lost. So net run rate could be what separates these 2 teams at the end of the week. So the margin's important. You still have to score as many as you can in this innings as well. You don't want to essentially do what happened to the Tigers before when they were beaten by 70 runs. So, I mean, if they were to lose by less than 70, essentially the Cobras have had a net positive morning. In the air, simple catch, and Sharp will take it. So, a bit of a same shot, same ending to a partnership, and it was Ashworth Narana's first ball. It was a slow one from Kukikau, and maybe it's just that mountain of runs and the pressure of that required run rate that forces a false shot. You see, does come back in him a fair bit, but he wasn't really well balanced. A golden duck for Satya in match 10, and now it's 9 for 2. Both openers have been removed from the equation.
Yeah, that's disappointing, isn't it? You can see he's not really been deceived by it. He's picked it, but he's trying to create something from it, and just not able to get the power. Look, you see again, he sees it, he waits, but he's trying to get it lofted over the fielders in the ring, but that's a big shot to play at the back foot. I think he really should have been playing this a lot squarer, a lot finer, maybe trying to get it in between point and third man. That's not what they needed, and now it's going to be, Vinny, it's going to be very, very difficult. This could end up being like the first match where we see a big score and a low score.
Yeah. And it's strange because, I mean, they are two pretty evenly matched teams. But, I mean, this is the unpredictability of T10 cricket and depends who gets going. Yeah, with this pitch, maybe that's an easy one to hit right, with the movement, the in-cut, if you like, of Zishan. Go over the leg side where there's less fielders anyway. 9 for 2. New batter coming to the crease. And it's going to be Vishnu Vasudev, who kicking the tail of the innings early this morning. Right now, this will be the end of the second over. Cobras, they're 9 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, it's not where they want to be. I mean, that rate already, I was suspecting it's probably coming up to about the 18, 19. Your point of no return, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, I think already there or past it. Let's have a look at the table, and you can see Tigers looks like they're set to take back the lead. But see, the net run rate at the moment, Cobras have a huge net run rate of plus 6.7. But you know, the Tigers can make some of that up, and how much the Tigers goes up by, the Cobras is going to come down by a similar amount. And we know that net run rate was so important here last year. Just got to say, in the chat, and Maiden Waters has brought this up. I wanted to bring this up as well, actually, at some point. That shout out to Stefan Nero from the Australian blind cricket team. He scored 309 in an innings. Yeah. It's the highest batting score ever in blind cricket. So, wasn't that a very, very good performance? And I think he's also, correct me if I'm wrong, he's coming off 2 other centuries. So he's had 3 centuries on the trot, and the last one, a 300. I mean, that's a wonderful performance, so congratulations to him.
That's fantastic. Yeah, congratulations, big time.
We often say cricket is for everyone, and that's, you know, we're very big on inclusivity, obviously, trying to bring cricket to new countries or countries where it's not as developed. So, I'd say Austria or Hungary are particularly new countries, but yeah, congratulations to Stefan. Have you ever had a go of the blind cricket? I mean, I saw the Australian players recently. They were kind of doing a bit of coaching and training with them, and they'll put the blindfolds on them, and let's just say it's interesting to see how they go. Yeah. Some are better than others.
Hey, listen, I bat with my eyes closed anyway. So
I'll give you a little tip.
Go on.
If you ever have got blind cricket,
give me a tip.
Take out your headphones. Take out your earphones. Okay. This is a good ball from Bashar. We didn't see enough Yorkers in the first innings.
No,
saw a lot of length and getting smacked. This is a ball it's very hard to deal with. It's darting back into him as well.
Yeah, you got to remember that a lot of these batters, and I think, again, I'm going to go back to what Luke Belgian would say, a lot of these batters, they play their shots sort of when the ball is in the swing zone and when the ball's in the arc. If you can get that ball right up there, Yorker length, you basically take out probably, I don't know, 80% of the shots that they play. Yeah, that's what Prashar is doing here.
It's been amazing through this power play. So it does have a bit of length, but still slides it through. I think it may be a little bit of bat in this inside edge onto the pad, so that'll be a run. But I've got to say, you know, Luke mentioned earlier, Zishan coming off a T20 international century recently against Austria, which is a pretty good attack. Austria, we saw them get a number over Germany during that tri-series last week, although they didn't quite get over the line. But yeah, Zishan showing he can do it at the higher level. I think he'd probably want to be a bit more consistent at the higher level, I think, if he's honest. But obviously very, very capable and very skillful as a player. Couple to come in the power play.
Prashar really is running in and bowling some rapido deliveries at the moment. I think he's enjoying his time out there. You can always tell when a bowler is feeling good and has got a good feel about him. The rhythm is good. His approach is flowing, isn't he? It's almost like floating across the ground. And then he puts all the effort in as well. Puts all of the momentum into the final delivery here. Watch this. There he goes. Well bowled. And light the way. When I say, I mean, he's probably a good example of when I say to bowlers, this is what I was saying to Usar Gori, who I'm pleased to say did take some of the advice that was given him. He comes in, he bowls, and he follows through, and it doesn't go like some bowlers go way off the pitch and sort of almost run in a semicircle. He doesn't go into the protected area, run right down the middle, just right down the edge. But it's just good balance about him.
Yeah.
Good bowling. And, well, look at that. The figures speak for themselves, don't they? Just 4 runs of his 2 overs and that 1 wicket.
Looks like they're playing a different game, doesn't it? The Cobras this time. This can happen. I mean, even though we've had 2 very one-sided matches in this this morning session, the takeaway is that these are two very even teams where anything can happen. Zishan comes back, starts with a slower ball. And now I know it's hard because you kind of got to get over the fact that you're going to lose here, but you got to try and lose by as little as possible because it could be so important for the Cobras. It was last year.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's all about, I always say that sometimes you know that you're not going to, you're going to end up being on the losing side, as this one has been lofted and this will go all the way. Well, watch out. There's a few spectators watching the match and some of the players that we're going to see a bit later on. But this one, as he's waited for the slow one, he's dispatched it. And look, he's taking evasive action there already. He's saying, where is it? Where is it? Kindergay. Don't worry, it's not going to fall in your pack lunch. You're okay.
Tell you what, there's one guy in the Cobras that could make this close, Sheikh Razik. And, well, he's going to get a wide here. I don't think you can change this now.
Well, the wicketkeeper has gone with the bowler here. I don't think there's anything on this, to be fair. Yeah.
I mean, we can't really tell. Maybe it's a little noise. That Bayashub was pretty quick to get the arms out. I don't think he picked an edge.
There is movement, but I think it's the ball moving off the pitch. Yeah, ball moving off the pitch.
Seems like a swing and a miss. Razik certainly didn't give any body language to show that he was concerned. I was going to say, though, give me 7 overs of Razik batting. I'll watch it. He's really fun to watch. No appeal this time. Another wide.
Yeah, it's what I was saying. I mean, you're talking about, make the most of the... It's about being out there and saying, right, we're probably not going to win this match, but we want to lose it well. And lose it well means all about you looking at your net run rate. You're also looking out, taking something positive, thinking about positive. That is positive. That's been absolutely hammered. Que guay, que grande. Eso es una hat. That's right, 6 runs, as they would say here in Hungary. Beautiful shot.
That was a sight screen belter, wasn't it? It's just a nice, easy, free swing of the bat from Sheikh Razik. That was slick as you like. Take the one to the driving range. That was straight.
This one, he's missing out on the ones outside the start. Now, these are balls that he would normally be cutting. He's a good cutter.
He'll cut / drive because there's not a lot of... I think he doesn't pick that that's a quicker one. Because I think if he sees that, if it's a slower ball, he feels he can drag it to the leg side. But over cover would have been the shot there. Hindsight's 20/20.
Well, this time he does go that way. He gets it over the infielder only just. There was an outstretched hand there. And 4 more runs. Well, it's taking a little bit of a risk. Didn't quite get this out of the middle of the bat. And look, because he's reaching for it, also sort of stops the shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Because I just don't think he's picking Zishan that well. And I think it's because he's kind of itchy to try and hit everything to the boundary. I mean, that would have looked silly if he got caught. But, I mean, it shows you how powerful he is. And he pretty much stops his shot and still gets 4.
This is the slow one again, but gets the fielder. Almost makes a meal of this. But does manage to keep it to 1. That's probably because I think Razik now wants to just stay on strike and take control of this. And that takes the score to 31. And still got a lot more to do, but you're absolutely right. While he's out there, if he just think about it, get a few magical overs on the trot, the back of this game.
I mean, it'll be the biggest thing we've ever seen, but we've seen records be broken recently, and that's for sure. Hey, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico 4. I want to say a big shout out now that we are right in front and centre to say we're really excited here at the European Cricket Network that we were able to announce this morning that we're extending our partnership with Spring Media, Spring Productions, for a further 4 years. So through 2026, it seems a long time in the future, doesn't it? I mean, 2026, it's great. And big thank you to everyone, to Craig, Armand, to Benita, to everyone up in Sweden, the office of Spring Media, obviously to everyone on the ground here. I mean, it's a big crew of people actually that help us on the ground for Spring Productions. Obviously, we've got Andrus and Richards and Martins here.
Oh, this ball is a bullet.
I think it's 6.
That is a bullet. What a shot this is. Well, this is gone like a steam train. Look at this. Bang. What a hit that is. And, well, I think Diana Rose, she was not too far away from the action. Yet again, the ball follows her around.
It's not a close-up you want. If that's hit at you, because there's not easy to get out of the way. Got to say, great camera work, and we love the work of Martin's up there. He's showing the new Spring Productions uniform, which I think is going to catch on. Don't know if we'll get a shot of that at some point, but got to say, they love the sunshine. Of course, our crew they say they're having a good time with us,
Yeah.
our crew. I think they have to say that, but I hope that they are actually having a good time with us.
Hey, we're a family. We're a big, happy family, and we love spending time with each other. That would be called a wide. And it does. I don't think the batter really had to take those couple of steps there to try and get the umpire to call it. It was always a wide. Look at this. He plays the shot. I don't think he's that off balance, but look, he's just a little few movements there to say, hey, umps, look how wide that was.
Yeah.
It gets called. So, Razik.
Malek, he was fired up when he took a couple of wickets this morning. Let's see if Razik can get hold of him.
And he does. This is going to be 4 more. And Malek not happy about that one. Does the double teapot for a moment and says, hey, you can't do that. Well, you know, anything that is within hitting reach, he's going to clobber it. And that one, it's just one bounce as it goes over the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, he's been incredible in this innings so far. Sheikh Razik has 37 runs out of the 42. In fact, he has 37 out of the 38 that are off the bat.
This one's just played out. He'll take the single here this time. So he's got to Vishnu Vasudev out there. We know that he can give the ball a good old tonk himself. But I think the main thing that Razik is probably trying to say to him there is, yeah, play your shots, but play, if it makes sense, play them safely, because he doesn't really want to lose too many partners here at the moment. This is all about doing a little bit of rebuilding. And comes Malekzada. Well hit, should be stopped here and will be. So Zishan tidies it up, gets the throw in and take the single.
Yeah. So, you know, Vasudev is a handy little stroke maker, a bit of a dynamo in the middle order. We saw him finish the innings with 3 boundaries last time. Just got them up to that 140. Shoes on the other foot this time. Again, it all goes back to that toss for me. Remember, the Cobras elected to field first in this. I don't think when they decided to chase, they factored in chasing 160 plus. And at the moment, it's been all Tigers. It reminds me a bit of the Tigers of Monday morning, how they lost their first game and certainly were keen to set the record straight in the second game. They've done much the same here so far.
Yeah, very much so.
Alexander's gone for 14. He's got 1 ball left in this over. He'll be bowling to Vishnu Vasudev.
Vasudev, what will he try and do? I think he's going to try and go for the boundary here. Just it's a bit of talking. I think the captain, Harsh, is having a little chat with his offside fielders. Alexander would love to get a breakthrough here, and if he does, he's going to be a happy man. Oh, this might be a wide. Well, no, he gets away with it. Obviously just gets this inside the line, so it finishes with a dot. Keep an eye on this, and yeah, okay, maybe just inside.
Yeah, it's a good call, really good call. It was inside the tram line at the point it passes the crease. 45 for 2 off 5, and you see that without Razik, this could be a really ugly scorecard. He scored 39 out of the 41 off the bat. 2 ducks in the top 3 doesn't help, does it? Both openers going without scoring. And yeah, again, a few people talking about first team batting wins versus second team batting wins in the chat. I mean, I think over the whole course of our T10 adventures, I think that it's something like 56% to 44 teams batting first. I think there's something in that. The pressure of runs on the board.
Oh, well, is this straight enough to be given? Yes, it is, says umpire Shub. And Razik has to go. And in my introduction today, I was saying one thing, that is probably a pitch you want to try and play front foot. He goes back here, and the ball doesn't really come up as much. The thing is, though, I don't know. What do you think, Vin?
My instinct was height might have been a factor, but I don't see
No,
see that going over.
Height's never a factor. I'm just wondering whether it was going to just tickle past the leg stick. Here we go. He doesn't come that far across.
That doesn't give a great indication of it.
Nah.
I would like to see this one again. I think it's hitting the stumps. I honestly think my instinct was the height was fine. I know it's going that way, but remember, you just need a little bit of the ball to hit the outside of the stump. I think that's a good decision.
I think it has to. The umpire has to be convinced the ball's going to go on and hit. I think that's one you can look over and over again, and different people say different things. I think maybe he's going to catch a leg stick there.
Yeah,
so
I am
has to go.
I am convinced. So was the umpire. Shub, And I think it's a good decision. And so congratulations to Gartham, who takes the wicket. 45 for 3. Brings Osama Mohammed to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, well bowled to Sai Gartham, so he gets the big wicket of the captain. Shikrasik, once again, good knock from him. I mean, he's been outstanding, hasn't he? You'd have to say that without some of his contributions, the Cobras will find themselves in a bit of trouble. And that's the one thing with the Cobras. I think they are very dependent on the likes of their captain to score runs. He scored 43 in the first match, and Ashwath Narayan was scored 34. But then after that, they got to 100 of 7 overs. That's when things fell away a little. Well, talking about fell away, this has fallen away a long way. It doesn't even hit the pitch, and the no ball is called. So a free hit, an opportunity to go big, an opportunity because you got the license to go the full Monty.
Well, poor Harsh Martin, he'll be having flashbacks about a ball like that, won't he, to his right. So, yeah, the first one I was convinced was hitting. And second one, not so convincing from Gartham. No ball plus 4 buys. And means free hit's coming up. Let's see if Osama Mohammed can rock and roll this free hit here in the 6th over.
Here we go. He winds himself up and he misses it. It was a swing. It doesn't really move. If you're going to play that shot, just get yourself in position. Take a little shuffle across outside the off and then play it. And well, he would have nailed it.
Yeah, the old feet not going too far from Osama Mohammed. Neither was the ball.
This time, just stroked away to the offside. We'll take the single. So now it's all over to Vasudev to see if he can play some of the big shots we saw him play earlier. Well, I was talking about earlier today that it is also Nature Photography Day, and some of the nature around is beautiful. The amount of butterflies that we're seeing, so many different types. The birds are twerping away, and the kookaburra is twerped away a little bit as well, all over the park, especially in that the first innings. Royal Tigers have set a new record here at the GB Oval, and also here in Hungary, Budapest, the highest score, 161 for 2 they posted, and the Cobras, they seem to be struggling to get there. This one comes high onto the bat, so it doesn't really get enough on it, and maybe there was, I think there definitely was 2 there, but bat is just hesitating a little.
Yeah, I want to say a quick hello to Neville, who's in the chat. Nice to have you with us. He said, looks like a cracking day in Budapest. I can tell you it is. It's 24 degrees currently, expecting to maybe nudge a bit higher, maybe towards 26 or so, but just, I mean, perfect conditions for cricket.
Yeah, you know what it's perfect conditions for as well? Something that's very popular in Hungary.
Oh, okay.
Cola wine.
Sorry?
Cola wine. Hit hard. Fielder is there. Should be taken. Has been taken. A comfortable catch. And, well, Kobar Dildar making no mistakes at all. Is another wicket. Vasai Gutham takes a second. And, well, maybe you heard me talking about the cola wine. I thought, yeah, I'll have some of that on the batter. He can have some now because he's going to make his way back. Yeah, cola wine.
Cola wine. Is it just cola and wine?
Yeah, red wine with a cola, a lot of ice in it. Yeah, it's
very popular. I've heard of that actually.
Very popular.
There's something that I couldn't pronounce last night when I went out. Yeah. That I think it's probably in some of the places you might call it something, but it was basically 1/3 wine, 1 part wine, 2 parts kind of sparkling water. So it's like it's a watered down wine. So especially in summer, it just kind of hydrates you a bit more and it's probably not as strong. So that was pretty popular during the football last night.
Yeah, you do have that in various places. I think the cola wine, I mean, maybe our viewers know better. I'm pretty sure that's something in South Africa as well. I think they call it a kalimucho, something like that, which is basically red wine and Coke. And a bit like, I suppose what you then end up with is something similar to a sangria. But nice and chilled.
Bit early to get stuck into the drinks though. There we go, another hat fail. Shub dropping the hat on the way in there. Nice hats, though.
It looked like he was going to start sweeping the floor with it.
Gartham looks like a guy that could probably use his hat back after this ball, doesn't he? He's getting a real shine going on that dome.
2 for 4.
His last ball, the over.
And a big swing and a miss. And that is the and the over, and a good one as well. A couple of extras in it, but also picked up 2 wickets.
So it looks like, I mean, it is a second one-sided match of the day, as noted in the chat a few times. Well, that's part and parcel of the T10 format. It's unpredictable. You know what I mean? You're going to have a lot of close games. You're going to have a lot of one-sided games. It's just really hard to tell. I mean, I suppose I'm a bit disappointed when you get 2 teams so evenly matched. Yeah, and one goes heavily one way, one goes the other, but that's just the nature of it. I mean, the Tigers were in the mood to get some revenge pretty quick, weren't they?
Yeah, but I tell you what, we'll make a deal, me and you. Okay, we won't talk golden ball. Every time we think a match could be a golden ball,
I want to see the record grow.
Yeah, but we just
now
won't
I'm happy
talk
either way.
it. Let's let it happen, maybe. I think every time, I mean, I was thinking this was going to be, like both these matches going to be very close, and they're being completely one-sided. But the thing is about it, and after this delivery, yeah, there you go, dot ball. Thing about it is I would have been more disappointed if it would have been one team that won both really easily.
Yeah, true.
I think what this has shown us is that both of these teams are as good as each other. It just depends on the day or on this particular match, not the day, because both have had successes on that particular moment in time, who produces the best performance.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They're 2 even teams. It's just giving us 2 uneven games, one way then the other.
Yeah, it's up in the air. There's nobody out there. How far does it go? Does it go all the way? It does. 4 runs despite the efforts off the fielder there. Well, that was nifty. I think he's run that so quickly. Well, Murag, I'd like to see what he can do in 100 metres, what time he sets. He was quick. Look at him go.
Yeah, he gets around, but yeah, certainly travelled pretty quick. But yeah, I think this series, I think we are going to have a lot of close games. Again, we're only into match 9. Don't forget, there's 24 matches. I think we're going to have a lot of close ones. We've had 3 really close ones so far in the first. It's 10 now. So I mean, there's 3 games that have gone to the last over, and I think that's low for this tournament. If you get half the games going to the last over or a handful of runs, I mean, that's pretty good entertainment, if you ask me. Plus, we've seen a lot of good cricket in between, even in these one-sided matches. We've seen some very, very good stroke play. Seen a bit of good bowling as well. Really like Prashar first up in this second innings.
This played out to the man at long off. Just take an easy single. Malik Zada is the bowler, looking to pick up his first wicket.
So, yeah, I mean, it's nice to be in Hungary again. Of course, we only had the 1 week here last year. We just got 1 week this year again. Got to try some goulash, though. I haven't had the goulash yet. I know that you had a bit of it in Landskrona, right?
I had some here the other night.
You had some here as well?
Yeah, it was beautiful. With sour cream. Got to have it with sour cream. Goulash, sour cream, a bit of bread.
Yeah.
You need a bed afterwards.
Probably need to go to bed, yeah.
After the blinkers we had.
I did tell you what I was really doing yesterday when I had to go for a few meetings and a bit of work. I had your idea. I went and bought a bottle of bourbon, sat in the bath. Because you said it was National Bath Day yesterday and International Bourbon Day.
Yeah, did you just sleep in the bath, did you, afterwards? Did you like, I'll just stay here?
Woke up and it was time for day 3.
Yeah, there we go. You see, that's the way we do it. In the air. Well, will the fielder get there quick enough? I suspect probably not. No, it just drop safely. The batters will come and take 2 runs. But look, you know, the thing about Hungary is, this is one thing I didn't know. Hungary is a great wine-producing country. I mean, it makes tons and tons of the stuff.
Yeah.
And it's actually got 22 regions that make up wine. And one of the most popular ones, and this is one we have to try, I think it's called Tokaji. So that Tokaji one is legendary, so we have to give that a try.
We'll check it out. Last ball of the 7th over now. Now, the thing with this victory, Royal Tigers, they're going to end up with a net run rate boost after this morning's play, which seems amazing after they lost last game by 70. Because, I mean, it just seems unlikely at the moment that Cobras are going to get up to 92, which would be the same margin of victory. So we'll have to see. 7 overs down. 59 for 4 after 7. And coming up, we have more cricket this afternoon. UCB, United Chalard, they are coming up against the Debrecen Vikings. I can tell you some news from the toss is that Debrecen Vikings have won the toss. They've elected to bat first. Look, they had their moments and they've kind of, you haven't really strung too many together in a row, but I've got to say, I think Tahir Hafiz added a bit of a dimension with the bat. Sani, obviously, we know about him. Rafat, a bit hit and miss, but I like the work of Gorey for the Vikings as well, but they're winless. And Faris Iqbal as well. I mean, we have seen the Vikings try a couple of different plays yesterday that came off for them. They're going to have to bat better, though. They do get the chance to bat first in match 11, which is coming up in around about half an hour's time. Right here, there's a bit of a teaser. And then we got this one booted away by Imad Khan.
What is going on here? You know, that reminded me a little bit of watching the red arrows display, but on the ground. We'll call them the orange arrows.
Yeah.
Look at this. There were people running all over. Look at the overtake here. Look, this is an undertake. That's not allowed. And then he shins it away. And then we got our running the other way saying, there's no wicket keeper. I better get behind the stumps. Oh, I love it.
I would have been honking my horn if I was Manjan in that traffic. I'll say, what are you doing overtaking me like that?
That was our man there, Hamath Murug.
Yeah.
So I think he's certainly got some energy. He's got a lot of energy.
Hamath Muruga. He's a good wicket keeper. He might have actually started in the outfield.
Hey, listen, you know what was invented in Hungary?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
Something very important. I'll give you a clue.
Yeah. Ah, okay. The pen or the biro,
The biro,
The biro. Isn't biro named after the inventor or
It
something
is,
like that?
yeah. Letsio Biro. And also something which I know in my sort of, I think before my teens, that entertained me for many an hour, or many a days, the Rubik's Cube.
Ah, I did not know that. Sanjay Kumar's out there now. We'll grab a couple runs here. Yeah, going back to the biro, I think the ballpoint pen, essentially what it is, it was non-known then. The biggest reason it was so innovative and useful is that it was a pen that didn't have to be constantly dipped in ink.
That's right.
It could give you a long ability of writing. The writing would be more even. So in the old days when they used to be dipping the pen in ink, then obviously when it's running, the ink is less the longer you write with it. So yeah, I think I've read that at some point. I think this ball's okay, you know.
Donovan Gomez finishes a nice tidy over. Nice to see him have a go. Yeah, look, that's a really good delivery. Nicely bowled.
Thank you, Vivek, for your information. It says Takaji 1 is actually pronounced Taukai, and it's dessert wine. I got to say, I don't mind a bit of the dessert wine. Yeah, it's like it's very sweet. As we get to the end of the 8th over, 66 for 4. And no magical overs at all. Although Zishan's 4th went for 19. 2 for 4. Gautam has been great. I think he's going to get another over here. Why not? Might be able to grab another wicket or two. A few people giving their predictions for the next game. I've got to say hello to Emil. Hope you're well. And watching from Adelaide. Tell me if I'm right. But, it's great to have our viewers all kind of really supportive of what we're doing here with European cricket. So, tell you what, might have to. Reminds me of Peter Aman in Croatia being asked to bowl in a cap because the reflection off his head was just too bright. It was distracting for the batters. Anyway, here he is, and that actually happened. And I think this is out. Well, I think he's going to be stumped here.
Well, let's have a look at this. I like the celebrations first of all. Yeah, why not? Well, it's a man who had a difficult time. Harsh Manian, the captain. He's all smiles at the moment.
My instinct was there's an edge here, but I might be just crazy. Maybe it's just a natural movement. Gautam. Let's have a look. I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Maybe it's just swing and a miss, and then he just kind of goes to nowhere.
Well, he goes running, so he won't be stumped.
Yeah, it'll be run out. I thought he was trotting off because he nicked it. Now, someone will tell us what happened there.
Yeah, it'll be run out.
Well, Harsh Mandian's up and away. Nothing wrong with his little wing now. He's fine. I tell you what, even people that don't do much keeping, if they can get it, I mean, maybe it won't be stumping, maybe they'll be run out, but they love that kind of stuff. And that one was pretty much handed on a plate, wasn't it? So, yeah, it will be run out. Vishnu Vasudev run out for 16 or 17, so it won't be another wicket to Gautam.
He actually stood there, then rather than run back in his crease, he started running the other way.
Well, he knows they're gone, and he feels that he was probably frustrated. For a guy that hit 3 boundaries in the last over last time, he only got 1 boundary in 17 balls. So I think that's almost a retired out situation. But just he was run out instead. I think he's saying, look, let's give it over to someone else. Hasn't happened for me in this innings. We saw that a bit last week in Prague as well.
Yeah.
Where it's almost waving the white flag, saying, okay, I don't want to use up another ball. I think I've made up my mind that if I can't get this away,
hey, listen,
just on my way.
You know who we're going to see next in the next match?
Yeah.
Hat-trick of 6s.
Oh, yeah.
Amit
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, let's just reflect on that again yesterday, that victory. It came from nowhere, didn't it? Well, that one probably has come from nowhere as well. The batter's thinking, look at the bounce on this, and it's Sanjay Kumar. Nice to see that he is wearing a lid, but this one.
Yeah. Amit Paraha,
follows
though.
him.
Yeah, I mean, that, you talk of close matches, I mean, that was a brilliant one. And the blinders had that sewn up, and then he just goes bang, bang, bang. And that's what you can do. I mean, that's what the nature of the cricket and ECS can offer.
Of course, we're talking about the match. Well, this is well hit. I don't think that. Oh, well, I take it back. I was going to say, I don't think that man, even though he's quick, Muruga can stop it when he can. Proves me wrong. I told you, he's like lightning. He's lightning Jack Flash, he is. Look at him. How did he get here? He was nowhere near it.
Well, no more Tortuga. That ground is Muruga territory. And look at the way he went for that. I don't know.
Wow.
How he possibly
Look where
stopped
he is here. How does he get there so good? Look at him go. I want to time him. Come on, let's get a clock on him. He's going to do a 100-metre sprint for us.
He might have to miss tomorrow because he's going to the Olympics.
Chance in the air, taken. And another one bites the dust. And Sanjay Kumar has to make his way back. He scores 3 of 7 deliveries. It's another wicket for Sai Gautam, who has now taken 3 for 5. Good spell from him.
Yeah, great spell. We haven't had a boundary now for quite a while. 16 balls, I think, since we last saw a 4. And that's just been the difference. Not enough boundaries, too many wickets. I know the Royal Tigers, they hit at least 1 boundary in every over, normally more, and sometimes lots more. Kumar, he's been trying hard while he's been there. Now, the new batter at the crease will be Mohammad Burhan. Had a bit of a game to forget with the ball. Yeah, but Kumar, I think that will be the end of the over as well. So it's 68 for 6. Kumar will be facing up. And yeah, nice catch taken out there as well. Now, we will have last overtime. Starts with the dot. So Tomoe Gomez will get the last over.
Yeah, Gomez. Look, the other thing, going back to, we've been sort of focused a little bit on how these two matches have gone, sort of both being one-sided wins, 1 apiece for the two teams. Let's see this from Gomez. That's a nice-looking shot. They've got a man out there. And, almost deserved more, didn't it? He played that really well, just for the signal. But I think the other thing, my observation is that both these two teams are so evenly balanced, but with the batting, they rely on top 3.
Yeah.
And if you get those top 3, then they will struggle. And I think it comes down to that. If one of the top 3 get going, a different story. If 2 get going, a lot of runs. This one will be taken. A nice catch. Oh no, he's dropped it. How does that come out? He has it in his hands, doesn't he? Does it have Hitesh Prashad?
He had so much of that. And, it's like when you catch a fish and send it back, isn't it? Because he had that for a long time. Rashad did well to get to it. It was good that he knew it was his catch because it was pretty high, but it wasn't going to carry to Delta long off. Have a look at this. Has it. And then I think when he hits the ground, just that impact, probably could have done more to kind of shield the impact of the arm on the ground. Yeah. I tell you, who's not impressed with that is Gomez. He doesn't have a wicket in these innings. He almost had one.
He has it all the way, and then he switches the ball into his left hand, and the left elbow hits the ground, and out it comes. It's the case of Aja, Farlia, and then, gear. And the batsman, Bach gear. That's the way it goes sometimes.
Let's say a quick hello as well to Charlie Hunt, who's popped in. Hello to you, Charlie. Hope you're well. Slow ball. This should just be 1. Yeah, so... No, they're going to get 2. Hello. Is it just 1?
That's just 1.
No,
he would have been
out.
Say. He would have been out. What are they doing here? I mean, it's almost like he just wanted to sit in the middle and thought, I'm just going to sit here and have a cup of tea.
It's quite amazing. After the Royal Tigers were picked apart and beaten by 70, it looks like they're going to go down by something like 90 here. It'll be 90 less whatever is scored this ball. Yeah, hello you, Charlie. Hopefully you stick with us a little bit this afternoon for some more action. Here's the last ball of game 10. And not going anywhere, so it will be 90 runs the margin, Rico. And the Tigers, they were They were kind of bitten in the first game, but they were on the prowl in the second, and they have taken apart the Cobras. Yeah, a bit unfortunate, I suppose, from a spectator's point of view, that we didn't have close contests. But what we did have is two teams that I think are pretty evenly matched. And anything can happen. It's the Royal Tigers that get smashed, but then do the smashing on day 3. 2 points apiece. And yeah, very big win in match 10 to the Tigers that was built on some really big hitting from their keys, Zahir Safi and Zishan Kukakel.
Yeah, and well done again to the Royal Tigers. I said, didn't I, at the end of the first the match, that when you are the champions and you have a bad day, you have a bad match, well, true champions come back fighting. True champions show you what they're really all about, and that's exactly what they did. They came out blazing, 161 they put on the board, and then they've done the demolition job with the ball as well. Well, this is going to be exciting. We've talked a little bit about this already.
We talked a bit about the Vikings, but I see some ins for UCB. You've got Satyendra Parahar coming in, as well as Ghulam Abbas and Raj Gohar. But for me, it's all about the performance of Vinoth Ravindran and Dara Paretti with the bat in particular. Although Amit Parahar, he was the hero yesterday, wasn't he? Anil Patnaik as well, pretty useful player. Also some good fielders in there. Mark Desfontaine took some good catches yesterday. And Ajit Sridhar Kurup, he took a one-handed banger as well. Let's roll into the highlights of this, the second half of match 10. Chasing a mountain of runs. It was the worst possible start for the Cobras, wasn't it? This time, the Cobras were slithering for the bushes with both openers reduced to ducks.
Yeah, it was a fine bit of bowling, though, you have to say. I just very impressed with Prashar. I think he was quick, he was fiery, he was electrifying out there. And there was another man who was electrifying, but unfortunately he was the only man who was electrifying, and that was the captain, Rasik. He did put a quick fire 39 on the board, but he couldn't do it alone. He needed some support, but nobody was able to give him any. We saw some splendid shots being played. That one thumped into the side screens. This one, he just managed to get it over the fielder, and it went for 4. And we saw one. This is an absolute rocket blast. What a shot. You couldn't even keep up with it. But, well, all the highlights there, Rasik, because he's really the only man that did get any runs for it. But then you see that one is staying a little bit low, perhaps, and Rasik had to go. And it was Gutam who did the damage. Gutam well bowled to him as well, picked up 3 wickets.
Yeah, just did well. I mean, this is the pressure of chasing. I think we've seen a couple of times. I mean, in one sense, you like to know how many you're chasing, but when you have to chase that many, it can change your game. And I think you saw, okay, Segal got a good wicket, but got a good ball, I should say. And then Ashwin Ryan, I think, changes his game slightly because of the pressure. Well, Mania was pretty happy about this. It turned out being run out, but yeah, it was almost the white flag being waved by the Cobras at that stage, as it was the Tigers that found the anti-venom in match number 10. Towards the end, could have been another wicket, but unfortunately, Prashar spilt that when he hit the turf. Had to crawl after it. Would have been a good catch, but still didn't really matter too much. 90 runs, the margin in match 10. 161 to 71. The golden ball drought continues, and at the end of the day, it was an even morning, but 2 uneven contests. As we go back to the scorecard, Razik was the only one that brought a kind of bit of respectability to the scorecard. 39 off 19. 3 4s and 3 6s in there for him. 16 for Vasudev, who did get to double figures, but I think he was frustrated. They could only hit 1 boundary in his innings. He pretty much gave it up when he was run out at that point. And pretty disciplined with the ball as well. 6 wides and no ball. 71 for 6 off the 10 overs. And as far as the Royal Tigers are concerned, obviously a lot easier when you have so much scoreboard pressure. But I've got to say, Prashar really bowled with some fire and energy. 1 for 4 early, shut the gate. It was Gautam, though, that got the figures. 3 for 6 of his 2 overs. Kept things really tight. And Comez, a bit unlucky not to get a wicket, to be honest, in the end. Took none for 10. The other wicket went to Zishan Kukagal. A little bit expensive, but not as expensive as the bowlers were when he had the bat in hand. That's for sure. I'm pretty sure he'll take away the player of the match in match 10. We're going to have a bit of a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And when we do, we'll go into the afternoon session. It'll be the Vikings batting first against UCB. We could have your company when we return. Hope you're having a great day. We're halfway through day 3. The sun's out and we're ready to party. More cricket on the way shortly from Budapest. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for the start of match number 11. It's time for us to welcome back the United Chalad Budapest. And they're a team that, well, they played the blinders, had 2 matches. The first match was a close one and they only just lost. And it looked like it was going to be 2 defeats out of 2 for them. But then something sensational happened. Needing 15 off the last, it was Amit Parahar who hit 3 sixes, a hat-trick of 6s in a row to spark jubilant scenes for the UCB boys. What a victory that was for them. So they are going to be full of confidence going into this one. They're up against the Debrecen Vikings. The Vikings, well, they've had a difficult start to the European Cricket Series, a team that are making their debut. Things haven't gone their way. It's not going to be easy for them, but they do know that if they're to make it into the finals day here on Saturday, they need to pick up some victories. Let's join the 2 captains, Anil and Rakbul, along with the tournament referee for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, your call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a head.
Who would like to bet first?
A positive move there from Rakbul, the captain of the Debrecen Vikings. He wants to have a bat first. So first up, we're going to have to see if Kasani can get into good form. He's been really good, but the captain himself, Rakbul Rifat, he's going to have to be good as well. And maybe somebody like Gori can hit a few nice shots there as well. With the ball, Gori's going to be key. I love the introduction of Iqbal yesterday. He was brilliant as well. But somebody like Sulman Mohammed and also the spin of the captain is going to be very key in this one. With the UCB, there's no Jack Murrell in the team, so they're going to miss him with the bat, I think. And also, they're without Francis Farrell, so they've got some key players missing. So Ashrith Darapuri, he's going to have to be key in this one. And Vinod Ravindran, can he get into the sort of form that we've seen him in the past and score some big runs? But remember, there's always the match winner, the big hitter, Amit Parahar. Hit those 3 sixes yesterday. He's one to watch as well. With the ball, I think Parahar is going to be the key one as well. And somebody like Janiath Valapali, he's going to be a key player as well. This is going to be an exciting match, but it's a must-win one for the Vikings. Can the Vikings come out roaring here and get the first victory, a very important victory under the belt for them? Well, let's go over to Vidi Sandhu, who's in the commentary position for the start of this match.
Thanks, Rico. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have your company. We are back at the GB Oval for the afternoon session. You can see that in Zöldliket, which is just north of Budapest, the capital of Hungary. And this is a dedicated cricket ground. It's great to have this facility. It's about half an hour north of Budapest, depending on how fast you're driving, though. And it's going to be nice to see 2 other teams going at it this afternoon. United Chalad Budapest. Well, they certainly had an exciting time yesterday with the last over thriller. It was Amit Parahar with 3 consecutive sixes. They brought up a victory against the Blinders, a game where they were trailing a fair bit until the last couple of minutes. But lots of players to watch for them. Ashrith Darapareddy is a very, very good player. Left-handed batter and left-arm spinner. He's got all the shots in the book and some that aren't. Vinod Ravindran is a man who I think underperformed yesterday by his standards. I think that he'll be desperate to make some runs. And he'll be chasing in the second half of this game. See Mark Desfontaine as well, with no Farrell in the lineup. I think there's a chance we might see him bowling. Wouldn't surprise me. He does get him down all right, the youngster. We don't see him bowling too much at this level. Raja Gohar comes into their side for the first time, as does Kulam Abbas and Satyendra Parahar. As far as the Vikings, though, they've struggled a bit with the stick. You can see they're predicted to get 85 here. And the way that they've been batting, they'd probably take it, because at the moment they're averaging 64 runs per 10 overs. So that's not great, conceding 119. You can see United Chalad so far, just the 1 day of play, lost 1 and won 1 against the Budapest Blinders. So they are considered favourites in this, but we know anything can happen. And again, I have seen improvements from the Vikings, but I wouldn't say it's been linear. I'd say they're kind of on an upward trend, but they've had a few setbacks along the way. I know the Tigers kind of wrecked their innings yesterday. At one stage, they were something like 17 for 6. But we have seen some bursts of life from their batting order. And I think it's all to do with the approach as well. I think you have to be brave in this form of the game. This is yesterday's hero, Amit Parahar, who is going to open the bowling for UCB today. Once again, I want to welcome everyone in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and of course on FanCode in India. It's great to have your company with us today. A very exciting day for us, where we announced that we have 4 more years added to our deal with Spring Media. to bring you the cricket here on ECN. This is a full toss, and it's going to be 4. Well, this is a really good start. And Sonny, he's the other one, which I should have mentioned, because he has been one guy, really from the get-go for the Vikings, that has shown that he can score boundaries, and he scores one first ball of the day. A bit of a warm-up nut from Paraha. And a good shot selection from Shifsani there. Went with the movement, found the gap, gets 4. Next one's a bit quicker. They block and they run. And I like that intent. Again, that's the kind of ball which they weren't taking a run on or trying to take a run on earlier in the tournament. But I think now they're kind of getting up with the pace and knowing that, all right, their boundaries are probably going to be hard to come by for us just because of the level of opposition we're playing, but we need to keep the score ticking in between. Say hello to Charlie Hunt, who's lurking in the chat, with the lurking emoji. Paraha gets a crack at Tahir Hafiz then. Starts with a wide. Yeah, once again, we always value your comments and questions in that YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Afternoon session. Beautiful, sunny Wednesday afternoon. We're up to 25 degrees now. No real breeze to speak of. Very, very pleasant. Swing and a miss. So, Paraha, let's see if he can follow up these heroics. This one just sneaks inside the tram line. Next one is just pushed out to backward point. So Hafiz is off the mark. So Paraha, pretty interesting individual. It's very useful. He's been there consistently the best bowler in this form of the game. And also, you know, with the bat, he's dangerous, as we found out yesterday. And he seems so good under pressure. This one jumps a bit on Sani. He does well not to nick it. Kenny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me in the commentary, Ice Cube, and we're keeping cool, aren't we, at the moment, is none other than Rico Fall. Rico, a bit of an uphill battle, I suppose, as most of them have been for the Vikings so far, but still, I'd like some of their improvements. Next one pushed away. And this is one thing, Rico, that I've noticed, the intent with the run in between the wickets. I think something they have to do. It's something that shows they're learning already and improving their game.
Very much so. You mentioned the word improvements as the first over comes to an end. Well, that in itself is an improvement. It's 8 of the first. Now, yesterday, to give you an idea, their power play scores were 11 and 6. So one of the things that we were quite critical about is saying they've got to take the singles. They were so indecisive. They weren't prepared to take the singles until much later on in the innings, and we knew that they had to get going inside the power play. They've got to be more positive. They've got to take the odd risk as well early up the order, and I like to see this approach. And look, that number keeps going up. We're not going to mention what that's all about.
200. I'll say it. It's going to come at some point. 261 matches without a golden ball. But here's the thing.
Go on, tell me.
About golden balls, they're a bit like London buses, right? You know, you wait for a while and they all come at once.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we've almost seen, I don't think we've seen 2 in a day, but we've seen consecutive days before. That was in Gibraltar earlier this year. And sometimes you'd say there's no chance of golden ball and you get one anyway. Darragh Peretti's going to bowl over number 2. And, pretty good start from him. Pushed down the ground for a single though. Mark Desfontaine does the fielding. Yeah, I mean, remember, probably one of the most memorable ones for me this year was in the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. The Luxembourg club, Star CC, hadn't won a game all week. They had an elimination game to stay in the tournament. And they were able to pull off a golden ball victory against the Helsinki Titans. So they're a team that you probably hadn't had any wins, and that's the way they started off. This one's a pretty nice sweep shot. And I think this is going to go for 4. So Hafiz, again, he's brought a new dimension to this batting lineup, hasn't he? And so, yeah, once again, bit of a risk, I suppose. But he goes and fetches this ball from outside the off stump. Very well executed sweep shot, 4 runs.
I think this is a really good shot, you know, because there's no risk of LB because it's outside the line of the off stump. And, he plays quite a nifty little sweep. Nobody out there. Big gap. 4 runs. Lovely shot. And, well, he goes again, looking to get that gap. This time doesn't get as much bat onto it. We'll take the single. Yeah, look, much better. And I think a lot of people on the chat will see this as well that were watching those matches yesterday. And they were probably all saying, yeah, come on, we need to see some more intent. We need to see better from the Vikings in the power play. And we are. And we've seen a couple of boundaries. They're looking to take the singles.
Just already seen they're a lot more confident with their stroke play.
Yeah.
I think to play the shots earlier. I do like the slip in place though for Dara Peretti. I think the importance of getting these early guys is not lost on Anil Patanaik, the UCB skipper. At the time there's not a run there. Again, good decision making. Dara Peretti, he's one of their better bowlers as well. Certainly offers something a bit different. And a lot of the time he won't really spin the ball a lot, but it will just kind of slide in. Get a lot of bowls and LBWs that way. Last ball of the over. See again, kind of sliding on, beating the bat. So it is the end of the second over. And pretty good one from Dara Peretti. Wouldn't expect anything less. The score at the end of 2 is 14 for no loss. Well, Rico, this table, we could see a few lead changes on it because, I mean, especially like one of the top 4 from last year, they're all neck and neck. And I can tell you that we had a couple of lead changes this morning. The Cobras went to the top of the table, but then the Tigers, they got it straight back. And just like that, look at the net run rate swing. They were about 5 points behind Royal Tigers on net run rate. But just like that, they're back. And they've got a better net run rate now than the Cobras, who are 3-1.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight. It all seems to be following the similar pattern to what you were saying happened here last year.
Yeah, and that's exactly kind of what happened last year, where we had 3 teams tied on 5 wins. And UCB actually were 4th on 4 wins, so only 1 win behind. And the reason I keep going about net run rate is it was critical. There we go, little pad away. Who's going to chase this? They'll only get 1 here, you know.
This is sensation. The man is backing up, and that's the Anil Patanaik, the captain. But the wicket keeper is wrong-footed him. Watch this. He's backing up. He says, "I'm there, don't worry." He says, "Hang on a minute." "No, I'm not." Trying to get to it.
Stick it in reverse, didn't he?
Well, then he has to get up and get after it. Well, look at this. And that's the wicketkeeper, Tajindra Varma. Varma, he sort of hit and miss for me, Vinny. He sometimes does some really good things, but then occasionally he lets himself down a little bit.
Wow, this is a supersonic throw. And I have a feeling, certainly if it hits, it was thrown so hard, I feel like it had to have been out. Check out this.
Does Varma wear this as well?
Yeah, it wasn't a pleasant one for the keeper because that is absolutely horned in. And bang, straight through the gloves. And that's why you wear pads, although I'm a bit worried that was... I think that's gone over the keeping pads. Keeping pads are a bit shorter than batting pads.
He was hopping around there thinking, okay, was he just doing a little dance or is he in agony?
To be fair,
seems all right.
That was thrown full throttle. There's Abbas, who charging in again. No run here. So no Farrell in the lineup. So no Morell in the lineup as well. So slightly different look UCB side. Of course, you know the importance of these teams. They want to kind of shuffle their deck a little bit. Yeah. I think some of them are eyeing these contests against the Vikings as a chance to maybe try out a few different combinations.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's really well bowled. I don't think we've seen Ghulam Abbas before. It's the first time we've seen him.
Yeah, well, Abbas is a guy who they have brought in for his first game today, along with Raja Gohar and Satyendra Parahar.
Are they related, the two Parahars, do you know?
I believe so.
This one will be called a while. It's that consistency again, and a good time to say a very good hello to two new umpires for the afternoon matches. Yep. James Lloyd out there and Steve Anthony.
Yeah, Steve Anthony, I like to call Hulk Hogan. But also, hello to Jimmy. He's at the bowler's end at the moment.
Gone.
Edge, and yeah.
Oh no, it goes down. It goes down. That is as straightforward as you get. And, well, I may remind you what I said a few balls ago about Tajindra Varma. Sometimes he's very good. Sometimes he really lets himself down.
Yeah, he's on the way up. And you can see it's a pressure position. He kind of gets in a reasonable position to take it, but just not the middle of the gloves. It was climbing on him. So a chance goes down. Of course, he takes the one that isn't edged. Always the way. But still, that one will be re-bowled. 18 without loss. I mean, I suppose that's a big break for the Vikings, who are relying, I think, on these two in particular to get them off to a good start. And so, time for the last ball of the power play. This time, he just watchfully sees this one through to the keeper. And it is the end of the power play. It's 18 for no loss. Well, signs that could have been a bit bigger. Just want to let everyone know about we had a late change due to an unforeseen circumstance. So Anka Ozcool He had a bit of an issue leading up to the game, so hopefully everything's okay with him. But Gopal Saha did come in to the Vikings lineup at the expense of Onka Ozkul. So that's just a bit of team information for everybody. But you see the two teams that are going at this one, match 11. And just noticing there in the bottom corner, this is match number 299 in the ECS this year. Match 300 coming up a little bit later today. And you add that to 144 ECL games, 22. So what's that, about 466 games for the year? Not bad going, seeing we haven't even hit the midpoint of the year yet. In fact, I think technically summer starts in about 5 or 6 days' time. It feels like summer here already in Budapest. We're enjoying it. And now we're going to go back to Ash Darapareddy and over number 4. This is well stroked away. And wow, that's going to beat the fielder too. That exploded off the bat of Sani. And he gets another boundary. And once again, the Vikings, top order, taking on the responsibility. That was just a good shot selection. Well executed. 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely played, Sani. He didn't have a good day yesterday at all. He's the main man that they need to work around him. And he looks to be back into sort of rhythm and groove that we like to see him in. And we saw him in the first time we saw him. He was the only main batter that scored some runs. But yesterday, it just didn't happen for him. In fact, it didn't really happen with the bat at all. Or for the main batters for the Vikings. It was only that partnership. Remember that partnership yesterday between the bowler, really, wasn't it? Between Gori and Ali Nawaz. They put on 50 together when they were 17 for 6 against the Royal Tigers. And they took the score to 84 for 8. And that's the highest score that they have made so far, 84. Before that, it was 73.
It's a good target to try and beat, though. I think, you got to play yourself. Of course, they're a little bit outclassed, I think, a bit outgunned in this series. But, that's where the improvement will come from. He goes for this, and this is blasted into the sky. Well, watch out for the flags. Maximo Hafiz horns this one. Yeah, well, I don't know if he's a golfer, but that one was pretty close to the flag, Rico. A confident one. And the first Maximo of the innings, the first Maximo of the afternoon session to the Vikings.
This is a tremendous hit. It really is. I like the way he plants that foot down and gives it an almighty thump. And this one, he goes for it out on the off. It's being stopped out there. It was a similar sort of delivery to the one he pumped down the ground, but this time he chooses to play a different shot. Not sure why.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just doesn't want to necessarily get carried away. And so almost creating a chance, though. Almost carried, but didn't quite. Last ball, 2 more, actually. Peretti. This one will be stroked away. I think, yeah, you're right. It's a similar ball, but I think sometimes after a 6, you can go one way or the other. You can say, okay, don't get carried away with the last one. Anyway, it's 31 for no loss after 4. Hope you're well today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Once again, we're in the commentary ice cube. Welcome to summer. Well, it's coming in just a few days. But look, we talked about the Vikings, how it's a real steep learning curve, especially with 4 such strong, even teams. There's just no easy games for them at all. And this probably gives a bit of an indication about how much they've struggled, particularly with the bat and with the ball for that matter. I mean, the ones in white, that's the average runs per over. Let's say 64 per 10 overs. You compare that to the top teams that are Raw Tigers and Cobras at 11s. Budapest Blinders, I mean, I think they've underperformed with the bat, to be honest, compared to what they're capable of, 86 and used to be 96. But also, they're leaking too many runs.
Runs against,
119
that's the big one.
per 10 overs. So you combine those things, and you can see why they're at the foot of the table at the moment. But I also think, you also just have to reassess your goals. So it's not that they're not trying to win cricket matches, because obviously they are, but I think, focusing on that improvement, reaching the 100 at some point during the tournament with the bat, or at least, at the moment, trying to improve that top score of 84, I think is a realistic target. I just think just the way they're hitting the ball is a lot more confident than they were at the very beginning. I think the attitude is there. And we've seen it with many things in sports. I mean, take Japan in the Rugby World Cup. It took a They used to get smashed, and then they ended up beating South Africa just a few years later. Cricket, same thing as well.
Listen, I'll give you a very good example as we are in Hungary. As this one's gone up in the air. Vinny, this is coming my way. I'm moving out of the way. I've lost this. Oh, wow. I told you it's coming my way. Well, thankfully, we've got the protector just here for the screen because that smashed into the corner. Well, that is a beautiful hit. Well, I don't think the Spring production would like that too much. Well, there you go. We've signed the contract.
Yeah, well, there you go. You got us for 4 more years. I actually almost craned my neck from trying to look up under the cube because I didn't see a lot of this. But as soon as I saw it was headed for your side, I was out of here.
I told you it was coming. It was going. That is a blast. That is a Bizway Super 6. Well, Sani, he's doing the business. What a hit.
Yeah, didn't even bother calling that, did we? We were just in self-preservation mode.
But no, look, going back to what you were saying about where teams started. Yeah. Remember Hungary in football 15, 20 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
15, 20 years ago, they were being pumped 8-0, 12-0. Yesterday, they beat England 4-0. That tells you just how improvement can happen. And we've seen it happen on the road as well with many a cricket team in this European Cricket Series. And that one's played nicely out. They should be looking for 2 here. And this is, well, yeah, they need to be just a little bit quicker there.
I'll give you another example. How about Bangladesh in cricket as well? I mean, Bangladesh kind of had a real tough time in international cricket when they were first admitted. And wait for this ball. Yes, and should be taken, and it is. So, well, Hafiz is the man who's going to have to go. And that's not one they really wanted to lose. I suppose you've got to take the good with the bad. Pretty nice catch, though, you've got to say. And well done to Abbas, who gets his first wicket of the tournament. But I'd say, as captain, Anil Padanayak, he's in that position. He takes it, kind of awkward one, awkward height.
Yeah.
He did well to hold on to it. So the first wicket falls in match 11. And unfortunately, there's the end of Hafiz, who's got to go for 14. The score is 39 for 1.
Yeah, look, he's done his part, hasn't he? He's played his shots. They've run well. The improvement, there's a vast improvement there. And I'm seeing who they've got going out there now. I would like to actually see the captain going out. I think he certainly made a good improvement yesterday. Scored 20 runs in the second innings. He's a nifty little player, is Rook Ball, but he's going at the moment for Kashif Mohammed. So maybe he's going to come in at number 4. But look, it's a good start. 39 on the board, approaching the halfway point. If they can sort of, I know there's only a ball to go, but get into the 40s. I normally try and say, well, aim to get to around about 40, 45 in the power play. But this is a massive improvement from what we've seen from the Vikings. And yesterday, the Vikings were able to accelerate in the second part of their innings as well. So they're looking at a score around about the Grady 80s here at the moment. That'll be pretty good, but I think still they'll push on to try and get to the 90.
The hardest thing is going to be to sustain this if they lose this top order. Because they probably don't have the depth that some of the other teams have. Well, here's a guy that really enjoyed watching so far. Jith Sridharakurup. He took a very good one-handed catch yesterday in that position. Right now, it's the end of 5 and it's 39 for 1 at the halfway point. Yeah, so I'd say, yeah, that 84 top score for the Vikings. That's something they'd want to try and beat. Of course, then even that, say they get something in the Grady 80s, it's going to be pretty hard to defend when you got some of the players of the class of Jarapareddy. Obviously, Ravindran as well. He's one that will want to get cracking in this series. He'll see this as a real opportunity to do that. It looks like we're going to get change of bowling. The man I was just talking about, Sridharakurup, is going to bowl. And he's got one of the best hairdos I've seen in the ECS for a while as well. Into over number 6. And this is pitched up, and it is going to disappear. Maximo! Sani's not waiting around either. And this was a good, confident shot. I mean, it's a drivable length. He backs himself to get it over the outfield, and he does. So, an excellent start to the 6th over for the Vikings.
Well, the hairdo not being appreciated by Sani. Sani, well, he's fine. Look, we said all along, didn't we, especially on day 1 when we saw them, that or day 2, I'd say that they're a team that this man gets into double figures or gets into the teens, but has to go bigger. Well, he's in the 20s here now. He's already put up his highest score, but he's got to keep going. So much depends on the way that Chris Sani bats here.
Yeah, well, get away with this as well. Does saying Sani make you a bit hungry when you're getting into lunchtime? You know what you say in England for sandwich?
Nah, not really.
Sani?
Not really. I think
go for
nice
a
days.
Sani,
I know you've got a better appetite than me.
Lunch is coming.
Just keep fueling up on water, the old energy drink. Hey, I wonder if Daddy Hudacek just sent that parcel off the drinks he was drinking.
Oh, yeah. Those energy drinks, they were crazy. Maiden Water saying she heard that smack into our commentary equipment. That was pretty close to us. This is a bit of luck for the batter, but there's nobody down here. There's just green grass. And, well, someone comes from nowhere and keeps that to 1. I would have thought there was a chance for 2 there. It was Satyendra Padaha that comes into the frame just at the right time to keep it to 1. Next one played back. Srita Krupp, good recovery. Just got a bit of an answer to your question from earlier, Rico, as well. Looking into it a little bit further. This is in the air, and it's going to fall just out of the grasp of Dace Fontaine. I think he was a bit worried about going the wrong way up a one-way street there. I think if he knew he was the only person with a chance to catch it, he might have got that because he's a really good fielder. But yeah, you could see, probably wisely, just checking that there's no outfielder coming in and avoiding a potential collision. Back to that fun fact in a second. This will be hit but no run. That the 2 Parahas in the side, well, they are cousins, so they are related, as I suspected, but they're not brothers, they're cousins. So, yeah, Satyendra Padaha coming into the lineup today. Listed about 6 for UCB. This is the end of the 6th over. The score is 48 for 1. So, yeah, once again, you're seeing say on that kind of 8 and over rate, which is it's a bit of an improvement for sure.
It is. I still think. I mean, it's been a big improvement. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to sound like I'm still banging the drum and going on about the Vikings, but I still think when that first wicket went down, that you have to go with either Ricky Bull, the captain, to come out, or maybe the man that batted really well yesterday, scoring 34 runs. You go for Usar Gori, because they're guys that can hit the ball hard. I just think here they've got Kashif Mohammed out there, but he seems to be struggling getting the ball off the square. Well, this is an interesting action, isn't it? This man comes firing in. He's a tall man. Real swing there. Look at this.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a proper swing, isn't it? And he's come in for the first time in this series, Raj Gohar.
Yeah, he might get a word from the umpire about where he's actually finishing up when he delivers. He's right in front of the umpire. I know it's an artificial, so they probably won't be too concerned about running into the protective area. But still, look at him. He charges in. He's like a rhinoceros on the charge, and he comes. And that's better this time. He's where he needs to be. I think maybe the umpire probably did have a little work with him, James Lloyd.
Yeah, I do like that. It's a bit of trying to work out. It was a Sri Lankan bowler, maybe Ramesh Ratnayaka or Ravi Ratnayaka, that used to run in like this. And a bit of the Merv Hughes about this as well, if you're asking me about the runner. Really? Merv Hughes used to come in with the hands at his sides.
Look at him, Raja.
Don't make me do it.
Well, I
think his run-up could be longer, though.
Yeah, this is Raja.
Because I can't quite reach him from here.
A bit of masala power. In he comes, charging in.
I'm loving this. I just want to slow-mo this run-up.
Oh,
that's good. That's
I tell you what, me and Bazza saw a shoulder get popped out yesterday. Well, he could be popping his shoulder out the way he's slinging this in.
Yeah, and it's not quite a Malinga. It's slingy, but it doesn't have the angle of Malinga, which is more horizontal. He still actually kind of comes over the top a bit more than I think Lasith Malinga, but he's definitely a slinger. I've got to love a slinger. A bit more of the Jeff Thompson about his action at the end. He's kind of a hybrid of about 5 of my favourite bowlers. He just needs a moustache.
I've never really noticed the front of those shirts, and I quite like it. Is that the eagle there on the front?
I'll get a close in on that in a second. But yeah, Gohar playing his first match on ECN. This is punch square of the wicket, and it's mishandled, although it won't cost him a run, or it might. Because they're going to come back for 2. Good throw. Might have him in trouble. I think he could be struggling a little bit here. Might have just been home.
No, I don't know. He may be just in the air here, the bat. Let's have a look. Wicketkeeper's in good position. How good is his handwork here? Yeah, gone.
I think he is just gone. And, yeah, really good throw. Had to be to get him.
As well. And you can see the batter just coming into the picture there, and the bat still not grounded.
It's a good dive, but it just doesn't quite get there, does he? So I think he knows the writing's on the wall. And it will be a really good piece of fielding that runs him out. So it's the second wicket now. Kashif Mohammed is going to have to go for 4. It's 52 for 2. Look, maybe with 3.5 overs left in this innings, might not be the worst
No, I
result
don't think
for the Vikings.
Yeah,
to
I don't
get
want to
a
be
new player in there.
I don't want to be unkind to Kashif Mohammed. I mean, he's tried his best out there, but I think it's probably this could work in the favour of the Brisbane Vikings. I think maybe get somebody like either Gorey in there now, the captain himself, Rifat. I think that could make a big difference.
Yeah, you see how tight that call is. I don't think on the field that many umpires would be calling that out, but I think with the assistance of the technology, you could really kind of break it down to the frame by frame. And it is a wicket, so he doesn't go for 4. In fact, he goes for 2.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you a story.
Scores 50 for 2, pardon me. Here's the score now.
Quick story. As 666 comes out, Sagori. And he was very nice to me this morning. Came out, he said, Rico, he said, thank you very much. He said, all the years I've been playing cricket, nobody's ever given me any advice about me bowling. He said, and I've tried it and it's working. And look, you just have to watch him bowl today. I'm going to put the mockers on him, I know. But I know you shouldn't say this, but he really has improved. And he's out there now. I like to see him out there now because he does hit the ball well. And I like to see this. This could be an interesting partnership. This could where we could really see some acceleration.
Yeah, we could. Gotta say, gotta watch that side line. It's pretty close to that one. When I say close, I mean I think he touches, but I mean it's a long way behind the line. He's bowling from a long way back. Raja Gohar, but I always love to see things that are a bit different, to be honest. And well, let's just see if your man Gorey can put something together in the last 3 and a bit overs.
Well, he's the main man, Sani, at the moment.
Yeah, Sani's in the face up now.
Yeah, I see what you mean by that. What we call the return crease. The bowler's got to be very careful that back foot don't touch it.
But the thing is, he's got such a long stride.
How do you see? How does an umpire see this? You see?
Yeah, you see, and then umpires having to look around him anyway. So I mean, that's why I hate the back foot rule. I think it's got to go. All right, 52 for 2 after 7 overs, and I know that one thing we're really looking forward to is the ECC. Just good to mention that again. That I know that a lot of people around the world are excited as well. And now I'm going to fast forward. I don't think I've talked too much about Group D. Italy and Germany, they're drawn together again, and they had a really close match last time in the ECC. Norway, I mean, they had a bit of a slow start last time, but very unlucky not to qualify from their group last time. Yeah. Romania, we know that they're a bit of a T10 force. They won the Valeta Cup recently. And Switzerland, they showed with their club team, Alton, that they really love the format as well. Switzerland playing for the first time. So what do you think about that group?
I really do. I mean, look, remember, you've mentioned Romania winning in Malta, Germany winning there just recently in Krefeld. Yeah, that is it's a spicy group. But the one thing I like about it is I think any one of those two teams, like we're seeing with the early matches here today between the Tigers and the Cobra, on their day, anyone can be totally destructive and win.
Here's Des Fontaine, who is going to get a bowl. And I thought he might, just looking at the makeup of their team. And he's a pretty talented young player. Saw him playing for the Hungarian national team, the ECC last year. He's a handy kind of bit part player because he's kind of does everything. Sometimes you see him doing nothing because they've got the kind of their specialists they normally go to. But I think he's really versatile and can step into any role. And I think it's good to see him getting a bowl here. Also, he's a very, very good fielder. So,
what do you think? What are your thoughts on this field? They're being very attackive, aren't they? They can have 5 men out. Well, they're making a change here now, but still, have they got 5 out or 4?
Now they have
5 because fine leg is back. Yeah.
I'll tell you what my thoughts are in a second. Oh, swing and a miss. Now, what I would say is I would like to see the third man back. And the reason is that I think that's one area that the batters can sneak a boundary. I think you should have the third man and the fine leg back unless you're wanting to have outfielders elsewhere. Because normally it's one regardless, right? So I think that's probably the way I would have changed the field when they did have only 4 outfielders out. Yeah. But I do agree in the sentiment of keeping extra infielders in can be a good strategy.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, wow. This one's done everything. And it seems so much it's gone to fine leg. It'll be called a wide.
Well, I was going to say, this just beats me. I was going to say, I think the fine leg is there for this purpose here. I don't think the 100... Look at that one.
That has seemed more... I mean, that could have been...
This is going off... Look at this. Look at this move off the pitch. Wow. And that's a cutter. That's a real cutter.
Poor Varma. He's not touching that. I still can't believe it seems so much it went down to fine leg from the offside tram line.
And now this one gets this to go the other way. Good bowling. No, but go back to this. I like this field. I like the way that they've got the 2 men on either side pretty close. I do like it.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
So
I like your thoughts on that, though. I agree with you.
we've got there on the onside. We've got, there we go. Look, you've got men either side pretty close. You could quite easily, they could be on the circle, but they're not. They're just making sure we're not going to give any easy singles away. And what that also does is this. It means that the batters now are trying to, rather than focus on just getting bat on the ball, take a single, which has been sort of eliminated, sort of. They're now looking to hit over the top of them, but they've still got protection in other places. Third man has come up, and okay, I don't mind that so much because their thinking is if we have the fine leg pretty fine and straight, maybe it can do both duties.
Yeah. I'll come back to that in a second, just to clarify it. This is driven pretty nicely out to deep point for 1.5, and just the one. So, yeah, I mean, I do think that's kind of the trend is that the third man of the final leg, they're kind of sacrificed. And so it's not a bad field that it's in the circle. It just means that you're wanting to put an outfielder somewhere else. So if you did have this strategy to have more infielders in, so traditional kind of outfielders like long on, long off, you can bring them up, or maybe you can bring the deep point up, then I do like to see the third man going back. Because you're obviously saying you're not backing the batters to hit over the top, but they are likely to probably get more nicks and stuff that could go to the boundary. Anyway, it is the end of the 8th, and the score now is 56 for 2. So they've gone back down to 70 pace. You're just drifting a bit, aren't they, at the moment? Good over, though, from Marc Desfontaine. He only concedes 4 in the 8th. Doesn't get hit to the boundary. In fact, we haven't had a boundary now for 17 deliveries. You can see nobody in double-digit economy. Darryl Peretti, in fact, the most expensive of the bowlers. The wicket went to Ghulam Abbas earlier in this innings. And now, get set because Raj Gohar's coming back. I think everyone's excited about that. So, here comes Raja. He's got to make sure that back foot stays inside the side line. I feel like they've had a look at it now and they might be on the lookout for it. So, again, I'm going to tell you why I don't like that rule in a second. But here he is, charging in. This is in the air, but it won't carry it to deep point. Yeah, one of the reasons I don't like the back foot rule is because it's a bit of a relic of the past when it didn't actually matter where your front foot landed at all, as long as your back foot was behind the bowling crease and didn't touch the side line. They changed the bowling crease, which is in line with the stumps, to a front foot popping crease rule, but they never changed the back foot rule. So it means the umpires have to watch both feet and then look up at the play. And I think most of the time they're not looking at the back foot. Most of the time we're seeing maybe from off the field some guidance about that. I think it's been impractical at all levels of cricket. I'd like to see just a front foot rule for both the width and the length. This one is in the air and again doesn't quite go to the fielder. Got to say though, Gohar, I've liked what he's brought to the table here, and I think he's the kind of guy that would be awkward to face because with that action, you just feel he's going to be a bit unpredictable, isn't he?
Yeah.
And so that's pretty unsettling as a batter as well.
Yeah, one thing I would say about Gohar, from what he's bowling and he's pretty lively, he's getting good bounce. I'd have one more in the ring there on the offside. Whether I'd bring the long off up into the ring and just get it tighter out but towards point, because there are chances here. This time he's really trying to bang it in, but he loses his radar a bit, goes down the leg side. So that's a wide, but it's okay. Good work there from the keeper. Nice footwork this time from Tajinder Varma.
Yeah, let's give Varma his dues there. That was an awkward one, and he handled it well. That's what I talked about, the ball being unpredictable. But then I think maybe, I'd probably like to see Gohar with the new ball, because he doesn't strike me as a guy who you want at the end of the innings, because he is a bit all over the place, I think. With the new ball, he's the kind of guy that could surprise the openers and get good batters out, I think. Something to think about. Not that he's done a bad job here at all. This one's more on target. It's lifted up. Darryl Peretti on the chase. They should get 2 here. And they will. Sani trying his best to keep things moving, but things ground to a halt with a lack of boundaries. Like I said, the first ball of the 6th over was the last time we saw a boundary. That was a 6. And so the Vikings, for all their hustle, still kind of regressing to that. Was that 6.4 and over is their average run rate to this point in the series. At the moment, hanging around 7.2.
Roger, I think we're going to have to give him the name of the Hungarian Express.
Yeah,
We-
okay.
We need an express in Hungary, and I think he
It's
deserves
a
it,
pretty
yeah.
bumpy train.
Yeah. Oh, well. It just in this one, you see when he's running in this one, you can see he's not right. You can see he's not right. He's not his normal speed. Look, he's a little bit all over the place. He's like you said, he is a little bit bumpy, and though he does try to sort of get himself back on track, it's the Hungarian Express, he's not able to. It goes wide. I think he just needs to get back to it. Man, he's a big man. Maybe he's huffing and puffing a little as well. It's a long way he goes to his mark. There's that shirt. I do like those shirts, Vinny.
It's like a double-decker train. Yeah, I got to say, UCB strips, one of my favourites.
Toot, toot. Here he comes. Come on.
Leaving the station. 3 to come. Another wide. He's going to get plenty of practice here. This is what I mean. Obviously, it's his first bowl in the tournament as well. So, you know, cut him a bit of slack there. But there's things I really like about his action, but I do honestly think if I would consider bowling him a bit earlier.
Well, given the new ball?
Yeah, I think new ball, he's going to do some weird things to it. He has a strange release point. I think he's the kind of guy that top order batters of the other top teams, let's say, will hate facing.
Yeah.
You know, because just you don't know what it's going to be. You can't really settle
I'd
yourself.
like to know, I mean, we're not going to be able to see here, but I'd like to know how he actually holds the ball with the action that he bowls with. Oh, no, he's just getting wider and wider. You see, what's happening there?
He'll come around the wicket now, I bet, if that's
If we see this again, look at the body. Look how upright he is. He doesn't bend. He's almost upright. He's got to really bend and get that ball going. He's got to whip it through. He's not whipping it as he was before.
Yeah. I thought he might go around the wicket, but then I worried about how wide he's starting, that he might run straight through James Lloyd, the umpire, if he comes from the same angle.
He's got to keep his head straight. That's for a start. Head straight, follow through, and he'll be there. Just take a breather.
I'm a bit worried about this train getting derailed at the moment.
He'll be back
where's
on
it
it now.
going?
He'll
Come
be
on.
back on it now. There you go.
There you go. And well, he might have a wicket here. It's Ravindran, and he takes the catch. Well, the Hungarian Express, Gohar, gets his first wicket in ECS cricket. So I know he hasn't always been where he wanted it, but he's pretty happy, I think, to have his first wicket in the series. And so it will be the wicket of Sani, who batted pretty well for 36, but he becomes the third wicket to fall. It's 64 for 3.
Yeah, and well done to Raja Gohar there. I mean, just lost his way a little bit there, but I like the way that he got the encouragement and the support from others. That's very important. And they're just basically saying to look, keep going. And he'll go back. That's the other thing. This is the beauty, Vinny. I always say the beauty of the European Cricket Series for a lot of these players who probably haven't even watched themselves play cricket before is they can go back, have a look, and maybe with the captains and with the team coaches, they can look at what they're doing and pick up the areas where they're going wrong and work on it. And I'm sure that this man, Raja Gohar, will do exactly that. I'm looking forward to seeing him again already. 64 on the board. 3 wickets down here now. Still a couple of deliveries to come because of the wides and the extras. Just have a quick look at the extras. It's mounted up slightly here now. So we're into double figures. All of those in wides. Let's see what he can do to the new batter. This is somebody, Sadaqib, who can also handle the bat pretty well. But now they're going to have to because Kashif, he went early, didn't he? And Sani now just gone there. He was the main real contributor. Good innings from him. He's the best score he's had so far, 36 of 31. Though he did slow down a bit towards the end. But somebody now has to give the ball a bit of a crack. And can Sani be the one to do it? And he does hit it pretty well. As he found the gap, the fielders should stop it. They do. And
he was about to launch that in. He was going to flick that in, and that could have gone anywhere. And I mean anywhere. That could have ended up on the roof of the, the lunchroom. Look at him. He shapes to it, and then he realises, actually, you know what?
I thought he could have played the wrong way for a
I
moment.
could just turn it around and throw it in. I kind of wanted to see where that flick would have
You're
gone
wicked.
from Sridhar Akura. Bit of a one-hand specialist, isn't he? Gohar, well, not too bad figures from him. I know he's been a bit wayward. I think they've got to hurry up and hustle through this ball, though. But I think they're just okay for time. Might want to bowl a wide here, though. Last ball of his spell. And this one could be another wicket. It's in the air and it's dropped.
Dropped by the skipper.
And he's normally pretty good with those, Patanak. And it will be a single. Gorey survives. Gohar could have had 2. Time to park the train for now. All happening in the 9th. The score is 66 for 3.
Yeah, unlucky. And the captain, it would have been a good catch. They're always difficult ones, aren't they? These are the ones that you see players practice time and time again, where they start in one place, the ball's going over their head, and then the coach says, right, go now, and they go and they try and take it when it's coming over your shoulder. They're not easy, but, well, we do know that Patanak has normally got pretty safe hands, so Gorey's a bit unlucky. Could have been 2 for 14, but he's 1 for 14. That's very respectable for the first time that he's bowled in the European Cricket Series. Well bowled to Roger Gorey, the Hungarian Express.
Yeah, well, it was fun to watch him, wasn't it? Now, Mark Desfontaine's going to come back for the 10th over, 66. So again, can they grab a boundary or 2, maybe push that 80? Pretty good ball, good length. You see what I mean about Desfontaine? I mean, often we don't see him bowling, but he's a pretty solid player.
He's very economical. That's what I say about him. He gets the ball in the right areas. I mean, sometimes in this format, Vinny, and you know, or we know, because of the amount of cricket that we have seen, it's all about not thinking about taking the wickets, but about containing and keeping the runs down, because that is what puts pressure on batters and gets them out. It's okay as well. So he's running a good line. It's full, it's straight. And he's aiming at an area where he's keeping the ball out of the reach. He's keeping it out of what I call the swing zone. So well done.
Yeah, I think it's clever death bowling. Gonna keep it up though. Yeah, it's like that footwork, just trying to change something up. It turned out to be a pretty good full straight ball, but just get 1. So yeah, Gorey, maybe how good a batting coach are you, Rico, as well? Although, no, he did okay yesterday.
Listen,
I like that you're taking most of the credit for his performances.
Me? No, I'm not.
I'm just joking, I know.
No.
He was actually very...
He's a lovely lad, he is. In fact, they're a great team. I'm not just, they're a great team. They know themselves they've got a lot of learning to do.
Yep,
but what I like about him is every time we see him, they are learning. They're putting it into practice. And this one, well, that's... we saw that Raj Gohar took his first wicket. And there's one there for Desfontaine. Well done to the young man. Bowls well. Look, he showed really good variations there. Started off keeping the ball outside the off and frustrating the batter. And then he's thinking here, right, okay, I'm going to put this one straight up there. I know your eyes are going to light up. You're going to go after it. But I'm going to back myself to knock him over. And he does. Middle stick. How about that? Bang on the money.
He's a big boy, but he's only 16 years of age, Mark Desfontaine. And this one crashed into the stumps. You miss, I hit stuff. And here's the end of side Akib. The score now 67 for 4. But I think you're exactly right. And all jokes aside, I mean, that's one area that I think, in a lot of European countries at the grassroots level, getting coaching, kind of, I suppose, experienced people with knowledge of the game and the kind of more technical aspects is something that probably lacks a bit. I mean, just the economics of it, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
So even I know that I'm always excited when teams ask questions, and especially a lot of keepers approach me with little technical things, and I feel like I'm bringing something that maybe doesn't exist in the country too much. Anyway, 2 to come. New batter is Ahmed Khan, and he's gone as well. So this will be 2 in a row. He's hit the timber, and he's got a chance for a hat-trick now, Mark Desfontaine, as things are falling off at the end. And I really like that Desfontaine's taken this opportunity with 2 hands. And he's used his right hand to grab 2 wickets in the last. Vikings, 67 for 5, I should say. And the last ball of the over coming up will be a hat-trick ball.
Yeah, and look, you know what? I'm gonna call it early. I think he's going to get it. I think he's going to get it because I've just seen, I think he's somebody, he comes across as a bowler, the young 16-year-old Fontaine, who can get the ball in the right areas. And, all sorts of things coming up on the screen there.
Spring's a bit carrot. I think they've already popped the champagne in the spring tent. And, this is what we're looking for. Hat-tricks. Could we have Mark Desfontaine as number 12 there? Goodness sake, 6 for 5. Also the best figures of the year. Yeah. That was Spartans versus the Tigers at 6th of June. Here we are, 9 days later. Could we have our 12th hat-trick of the year? No pressure on Mark here, but you won't get a better opportunity to take a hat-trick. You got Rakibul Rifat, who you can guarantee is going to try and do something silly. I think you just got to get it on the stumps.
Do you think he's going to try and do
reverse Malachi? He's ramping this. I'm not Nostradamus. He's trying to deflect this for 4 to fine leg. You got a big chance for bowler LB. But you got to hit the pegs, youngster. Here we go. Last ball, hat-trick ball. Oh, no. He's bowled a massive wide. That's the pressure of the moment.
He's young. Look, you're going to say he's a young man. He's allowed that. He's allowed that.
We ramped the pressure on him there.
Can we
pretty
rewind
hard.
and do it again? Can we just rewind and do it again? Let's put no pressure on him. Look, he's still bowling.
You want to take a mulligan
2
on.
for 6, ball to go. Come on, get it right up there.
You want to take a mulligan on that one. That one's gone mild into the left. All right, let's see what we can do the last ball, I should say. There it is. That was more on the mark. Rifat does something pretty sensible. Desfontaine throws anyway. Test his backup fielders. Rifat wants the second. They might get it, Force the wide throw. That's good running. They'll get 2 there. So it drags them out of the 60s, gets them up to 70 off their 10 overs. Again, not quite as many as they wanted, especially because they had a fairly decent start.
Yeah.
But, credit to UCB and their death bowlers, I think, for the most part. In particular, I really like Mark Desfontaine. And when you consider he took 2 for 8 bowling at the death, he just didn't give too many away. And, I was rattling the timber a couple of times. And, I've got to say, UCB, obviously, a bit disappointed last year, I think, to finish 4th at the group stage. I don't think they see themselves wanting to do that again. They'd love to grab a top 2 spot. They've got some good players. We're going to see some of them with the bat after the break, because I do think we're likely to see Ravindran in particular opening the inning. I think he'll be out to make a few runs as we go back to some of the highlights. And it was a pretty positive start for the Vikings, Rico.
Look, it really was. And congrats to Kashif Sani. He certainly did get game this time. He played some really nice shots early on, didn't he? Just showed that why he said quality. He's the sort of guy that if he can bat all the way through for them, then they can probably get to that 100 mark. But it was much better. I like the energy. They were running better and hitting the ball well. And they get to 70, so just ran out of steam a little bit. But look, you cannot take anything away from the bowling as well. The bowling was very good, especially there towards the end. The bowling at the death was good.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is the one that almost took us out. And look at that. We've got a great view of it. Just deflecting off the corner. And yeah, you can see that I was pretty relieved. And none of my equipment was affected in that. And Spring Productions, well, I mentioned that you've got a partnership with them for 4 more years. Partnerships out there weren't lasting quite as long, were they? Although there was some nice shots. And look, at least, they're showing that intent now. There were 3 Maximos in the innings. This is a little fumble, but it did actually kind of work out for them as it resulted in the run out of Kashif Mohammed for just 2. But another man that I like to watch was Raja Gohar, the Hungarian Express. He picked up his first wicket in ECS cricket. He was a little bit erratic, but I think that could be more of a strength and a weakness depending on how he's employed. This could have been a second wicket for him, but only Patanaik wasn't able to hold on to that opportunity. And then it was mind the windows time, wasn't it, as Akib went. And then very next ball, Desfontaine had 2 in 2. He was on a hat-trick. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a pin in the tail on the donkey. Hat-trick ball from Mark Desfontaine, but he did finish with a pretty good one. He snuck a 2 off it. And so the wheels falling off a little bit in the innings. The Vikings ending up with 70 for 5. Sani, he was the main contributor with 36 off 31 balls. And probably not the pace that he wanted to bat at, striking at 116. Apart from that, Hafiz got him off to a pretty good start before he was caught well by Patanaik in the short third-man position off the bowling with Ghulam Abbas. He scored 14. No one else cracking double digits. 11 wides, probably something UCB want to work on. We talked a lot about extras in this series and how they could be the difference between 2 teams on any given occasion. Economy-wise, well, everyone in single digits, which is always a pretty good sign. Desfontaine, for me, I think it was the best of the bowlers. Not necessarily always bowling, but the 16-year-old doing a good job cleaning up in the 10th. He finished with 2 for 8. Other wickets went to Abbas, who was pretty good, 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. Gohar, the Hungarian Express, he was a real live wire. Loved watching him run in. He took 1 for 14. But all the bowlers, I think, working as a team to restrict this total. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back, and when we do, it will be the United Chillard openers that will be out there. UCB, they'll need 71 for victory. Hope you're having a great day, and it's great to have your company. On behalf of the European Cricket Network, this is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Ford. On behalf of all of our partners at Spring Productions and Spring Media as well. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today from Budapest. We'll be back with more cricket very shortly. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Hungary.
Hello and welcome back. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series that you're watching in Hungary, in the capital of Budapest. What a lovely city it is. And this GB Cricket Oval is absolutely fantastic as well. It looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? I have to say that we really are spoilt for these fantastic venues across Europe. Bulgaria, absolutely beautiful ground there. Romania, where I was as well, that was fantastic. And then Landskrona and Stockholm, and now here in Budapest, it's just great. It's great to see not only the grounds and the locations just being absolutely top notch, but also the players as well. Seeing some old friends, making some new friends, and seeing them improve all the time. And talking of improving all the time, I think that's certainly what we can say about the Debrecen Vikings as well. Their captain, and Rakbul, in fact, he's going to have a bowl first. They're going to go with spin straight away. I don't mind this so much. I mean, normally it's a strategy that you go with when you've got loads of runs on the board. They've got 70 to play with. 71 is a target. So maybe it's a bit of a gamble, but I can understand it. Here we go. Rifat to bowl the first. And there's not a good delivery. It's short. It's down the leg side, and it gets punished. And that's 4 runs, and that is to Jindra Verma. He says, okay, I'll put this away, no problem. And he smashes that away. In fact, yeah, it is Verma. I was going to say Verma is on strike, and Vinoth Ravindran is the non-striker. And he's a man that want to keep improving. I think we saw better from him in the last match. Made a few runs, but we know that his class, his quality. At the moment, he just watches from the other end, and this one has gone through the field. I don't think it will go to the boundary, but it will give the option for the batter to take the second, and he does. So a bit of loose fielding there. Lucky Bull, come on. Can he get the breakthrough? Can he get the wicket? That would certainly give them the confidence. I did like what they did. Big swing and a miss. So Varma at the non-striker's end. Ravindran, he's gone across the line. He's backed himself to play the shot. Fielders give it chase and do well. And that is Sulaiman Mohammed. Well, keep an eye on him, because if anything goes in the air there, anywhere near that onside, and it's catchable, he'll take it. He said, don't let his size fool you. He's very acrobatic. We've seen him take some great catches. Capitan wanted to finish well. That's a good delivery. That's actually well bowled. It's clever bowling. He saw the ball before that Ravindran was prepared to go right across the line to him. So he says, okay, I'm going to take the pace off it even more and get it straighter. Will you do it again? He's trying to get him to make the full shot here. And he does go again, and this time he gets a bit more meat on it. And Sulaiman, has he done enough? I think he has. I thought for a moment that he was going to flick this, and he's going to flick it, that it comes back over the line. But I think you see here he's done enough. I told you, he's a big man, but he's pretty energetic. Here we go. Just for a moment here, I thought, oh no, he's not going to flick it back over. He goes with the right hand opposed to the left. Keep an eye on it. It goes up in the air, and no, that's okay. Good work. And that is the end of the first over. And starts with 9 on the board. And, well, this is where we are. And, yeah, look, that partnership between the European Cricket Network and the Spring Media has been extended for 4 more years. And, yeah, look, I just got to say, from my side of things, I know there's a lot of sort of technical sides as well, but from my side, working with the guys on site has been absolutely fantastic. It's been absolutely brilliant. And now you got me doing my old party trick. See, you can hear me talking twice. I could do that sometimes. And thank you to Spring Productions. Well, look, I'm just bigging up the guys, Andres, Martins and Richards, and you're cooking me here, guys. You're cooking me. What's going on? Only joking. But no, look, they've been absolutely fantastic, and I just love every moment of my time with them when we do the intros and the coin tosses. They're very professional, and I know that people around the world will agree that what you see on your screens is absolutely magical. So thank you, guys. And long may that partnership continue. Go back to the action. Up in the air. Oh, he has no idea where this is gone. And gets very lucky. And the fielder's there. Having a bit of a tug of war between each other. They do eventually get there. They're going for Kashif Mohammed. He's bowling this one. And they've got options of who they can use. And one thing that has surprised me, I'm not sure why, Usar Ghori has always opened the bowling. And for some reason, they're keeping him back as they're keeping Sulaiman Mohammed. Sulaiman Mohammed doesn't normally bowl till midway through, but Ghori normally does. That's high, and that's going to be called a no ball. And it's also timed beautifully as well. Doesn't try to hit it too hard, just uses the pace of the ball. Look, he just gets himself into position, sees it early, helps it along the way. And, well, that's unnecessary. So 4 runs and the no ball as well. And so free hit coming up. And Tajinder Varma saying, okay, I don't mind it. You give it to me. And let's see if he can make it count. So and I think he will make it count. How far does this go? He goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. It's a really nice shot. So let's see the captain there just having a little chat with the bowler. That's Ahmed Khan. And yeah, apologies. I think I called him Kashif Mohammed, but that is 122 on his back. That is a 1. 22 is worn by Kashif Mohammed. So Ahmed Khan has gone for 13, just 2 balls. Once again, I think this is an error for me for the captain. Asking the question, probably going down the leg side. A little shake of the head from the umpire. Steve Anthony, AKO Hulk Hogan. Yeah, look, this is going down the leg. Yeah, I think when you got a bowler who's bowling well, you don't change it. And one thing, I think Usar Ghori's never let you down. And I just think I could understand the captain wanting to bowl the first, maybe just change things slightly to try and get an early wicket. But you've got to go with your main wicket takers, and Ghori certainly has been that. And another man who's in there as well is Faris Iqbal. I mean, for me, Faris Iqbal and Ghori need to be opening up. They're 2 guys that look really good. Well, that's an opportunity. It's been spilled by the bowler. He does get down, but Ahmed Khan not able to take the catch. And I think he's okay there. I think it's just a shoelace he's tying up. Yeah, I mean, it was dipping. It's good effort, really, I think. I think maybe it doesn't quite carry. Just not able to get his hands underneath it. But done pretty well. Need a breakthrough. Need one quickly. They need to be looking for victories here. That's what they need. If they are to stay alive, the team making their debut in this series, they need to pick up some points here today. And the double would have been fantastic for them, though it would have been a big ask. Second over coming to an end. 24 on the board already. This is the last ball off it. He hit pretty well, and you may as well make it 28. It's a nice shot, a bit uppish. For a moment, I thought maybe Ghori was going to be in with a shout with the cat, but it's too wide of him, and it's nowhere near the fielder, Kashif Mohammed. So 4 to finish, 28 of 2 overs, and that's always the danger when you gamble with bowlers and you haven't got too many runs to protect. And you can see that the ball now has been given to Usar Ghori straight away. And let's see if he can make any inroads as we have a look at the tables. The Royal Tigers sitting pretty at the top. And you can see that United Kışladağ Budapest, they're the team that are looking to try and catch up, play catch up. If they can win 2 matches here themselves, they'll also go joint second. But all the question marks will then be on the survival, really, of the Vikings. And on that note, it's a good time to welcome back into the, well, I was going to say the Ice Cube, but the man who's wearing the shades, Vinny Sandu.
I'm ready for action. Let's get rid of 666 action. It's your man, Gory, coming into the third over. A bit later than I think you thought.
Yeah.
And I know I enjoyed my lunch. I want to say a big thank you to Kamita and Steph and all the local organising committee for organising lunch for us here. It was a nice biryani. I know that you're about to tuck into yours. But maybe we'll give you this over from Gory to get a little bit excited.
Gory. Gory, and look out for, look, I'll tell you, if I'm eating me lunch, watch out for Iqbal as well. I know you may have seen him.
Well, Gory's come straight from the Rico Full Bowling Academy, which did the 5-minute express course. And he's, I've got to say, he's bowling with a bit of pace.
Yeah, just a little bit too wide with his line at the moment. Just a little stagger there. I mean, you can't quite see it from here because his head's in the way, but the umpires have been pretty strict on that. And Rifat is just making a bit of a change in the field here. I think he's moving. Yeah, he's making a swap of fielders. I don't know what this is all about. But before the ball was even gone there, he's decided, right, I'm going to change you 2 round.
All right. Well, I've got to tell you, I really think that Usai Gory is getting through the crease a lot better now. And he's kind of hitting it with a bit of momentum. So I think, he's a dangerous kind of customer. I mean, one of the issues here, to hold him back to the third over with such a small target on the board. I'm a little bit surprised like you were. Anyway, here he is. On to Varma. Tries to play right across this one. It wasn't the right shot. And pretty lucky not to edge that.
Yeah, that's better. That's where he needs to be. And you can see, as you said, Vinny, he does get a bit of pace about it. That one moves away as well. That's a good delivery. Look, keep an eye on our friend as well, Gopal Saha. And just remember, if the ball goes to him and he takes a catch, tell him not to celebrate. We don't want him popping his shoulder out again. Gopal is the man there in the covers with the white cap on.
Kind of pseudo slip in place. I think that's why they moved him in there. It's Ahmed Khan. This is driven back, and so Gory, get a bit of respect at the moment. I mean, Varma, they've tried him at the top of the order. There you go. There's your man.
There's our man, yeah. He's looking fit and well again today after popping his shoulder, that celebration.
He was a late in, wasn't he?
Yeah. Is that going on our social media?
I wasn't sure whether that's one we should highlight, but maybe you should. I think I did note it down. So you can expect to see that. I mean, I've got a question for the chat then, coming up after this ball from Gory. Mistimed, been lucky to get away with this, maybe twice, as the throw comes in. I think he was probably going to be home regardless, Verma. I want to know, have you ever heard of celebrations going wrong? So I know that quite often, people like to celebrate with fireworks or something after their sporting team wins, or maybe on the national holidays. Yeah. A lot of people kind of do themselves an injury.
You mean not?
Tell me, when have celebrations gone wrong for you? And I'm kind of referencing that Saha yesterday. After taking a catch, he threw his shoulder out, throwing the ball away. Anyone got any good examples of you, or maybe someone you know, or something you've heard of? His next one is uppercut from Ravindran. He's a pretty seasoned campaigner, and Gory gets a bit short to him and pays the price.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Look, it wasn't actually that wide. I mean, quite often you're playing this shot at quite a wide delivery, but even with the pace of Gory, the talented batter's got time to drop back and play that shot. That is a really good shot. As you said, Vinny, the old uppercut.
Yeah. Ravindran's such a hard guy to bowl to when he gets in. And we're just getting a little, it's like a little taster of him. Just wait till you see him warm up. We're halfway to the total at the moment. 2 to go in the power play. Bottom edge. And they won't run here. I think still he's a bit frustrated, especially he's normally so good on the drive down the ground and through the covers, and we haven't really seen him, hitting the ball fluently in that area. He's just kind of practicing the cover drive at the moment. So I think it's frustrating him. He's still there though, and I think he'll want to make sure he bats the distance here and gets him to the total, and hopefully, it's almost like an extended practice session for him. You won't get a better match practice than in a game situation. Last ball go from Gory though. He's been all right. It's gone for 7. Well, put the mocker on him pretty well, didn't I? I know you're getting pretty hungry for your lunch at the end of the over, and that'll make you
That's
make your tummy rumble a bit more.
Yeah, just you had to say it, didn't you?
Yeah, I'll do it again. I've eaten my lunch. It was delicious.
Good word for work from Sadakib as well. Nice take down the leg side.
True.
So 35 on the board. Wants to 36 now with that wide. Wants to finish well.
Yeah, good block hole delivery. Knocked out for 1. It's the end of the over. The score is 37 for no loss. Oh, that's Rico. Tucks into his biryani. Shrugs come up with something. And Shrug, remind me again what your first name is, if you'd like me to refer to it. But he said, while celebrating Arsenal winning the English League Football Cup in 1993, Steve Morrow broke his arm after being picked up and dropped by a teammate. Oh, that's a nasty one. I think I've heard of a football player scoring a goal and going up into the stands and getting his finger caught in a fence and actually had to have that finger amputated. Yeah, when footballers score a goal and they all huddle is what Rico's saying as well. Give you another one. One of the funniest ones I've seen, although I don't think it was that funny for the man involved. He scored a goal and jumped over the fence behind the goal, thinking it was... Didn't realise there was a big drop, about a 2-metre drop underneath. So he jumped over the fence. You expect to see him land and continue running, and then he just disappeared. I'm definitely going to have to look that up now. I'll give you another one. Remember the Brad Hatton got poked in the eye by James Faulkner in a one-day match in India and had to go off. And the late, great Phil Hughes had to take over the wicket-keeping on that occasion. So the old poke in the eye, the high five gone wrong. I've had a couple of... high fives going wrong, getting hit in the face is actually a bit more common than you think. Like sometimes I had my helmet on, which has been pretty useful. Bowlers do get fired up. Here's a man. He's got a bit of fire in him. But this is going to be just one to start the over. Sulaiman Mohammed, who we saw take one of the catches of the tournament earlier in the week. But keep your celebration fails coming in. I think there's probably even more. Occasionally, I think I've seen tennis players celebrating. You know, they jump over the net sometimes and trip over the net. We had one, I think, Bulgaria, where someone came in and dislocated their knee trying to celebrate a wicket. This is just leaned on, but no run. Very much good opportunity for him to try and stick around and make some runs. I think he wants to bat at the top of the order. Varma's a funny one because I think he wants to bat one or probably 6 or 7. Yeah, I think that Rico's mentioning another one where the fielder threw the ball up in the air after taking a catch and then on the way down, I think it clonked ahead. That's one thing I know from working with juniors a lot at a level, say 10, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. They love to throw the ball up in the air, but they rarely check to see where it's coming down, and they get normally a stern talking to if there's a more harsh coach saying to watch out. Anyway, I'm loving the thoughts of these celebration fails. Oh, really good delivery. Appeals, but given not out. In fact, he's walked. He's going to be out here. He's going to be caught behind because he's walked and then he thought about going back and he said no. So, I mean, the umpire didn't spot the edge, but this is actually good sportsmanship by Ravindran. He knows he gets a little edge and you look, he doesn't wait for the umpire's decision, he goes. But he kind of had a change of thought because he knew that he had got a little edge. It was so little, I must admit, I didn't pick it up. And then when he's not giving out, he says, well, you know what? On second thoughts, he was going to be gone anyway, and then he knew there was no way back. I think that'll be caught behind, though, in the end. The umpire said no because he didn't hear the edge, and that's fair. I mean, it was a really tiny edge, but Ravindran knew that he nicked it. So I'm going to say good sportsmanship. Have a look here. And Steve says no, and I got to admit, I didn't hear anything either in my headphones. And Ravindran, as he thinks of maybe rescuing his innings, he knows he's going to be stumped anyway. So he's going to be removed. And yeah, good ball to get him. Let's not gloss over that either from Sulaiman Mohammed. So he removes Ravindran for 20. The score is 39 for 1. First wicket. Doesn't get much easier though because Ash Darabareddy comes in, and you know that he can really play all the shots. It's exciting to watch. So we've got Sulaiman Mohammed coming around the wicket now. I love the walk back. I've seen it a couple of times. I'll get Rico's thoughts in a second. Down behind square leg, and this should be 2. Yeah, well, there you go. I bet most of you out there, if you played some cricket, you've never done the walk back. Have you ever walked and then noticed you're not out and tried to kind of moonwalk back in the crease? Unfortunately for Ravindran, no, he was never going to make it back alive. So, yeah, no, he was honest there. He knew he nicked the ball. It has been given caught behind. Here's the next ball. Down leg side. And this is the end of the over. The score is 41 for 1 after 4. So that one going a mile down leg side. Ball straight down the pitch as well, doesn't help. And just a reminder, these two teams will lock horns again in the last match of the day. And this is the teams for this match. And I know they'll maybe have a change or two. We'll keep an eye on that. I think that Ali Shan might be coming in for the Vikings. Fairly similar lineup, I think, for UCB. So, yeah, no Farrell still in their lineup for match number 12. Anyway, the last match of the day coming your way in about 40 minutes will be Rakibul Rifat to come on now in the 5th. Yeah, let us know your thoughts. And I'm still curious if anyone's ever walked and tried to take it back, but no take backsies. I'll tell you a really obscure one in a second. If we want to get right in the weeds of the rule book about that situation from Ravindran. And it happened fairly recently as well. And Rafat comes in. This time his first ball's a lot better. It'll just be 1. Taraparetti loves playing spin though. He loves the reverse sweep. Yeah, so these are the match 12 teams. Just mentioning Ali Shan coming in for the Vikings. But, you know, I like Sonny and Hafiz at the top of the order. News from the toss. Once again, the Vikings will get to bat first. So let's see if they can put a few more on the board. I mentioned 84, their highest score this week. Perhaps they can get a few more and then turn it on with the ball. Pitched up, and this is almost a spectacular catch down there. Unfortunately, it isn't taken, but 10 points for effort, and 4 points for the batting team. And that is Kashif Mohammed, who launches himself to the right. This could have been another outstanding one-hand catch, but it's just out of his grasp. Look at that, the big steps, and yeah, he couldn't have done any more to get to that ball. Couldn't get a hand on it, and 4 to the total. Yeah, so just going back to the Ravindran. Well, he walked under the impression that he was caught behind. Didn't wait for the decision. Taraparetti, strong sweeper, finds the gap, and that one is nailed. And Taraparetti, he does premeditate a lot, but he's so good that he can get away with it. He decides he's sweeping this pretty much no matter what. Any sort of length, he was going to hit it square in the wicket. And now I reckon we'll see the reverse sweep because he's toying with the bowlers. And there's nobody back on the top right of screen. He's got 2 infielders to deal with. Here it comes. Yep, probably knew that was going to be a wide. Yeah, so I'm going to give you a little esoteric one. Ravindran walks under the impression that he's out. And there's actually a rule that says, or there's a law that says, if the batter leaves the crease under the impression that he's out, then if the umpires think that's the reason he's leaving his crease, then they should call and signal dead ball and essentially prevent him from being run out. It happened fairly recently in a game I saw in England. Oh, this could be out, you know. He's walking here, and this is going to be another wicket from nowhere. Have a look at this. Again, he's just trotting. And, well, he's ball watching, and he's about to get a rude shock. As he wants to put the bat down, he's already given it up, so I know this is out. And there you go. Well, there's that come from. So, just the basics. What a good throw that was. I didn't even catch who that was originally because I wasn't expecting it. And so, UCB, just a couple of things to brush up on, but Verma will be run out for 15 off 10. And it's the second wicket, 52 for 2. What a throw that is. Hitting from side on as Rico Full comes back into the commentary. Have a look at this. First, he kicks it to himself. Then he horns it in, and that's our man, Suleiman Mohammed. Well, of course it was. That's where he does his magic, Rico, and wow, that's an incredible run out.
Yeah, I told you, didn't I? Watch out for that man, because he's sensational out there. And gets the throw in and knocks him over. It wasn't the best bit of running, though, was it, from Daraparedi?
I've got to say, a bit of chat at the moment about the Vikings. Obviously, as the fifth team, it's a bit of a struggle for them against some of the top division teams that they're coming against. But I think it was mentioned in the chat, I think we said as well, that that's the way you get better, by playing better teams. And they've created plenty of highlights. Okay, just have a look at that one. And a run out from hitting one stump from the boundary. Daraparedi, he smacks this just wide of the cover. It will just be one. Yes, I was going to say, it happened recently. It's about the Ravindran situation in English game, where the guy thought he was caught behind, but the keeper didn't actually hold the ball. The slip picked it up and ran him out as the batter was kind of trotting off, bat under his arm, under the impression he was out. And I actually thought that was an incorrect decision because of this law of the batter leaving the crease under a misapprehension that he's out. But it was actually clarified by the MCC in an article that I read a little bit later.
But is that does that apply to that situation where he thinks he nicks it and goes?
Well,
because does it apply to the wicket keeper maybe thinking he's taking the bails off, hasn't because he's done it with his gloves, the batter walk, then he takes the ball up and I think it's more that.
53 for 2 after 5. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. But I mean, that's not the intention. But if you're going to look at the letter of the law, he was still leaving the crease under the apprehension he was out. I just think that common sense prevails, and he would have been given out anyway. If I'm an umpire and I see that, I'm like, well, guess what? Now I'm sure you're out. But what I was going to say is in that case where it was a genuine misconception, the ball was dropped by the keeper. The guy thought he was out. And he turned around and he was run out. There's a separate debate about whether it's sporting to do that. I'd say it's very unsporting to run a guy out in that situation.
Yeah,
but the MCC said that the ball wasn't dead because the umpires are meant to call and signal dead ball immediately that they spot the guy walking off. That to me is crazy. To me, it's not in the spirit of the law. So they said actually it was a correct decision for him to be run out because the law instructs the umpires to call and signal dead ball as soon as they notice the batter leaving under a misapprehension. And because the umpires didn't do that, the ball was still alive. So, bit of a weird one, but we'll see it all. Now we're heading into the sixth over. Look, they've done well to kind of bring this back a little bit, the Vikings. Always like the work of Suleiman Mohammed. Daraparedi shows me a bit of respect.
I've got to say I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Feroz Iqbal. I think he was sensational yesterday when he bowled. I really did. I thought maybe we'd see him before Suleiman come on. I think you just got to, I mean, even if you're trying to think, okay, when to bowl him, I mean, rather than give Suleiman his second, try somebody else because it could work. And by the time he may go around to doing it, I don't think he's going to have too many runs to play with. And that one's going to be five wides.
That's a risk.
Yeah. And Diana, it's coming your way. Down there taking some sensational shots once more. Shout out to all our crew here. And Bucharest, Sam Williams, Barry Eaton, Mark Simpson-Parker, Michael Gunterlecker, and also Diana Oros, who's the ECM photographer. And some of those pictures are absolutely amazing.
Yeah, she's genius what she does. This one's fuller, a bit straighter. Sent back is Patanite, the skipper, and he cops it in the back. So, yeah, I think that wasn't the fastest throw. Now, UCB, if I was them, I wouldn't be dawdling here because I'd be wanting to get these runs as quick as possible when you consider, I don't want to keep harping about the net run rate, but it was so important here last year. It was the difference between the Cobras getting the double chance and not. UCB could very much be in that situation this year. Well, this is a full toss. It should be out. It's the sitter, and it's caught. Now, nice fielding. And so Mohammed gets the wicket. It hung up there a long time. And yeah, the catch was taken. So Daraparedi, big wicket to get. He goes for just a dozen, trying to move it along. It's another wicket for Suleiman Mohammed, and the score now is 58 for 3.
Yeah, the slower ball. And just didn't see it well enough, did he? And that was nice here. The fielder, he wanted to go for it. And then he had to just take a step back. And he says, there you go. I've taken me hat off, Diana. Take a picture of me now because I've done my hair for you.
So, yeah, it was well held. Probably wasn't the best delivery. Low full toss, just missed time by Dara Peretti. We've seen full tosses getting a few wickets. We've also seen a few disappear. That's, yeah, I think that Dara Peretti leaves them in pretty good shape. Gives an opportunity to Ajish Sridharakurup. And see if he can move them along to the victory target. So 2 fairly new batters at the crease, both yet to score. And yeah, catchy important. I mean, that's another moment. I know it's not a difficult catch, but still under the pressure of the bright lights, to hold on to that is important, and he did a good job there. All right, let's have a look at Sulaiman Mohammed then. We will have a couple to come in the 6th over. Well, he's going to re-bowl that one. I've got to say that's as far as Iqbal that took the catch. He looked pretty assured under it, judged it well. That's always been the case in this series.
Yeah, Iqbal. He's probably wondering if he's going to get a chance to have a bowl here. I hope, and he does get the next over. Certainly somebody who impressed me yesterday. Sulaiman gets this one through as well. Once again, I think what we're seeing here is another team, United Jalad Budapest, that once they lose the top 3 batters, you can get to them. And probably it's a shame, once again, that the Vikings just didn't have another 25, 30 runs on the board. That's really well bowled. That's a really good delivery. And a good finish to his spell of bowling. So well done to Sulaiman Mohammed. He picks up 2 for 9 in his 2 overs. Good bit of bowling.
Talk about keepers being cheeky. Just watch this. And he's packing his crease. Plays dead. Although it's a bit lazy to start walking straight away. It goes very late. He's almost thrown that game in match. He's almost thrown that in match 12. That's how late that was. Anyway, can't trust these keepers. Tell you what. Anyway, 58 for 3 after 6. 13 more required, and a good umpiring, I think, by James Lloyd there. It's quick to say, no, come on, the ball's dead there, plays dead. As it is though, always helps to, as a batter, to wait for the call of over before you move out of your crease, just to remove any chance of that kind of sneakiness being allowed. 13 off 24, the equation. And it looks like we'll get that bowling change that you're talking about. Faris Iqbal, going to get a bowl. Don't think he was in the listed lineup in match 12, so he'll be wanting to make the most of this over, I think. Well done to Sulaiman Mohammed, finishing with 2 for 9 off 2. I've got to say, like, once again, it's patchy. It's patchy what we're seeing from the Vikings, but there are moments in this series where they've been competing and competing well. Take the 2 overs of Sulaiman Mohammed, for example, 2 for 9, and getting 2 very good wickets in Vinoth Ravindran and Ashrith Darapudi. So that should give him a lot of confidence. And it's what it's all about as well, developing more and more teams to a higher standard. This will be a wide, and it just sneaks around the leg stump. I think it's been... Well, and this is, unless it's gone over the stumps.
It's called a wide.
Yeah, it has. Well,
I don't think it misses by much, because look, it comes back.
It doesn't. Well, 2 types of leave. Good leave and a bad leave. And that one's a good one, because it also picks them up an extra run. So probably 2 wides in the end.
Nice to see the captain. Well, Rifat, just have a quick word with Iqbal.
It's well bowled. A bit of shape there, isn't it, Iqbal?
Yeah, he does. He gets that ball. He gets it to swing a little late as well. It doesn't start to go, and that's why I think he was. He thought he was going to get the leg stick, the ball before. But, yeah, I was impressed with him yesterday, Vinny. I think both with him and Gori had the ball in the hand. They were causing all sorts of trouble. This one's not a good one.
That's a Gundy ball at the GB Oval, and Sridharakurup does get off the mark now. He drills that one sideways. That takes them within 5 runs of the target. Not a good ball. He's still got to put it away, though. And he picked up the length pretty quickly there, Sridharakurup. And I see him off the mark with cuatro carreras.
Yeah, you can see what Iqbal's trying to do, because he's getting that movement, getting away. He's thinking, well, if I angle this in, sort of middle and leg, maybe it'll come back and take off stump. But I think he's probably better off just saying, you know what, look, play safe, keep the ball outside the off and then get it moving away. Again, it's not about taking the wicket so much. It's more about getting the dot balls in and not giving the boundaries away.
Yeah, Lent is wrong again. This time for an up and under job. I think a 2 here. Need to be a good throw to get him. Had to throw off balance, so not really a lot of power in the throw from Shifsani. But I would say, no, I like the movement he's getting, but if you get too short, kind of negates it a little bit. So I think he probably needs to get a little bit fuller, and then he could cause a few more problems, Iqbal. He's got 2 more balls, probably in his match. That's a better ball, but a good shot. In fact, this is going to test the field. In fact, this is going to end the match. So what a fantastic shot that is, Sridhar Akurup. He's strong off his pads. I mean, takes this one probably from off stump or maybe a fraction outside. But he does send it to the boundary, so well done to UCB. They keep their winning streak alive. They end up winning this game with 19 balls to spare.
Yeah, that's nicely played. You see the umpires just wanting to make sure with the scorers that is that. It will be the batters. Well, they probably want to say, well, can't we just can't we finish off our 10 overs and then start the next match? No, it doesn't quite work like that. But yeah, look at that one. Yeah, you're right. That last ball wasn't a bad one, but I think it goes back to what I was saying before with Iqbal. He's aiming for the stumps, and that was a decent delivery, starting on middle of the leg, swinging away late, going for off. But the batter's already made up his mind to play the shot. I think you're better off just trying to get that ball starting outside off and then moving away and get the batter playing and missing at it outside the off. But nonetheless, it's a slight improvement. We saw it was much better from the Debrecen Vikings, the way that they went about their approach. Maybe didn't get as many runs that they would have liked, but their approach was better, and they dealt with the UCB bowling attack pretty well. Yeah. But still, it's another defeat for them, so it's 5-0 for them, and they need to get something out of this next match.
A comment in the chat saying, another 20 runs might have made things really interesting, says Helix. And I agree with you completely. Let's see if I can get those extra runs when we return to match 12, starting about 25 minutes' time right here on ECN. It'll be the last game of day 3 here in Hungary. And just you see Ali Shan come into the lineup at the expense of Faris Iqbal for the Vikings. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And 71 was the target. And, well, it was a nightmare start, really, for the Vikings. Rifat's first ball going to the boundary. There were a few highlights for them in the middle, but I like the way they've been applying themselves. That's a good example there. Suleiman Hamid, he's fielded really well in this series.
He certainly has. That one was called a no ball, just a little bit too high, and just helped along the way. And then the very next one. So, okay, this will go even further. So there were some good spells. This one just out of the reach of Gory. And that was a classy shot, wasn't it? The old uppercut, just a rock back and plays it. And this was the interesting one. This was the talking point. He thinks he's edges it. The umpire says no. Then he says, all right, I'll go back then.
And then as soon as he saw the keeper coming, he went back to walking the other way, didn't he? So it was a walkward back, and then a forward walk again. I mean, he's getting his steps in, Ravindran. You give him that much. As we saw that just had a bit of it. Nice little interlude here with this one from side on. Down comes the sun. His middle stump. I don't know how you do that from that part of the boundary, but Suleiman Hamid once again with a bit of magic. There's nothing magical about this one. It's down leg side, and that's going to make life pretty tough for the keeper. And then late on, this is a nice catch highlight between Faris Iqbal and his compatriot there, just getting a little bit of communication to each other. It was Iqbal that took the catch, and then ultimately Sridhar Akurup has to finish this one with a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, I like the way he moves the ball around though, and UCB, slightly different looking lineup for them, but ultimately they did have what it took to get over the line. And for the Vikings, again, they have some good moments, but not really able to put a complete performance together. Rico, looking at the scorecard, you can see Ravindran top scored with 24 before he was caught behind. Well, he knew he was anyway. And apart from that, Varma made 15 before he got run out in a bit of a lazy fashion. Dara Peretti with a dozen, 10 not out for Sridhar Akurup towards the end. So didn't even see Amit Paraha, for example. I think it was a bit of a walk in the park in the end. But, Vikings still seeing some good moments out of them and some highlights. You got to say, though, that UCB, they'll be hoping to repeat the dose in the last game of the day, because they'll be chasing once again. As far as the bowlers went, well, I've got to say, there are a couple that impressed me. I've got to say, Suleiman Mohammed with 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. Very, very good effort from him. Also thought that Gory only bowled the 1 over, which surprised me. He only went for 9, though. I think those are the 2 that deserve a bit of praise for the Vikings in that match. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in 20 minutes, and when we do, we'll get to see the Vikings once again batting first. They've been lucky with the tosses. Let's see if they get lucky with the result as well in match 12 when we return to Hungary. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to match number 12. It's the last one in day 3, and what an important one it is. First of all, it's match number 300 of a European Cricket Series. So, I mean, that is special in itself, but it's also very important for the Vikings. Can the Vikings get a valuable win here against the UCB? UCB, well, they're a team that is always going to be challenging. I like the fact that they introduced some newer players here, and they performed as well. But I think we're going to go out today, day 3, with a bang. Let's join the 2 captains and the tournament referee, Charles Croucher, for the all-important coin toss.
Andy, your call.
Yep. Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
Would like to bat first again.
So no change, it's the same as the match before. The coin toss has been won by Riqbal Rifat, and he's going to have another bat first. Why not? Look, I think condition-wise, you can't fault that decision. With the bat, we've seen improvements from him. I think we were saying yesterday that we need to see more urgency from the Vikings when they're out there. We've seen that today. They're looking sharper, they're taking on those singles, and we've seen some good shots as well. I think Kashif Sani, he's the key player, isn't he? We saw him bat really well in the last match. He got himself into the 30s. I think if he can bat a bit deeper and get support from some of the other players, that will be key. I think somebody like the captain, Riqbal, he has to go up there. I would tip him to go in number 3. He's somebody that can support Sani pretty well, and then maybe have the likes of Gori come in a little bit later and hit some of his big shots. With the ball, well, they've been pretty good for me. I like what they've done. I think Gori's going to be good, Iqbal as well. And the captain, his spin is always going to be key. UCB, they're a team that are full of surprises. They've got a bit of depth in their squad. I certainly did like the bowling of Ghulam Abbas. I think his line and length was really good there. I'm loving the energy of the Hungarian Express. Raja Gorar, he was energetic and lively, and certainly like the economy and also the line of the youngster, Des Fontaine. He bowled really well. Picked up 2 for 8. Remember, he was on a hat-trick as well himself. And with the bat, I think Ashraf Daraparedi, he's going to be key. Vinoth Ravindran, can he really get in the runs once more? And I think the captain, Anil, and also Sadiq Kib, they will be looking to make contributions here as well. So for the final time today, let's go over to Mr. Maximo for, well, let's hope it's going to be a hot and spicy conclusion to day 3.
Thank you, Rico. Welcome back, everyone. It is the last game of the day here, day 3. Can the Vikings bounce back? That's the question. And I know that they would love to put together a complete performance. It's been a real steep learning curve. I've mentioned that a few times, but I've had quite a few bright spots as well. Let's be fair to them. But all starts with the bat for me. And I think that they'll be just needing to put that 90 plus on the board if they're going to be competitive. We saw they did a decent job of trying to defend 70, but it's just a bit too difficult against a side like United Chalard. You have Ravindran at the top of the order. Varma, it's been a bit hit and miss, but, you know, see if he holds his spot at the top of the order. Or maybe they go for someone like an Amit Paraha, who didn't get a hit last time. I say Dara Peretti, though. He's the real Swiss Army knife for me, for United Chalard, with the ball in the field, with the bat as well. He's an excitement machine. Rupali, as well, is one to watch. He's had a bit of success with the ball in this tournament so far. Marcus Fontaine impressed me last time as well. As far as the Vikings are concerned, where their run's going to come from, that's the question. 85 is their expected score. That's despite them averaging 64. But maybe the supercomputer thinking that they're on the rise. You probably going to have to rely on someone like Sani at the top of the order. Also, you've got someone like Tahir Hafiz. Even someone like Usar Gori, who has that attacking intent. It should be an interesting finish of the day. Welcome to all of you watching on FanCode in India, and also for those of you watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Beautiful sunshine here. Getting used to this. 27 degrees and fine to start match number 12. Dara Peretti is going to open up. So it should be a very entertaining encounter. No matter what happens, the Vikings, like I say, they've got nothing to lose here. I think we're going to see Sani and Hafiz attack as much as they can. I see them gaining in confidence every time they're out there, that they can kind of compete in this format at this level. So let's see how we go. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. I think we're almost ready for a start. So enjoy this last game of the day. After this, we'll be halfway through this tournament. Feels like we're just getting started. So, game on. Well, my watch says we're ready to go. I'll just wait for everyone else to be ready. What is any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo? It's taking so long to get this first ball going. Rico's back with me, and Rico, well, what do you think we can expect out of the Vikings this game?
Well, I think I heard you saying that they are a team that are improving continuously. They're getting up to the mark, aren't they? I think their performance in the last game was better. A few people agreed on the chat as well that if they could have got 20 extra runs on the board, it could have been a different ball game, and maybe just to get the rotation right of when to use the bowlers. I think they will always be sort of competitive, but they know that they've got to try and push on. If they can get themselves to the high end of the 80s and the 90s, I think they can be pretty competitive. But looking forward to see how UCB go about this as well, whether they make any sort of changes here and a bit more opportunities for some more of their players. But yeah, I mean, it's what can you say? It's a beautiful day for cricket. And if you love the sport like a lot of these guys do, you want to be out there playing. The sun is shining, the ground is beautiful. This pitch is beautiful as well. And well, just go out there, have fun, enjoy yourself. And that's what I would be saying here to the Vikings. Go out there, enjoy, and well, do the best that you can do.
Nice to have your company, of course, and apologies, slight delay because of a technical issue with the connection with the scoring, so it's quite important that we can score.
Very much so.
It gets annoying for everyone if we start the game and we're having to catch up with the score. So we're just going to try and take a minute or two at the moment to kind of get that going. I mean, we might have a look at who's up tomorrow as well, Rico, because I know that we'll go into roll into day 4 tomorrow, and yeah, tomorrow is the day where the Royal Tigers take a break. So the Royal Tigers, top of the ladder at the moment, but I mean, they could essentially be caught tomorrow, especially the Cobras have been in really good form so far, and the Cobras are playing UCB tomorrow morning, and that's a rematch of the Eliminator last year. Remember, I think I told you that the top 3 sides all finished on 5 wins out of their 8 games, and they were just split by net run rate. Cobras had the worst net run rate out of the 3, so they had to play UCB and actually lost, and that's who knocked them out of the tournament. So a bit of a grudge match there, if you like, although I'm sure the players, they get on pretty well. But in the afternoon, the Blinders, I mean, they've had a bit of a mixed time, haven't they, to say the least, and they're going to want to get back on track with a couple of wins, but it won't be easy against the Vikings lineup. They do seem to be improving every day that we see them. So a bit of a banana peel game, if you ask me, for the Blinders tomorrow as well.
Yeah, the Blinders, I think they've sort of been, they're sort of like, we see it quite often, don't we, in this series. They've been like the 50% team. They've won 1, lost 1, won 1, lost 1. So, and but I think they need to make a change to that. I just get the feeling, I don't know, I don't think we've seen the best of the Blinders. I think we've seen the best maybe, or the good signs from the Tigers. We've seen good signs from the Cobras. I don't think we quite have from the Blinders yet, but that's not a bad thing. Maybe they're saving the best to win it matters.
Yeah, but I tell you what, they've only been scoring at 8.4 and over, so 84 per 10 overs. But they still have won 2 out of their 4 games. It shows me they've still won 2 games, including beating the Royal Tigers, despite not hitting their straps. Even that game 1 against the Royal Tigers, they beat them despite only scoring 87.
Close
so
game,
look, I think that if the Blinders, find their mojo, they'll be a really tough team to beat. How's this weather, though? I mean, I'm absolutely loving this weather. Think of all the times we spent. We had snow in Bulgaria earlier in the year. We had obviously some issues at Khartoum towards the end of the ECL and into that ECS, but I do feel like summer has arrived.
This is beautiful. This is
beautiful.
I mean, look, there is nothing better, is there? I mean, a lot of people were not like, of course, I was back in Spain and said, well, how is it, whatever. And I say, look, when you love the game so much, there's nothing better than being here with good friends, watching the game and talking about it as well. I really do love it.
So here we go, Darren Peretti. Finally, it's probably gone cold, but we are ready to get a start with match number 12. Probably fine. Pretty close.
We've got a slip-in play there as well. I'm quite liking that, and that's the captain, Button Mike.
Yeah, probably more often probably get a wide for that, but I suppose it does take a big step across.
Already, and this one's hit up in the air, and this will be 4 runs. Nice shot. And that's exactly what we're talking about. You need to be confident and play your shots and go for the big ones as well. Straight down the ground, 4 runs. So that's the way to get off the mark.
Yeah, and that's the kind of positive intent. Sarni's kind of been the one Viking that's shown it all the way through the series with the bat. Even from game 1, where I think he hit there only 6 in the innings, and then they didn't get another boundary at all. I want to say a quick hello to Rupam, who is saying hello from Australia. There's a bit of chat about Johnny Bairstow's innings in the test yesterday. It was something something pretty amazing, wasn't it? I mean, we talked about earlier in the day the fact that because the players are playing so much short form cricket, it kind of rubs off into those situations, and something that you wouldn't have seen attempted probably 10, 20 years ago. Suddenly, England doing the improbable.
Plays this one sort of down the onside. He sort of drags it, really, doesn't he, rather than hit straight, but gets himself to the other end. That's the important thing I think Sani has to do. He's got to see a few balls out, play a few shots, then take a single, have a bit of a rush down the other end, let the other batters get involved as well. This one's up in the air, shouts a catch. It's Fontaine that comes through. It doesn't quite get there. The catch goes down. It was an opportunity. And Hafiz could have gone for a but doesn't. He survives. And a bit of disappointment for Darapurari.
It's a fantastic fielder, Des Fontaine, the youngster. I think he does enough to get there on the full, but yeah, I think just mistimes the dive slightly. Out it goes, but he might get another chance here. This time he's coming in and he won't quite. Well, this one was hit a bit softer. He got a good jump on it, and this one I think clonks him in the shins. So having the ball follow him a little bit in the first over. Mark Des Fontaine. Yeah. It is the end of the first, and the Vikings, they did get a boundary out of it. 7 for no loss after one.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty good start. And that's one thing that we'll be looking to do as we have a look at the top batters. So here you see there quite easily Sani right there at the top, 67 to him. Gorey, well, you wouldn't believe it. Now, that's why I keep shouting for Gorey to come up the order. He's on 61. And then you've got the captain himself, who I hope he comes up the order as well. That's got to be, for me, that's got to be your top three.
Yeah.
That's your top three there. And
I spoke to Farrell as well, Frankie Farrell.
Yeah.
He said, is there some sort of issue? He just said, I'm just having a bit of a rest today. It might not be the worst thing for his body. He did bowl with a bit of spice yesterday. If they can get the wins without him, then he can come back both barrels tomorrow morning. Bearing in mind they are playing in the morning against the Cobras. Here's the first ball of a new over, and it is Ghulam Abbas that comes on. He's turned away. Don't need to go all the way to the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Yeah, but I think, in a sense, you can see the thinking behind that. Rather than kind of bowl him this afternoon, have him stand out there in the field, and they want him firing.
Yeah.
He took 3 wickets in the first over yesterday.
Sensational,
in one of the matches.
yesterday.
And, I think they really want to hit the Cobras hard with him in the morning.
Ghulam Abbas. Here he comes again. They've got a very similar feel to what we saw them last time round. But this one's down the leg side, and the wicket keeper makes a good stop. It's not a good delivery, but well done to Jinder Verma.
Got to say, UCB, it's one area they can probably tighten up is the amount of extras they're bowling. Maybe he's bowling on purpose. But it's certainly an area you can quantify and improve.
It's better delivery. Sort of gets a bit of, I like to call it the old twist. The bowler actually delivering a twist in your body as well. Just helping that ball go where you want it to go rather than just let it drift down the leg side. Yeah, nicely bowled, good length, hitting the deck well. This one, he's straight back at him, takes the catch, and well done to Ghulam Abbas. We saw him take a wicket in the first match as well, and he's continuing his good work here. 1 for 12 he took in the first, and he's got one already here, and hits right at the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It was right down the toe, wasn't it? Simple return catch. Not the easiest to judge sometimes because you don't know exactly how hard it's hit, but you can see that just got it on the toe, and it presented a fairly easy opportunity. So when he gets it on target, it's pretty effective for Abbas. He takes the first wicket of match 12. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, it's an important one as well, isn't it? Is the one of Chris Sani, who we know is right up there, the top run scorer for the Vikings. So getting him early means that you're going to have to do it the hard way. And a slight change, not the change that I was calling for. I'd rather see Rakbul Rifat or Usal Guri coming out here now. But they've gone for the wicketkeeper batter, Saad Akib, to come out at number 3. So Akib will be on strike to face Abbas.
I've got to say, I love the gold helmet. What do you think of that as an accessory? I'm liking it. All right, here we go. Let's see if they can keep being attacking despite loss of that early wicket.
This is going to be wide. Yeah, look, I like it, but you know what's missing? I think it's got to look more like a Viking helmet. I think it's got to have those little, what do they have, the little old horns?
Oh, yeah. Well, even like the little the insignia, like the Minnesota Vikings, if you know what they look like in the NFL.
Yeah, that's what's missing. I think just a bit of the old Viking touch, I think. Oh, he's asking for, well, okay, here we go. The wicket keeper, Tejinder Varma, is absolutely confident he's got his man. And look, here's the roll. Does he get it? I don't think he gets in here, Vinny. This may not help us because the fielder might be in the way.
Yeah, I mean, the umpire will probably say he's out. It's a matter of whether the ball's dead, I think. I don't think it is because he never goes back. He's practicing his shot. He's out.
He's out.
I think he probably will be out here.
He's out. That ball is not dead, Vinny. You've got to get back in.
The keeper pauses for a second, but not for long enough, I think, to render the ball dead. I think this is going to be gone. You see here, it's different for me if the guy goes back in his crease first. He does his practice shot, and the keeper grabs it and says, well, hold on a second. If you're going to wander out there, then I think you're going to be gone. And he is. So there's the decision. He will be stumped. So a bit of inexperience, I suppose, as well. That's disappointment for Aqib. He's going to go for a duck.
Aqib is a wicket keeper himself. I think if he's in the same situation, he would do exactly the same thing. If you see a batter that's played a shot and then starts practicing that shot outside the crease and the ball's only just coming to your hands, you're going to knock the stumps over, and that's what's happened to him here. You're going to learn from this. We keep saying this, not just to the Vikings, but to some of the other inexperienced players. When things like this happen, accept it. You've made a mistake, but learn from it. Don't let it ever happen again. Yeah. And also, that's a good lesson to a lot of youngsters that are watching.
Yeah, exactly right. And, well, the bowler gets a wicket from pretty much nothing. I suppose he made him miss the ball. It's, let's give some credit to Tejinder Varma for some good awareness there. I know he hasn't always had things going his way with the gloves. But it's a slow trudge off for Aqib. So one keeper swindling another, essentially, out of a dismissal. And, he knew it. And straight away, side on. Raja saw it as well. Hungarian Express, who had their big appeal. And again, I just think that's good awareness from the keeper. And as a batter, you are taking a bit of a chance by batting out of your crease. You have to regain your ground. And he didn't do it on that occasion at any point. All right, so a wicket. Another wicket for Abbas. 2 in the over now for him. New batter out there is Kashif Mohammed.
Yeah, Kashif gets off the mark straight away. And it's going to be uphill a little bit here now. Sani has gone. We know that Tahir Hafiz, he batted fairly well, didn't he? And the last one's got 2 double figures, 14 of 13, but didn't really go at an acceleration type of pace. This one will be called a wide, and it has. And once again, look, let's give a shout out to our man in black out there. That's James Lloyd and Steve Anthony. And also from this morning, umpire Guri and umpire Shub. Yeah. It's not easy. Look, on days that are warm like this, for the men in black, they're wearing black, they're out there, standing in the sun. It's hard work, and also they're being led very well by the sheriff, Charles Groucher.
Push and run this time. Hafiz becomes even more important. He might have got that on the glove. It's bounced a bit more than he thought. That can sting a bit. Yeah, just hate to see that the avoidable wickets. And that's nothing to do with cricket skill. It's just game awareness, isn't it? I suppose cricket IQ. Yeah. Something we talk about sometimes. But unfortunately, Aqib was caught napping during that over. He was one of 2 wickets to fall. 14 for 2 after 2. As we have a look at the updated table. And UCB are on the charge. I mean, they're 2-1. Now, every team has lost a game because the Cobras went down for the first time to the Royal Tigers. A pretty heavy one as well. Ruined their net run rate. Dropped about 4 full points during that game. Now UCB, they got an opportunity to push for top 2. They've got 2 massive games against the Cobras tomorrow morning. So you don't want to miss those because the top 2 is so important. If you don't know, if you don't believe me, just ask the Cobras last year who missed out on second on net run rate and found themselves out of the tournament after going down by 9 runs to UCB. Here's Dara Peretti to continue.
Gets the dot ball in there, and Hafiz, just it's little things like that. I mean, T10, my friend, bat onto it, take the single if anything, but don't give away the dot balls. Gets bat onto this pretty well and plays it right across the line. So he's obviously not one that likes to play on the offside. That's why if it's close to the off stump, he's unable to play a shot. If he gets a bit of room, he's able to have a little swoosh at it. To Mohammed, let's see what he can do. And, well, not a lot. He does the same thing to a straight ball, goes right away across. And done it already. He probably thinks he may have had a wicket the first time round when it was Desfontaine that wasn't able to take the catch. But he gets one here. And it's adios to Kashif Mohammed. The only good thing about this, and I think also about perhaps the dismissal of Saad Akib, is that they didn't waste too many balls between them. They've only faced 4 balls, and I'd like to see that change now. Let's have the captain out there. He's got to go out there now and maybe go out there with our bowler friend Gori as well.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm a bit thirsty for Gori to get out there, but it will be the captain, Rakibul Rafat, to come to the crease at number 5. Team in a spotter bowler. Well, I'm doing a few shout-outs in the chat. I think it's that time of the day. And I know that Roshan Jaiswal, he has confessed to us in the chat that he is a cricket expert. Well, takes one to know one, Roshan. So, very, very good afternoon. Probably good early evening.
The cricket expert? That's nice.
Cricket expert.
I like that.
Tell us if you're an expert in the chat.
Yeah, and listen, if you got any questions for our cricket expert, put them on the chat.
Yeah, that's
what
what you want.
That's what I like.
We could call it the panel of experts, the chat.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of experts in there.
Look, I'm going to say that. I
mean, look, they might be experts at cricket, but they can't work out who's won the toss, even when it's on the screen. You know, so you get a whole gamut in the chat.
You're sinking into the ground, by the way. Do you realise that?
It's fine. I thought I was getting a bit low.
No, I want to say, look, a big shout out to everybody on the chat, and I know there's a lot of people there that are there religiously every day. You certainly do make our day very much more entertaining as well. So thank you all very much.
Big thanks. Big part of our community.
And he's going to be in trouble, is he? I think probably the bat here wasn't being grounded. I haven't seen any decision from the umpire. And the bat is all over the place.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be really close. He does hold on to it for a while.
Let's have a look here.
I think he's in trouble, but I mean, it gets pretty close, you know. Oh, this is going to be close. I think he might be in.
Is it on the ground, the bat?
Is it? Well, I think it is grounded there. I actually think he's in.
Well, there was no. I mean, the umpire didn't call for a line decision. So
I think it's a good call.
It's
probably should have called for it, but he is in. Yeah, this next one will be dragged out to deep mid wicket for 1. Good to have the technology available, though. Again, it doesn't give us everything, but it gives us quite a lot.
And one more time, remember the days that it is today. International days. So it's National Prune Day, National Smile, Power Day, and Sneaker Kiss Day. So eat your prunes, smile a lot, and give somebody a sneaky kiss. Well, I'm going to give Meta to help a sneaky kiss because she's given us some ice creams.
We just don't.
I love it.
Come on, we don't need any more
Isn't
lawsuits.
it great to be in Hungary and Budapest? Look, see, if you're nice, Vinny, if you're nice, you get nice things. See?
Well, this is pretty nice for the batting team. Rafat goes down the ground. Big thank you to everyone here in Hungary. Pretty good shot, though. Just had to make sure his batting partner got out of the way. Once he did that, it was 4. So, a decent finish to the power play. The Vikings, 21 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, so that's the end of...
So Roshan, I'm interested with Roshan Jaiswal in the chat. He's saying ask him any question. He's a cricket expert. But it's pretty hard. I'm trying to think of something. I'm not going to stump him or anything. 777, by the way, slot machine in the power play, 21. I don't know. I'm not the sort of person that asks gotcha questions about cricket. You know, I could say something like, I mean, I could get really obscure, but I don't really want to do that. Maybe I'll just say, who...
There we go. Okay, I'll get a quick question. 2 batters out there.
Okay.
Batter on strike, hits it up in the air. The bowler is going to take the catch. The non-striker, as the batters start to run, is standing right next to him and shouting at him. 2.
What about just says drop it?
The catch goes down. The catch goes down. What happens next?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I'm already going to debate you on this because I think you can say 2.
No. In his face. Obstructively. Doing it obstructively.
You shouldn't have said 2. You should have said drop it.
No. It doesn't matter what you say, but you're being obstructive when you're shouting it. What happens next?
Yeah, I know the answer, but maybe Roshan will tell us.
Come on, Roshan, tell us. You got 15 seconds.
Oh.
Clock is ticking. No, he's an expert. I'm being nice.
Yeah, you don't know how fast you can type. He's a cricket expert, not a typing expert. All right, this next one is going to hang in the air a while, and it's going to plop just inside the boundary. I think that'll be 4.
Yeah, 4 runs.
And, good batting. Again, good shot selection. Decides to go offside. That's where the ball was, and that's where he puts it. So, out of the power play, but the boundaries keep on coming. The Vikings showing a little bit of fight here in match 12. They move up to 25.
Yeah, I'm liking this. This is better. The captain's gone out there. He's given maybe a bit of positive energy there to Hafiz. This is nicely played. Gets a nice bit of bat on this. Probably will just be a single. He could have maybe opted not to play at this. I think he could have got the wide, but I think he was hoping maybe to make slightly better contact. Now, this is the man I want to see. I mean, he's already got 5 or 2 balls.
Ding dong.
Rifat.
Sorry, that was a 15-second time.
Go on. Okay. Is that
Okay. Goes Roshan. He said, okay.
What's he
No,
saying?
no, he's saying he just, maybe we can type the question because he's having a bit of trouble understanding it. So he made more than, oh, look at this.
Oh, he did.
This one, have you got, no, he missed it.
He
But
did it because you
how
did
good's
the
this?
bing bong. Because you did the bing bong. You stopped me saying what I was going to say. I was saying I'm looking forward to this because I know
He's
that
almost
he's
hit
going to
this
get funky.
with the left edge of the bat. Look, he's actually tried to hit that with the back of the bat almost. Look, he's like, okay, I'll go that way.
Because the ball's moved. Yeah, he has. You're right.
He's just gone with it.
Just don't hit your stumps like you did yesterday. Yesterday he played the shot onto his stump. I've never quite seen it. It was full blade onto the stumps. This will be a wide. And it is. Another bowler, Abbas, who just needs to follow through. He stops as soon as he delivers. Just take a few more steps. Running down the edge of the pitch, going towards sort of first, second slip. Don't stop. Don't put the brakes on straight away. You find that will just help your momentum and your line. See here, he stops. He puts the brakes on straight away. Just keep going. Just follow through a little. Good line. And it's it's important, isn't it, that they just keep taking these singles, wait for the bad ball, put it away. Are you typing it in now?
Yes, I am a fast typer, as everyone knows.
Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds.
I've reworded it slightly
Have you?
to avoid all doubt.
Okay.
So you can give Rosh another 15 seconds after I hit enter, which is very, very shortly as we get to the end of the over. And that's 4 overs down. Now the score's 30 for 3. 75 pace. Just have always struggled to get those double-digit overs, haven't they? 7-7-7. And well, this one was worth 9. As we have a look at the schedule going forward, we are in Hungary this week, Austria for a week. Just a pleasant little train journey down there on Sunday, maybe Sunday evening, depending on how much fun we have in Budapest on Sunday during the day. Rico, getting a bit old now, he'll probably be on the 6 a.m. train to get over there. Anyway, we'll be in Italy, and some people asked about Corey. Corey will be doing weeks 3 and 4 of Italy with me. He's been a bit busy with his coaching and playing commitments during the summer, which I can understand, so it'd be good to have Corey back for that. And then we will be in Germany in August as well. So I know both of us will take a couple of weeks breather in there. I know you'll get those 2 weeks in Italy off. I'll be having the first 2 weeks of Germany off, but then we'll be reunited for the second half of the Krefeld series. And then looking forward to ECC, which isn't too long after that. Just 2-week series in Belgium after what you saw on the screen. Then we should start the ECC. So this is what I said. I said, over this ball though. As we're going to have Sajenda Paraha getting a ball.
Yeah, first time we're seeing.
He's the cousin of Amit Paraha. What I said in the question in the chat, I said, what happens if a batter hits a high ball and non-striker verbally distracts the bowler, causing him to drop the catch?
Yeah, well put.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay.
I love that you had a specific thing that he was yelling in his face.
Because
Two.
Because I've seen it happen. I've gone with experience. You see, that happened while I was umpiring. But anyway,
I'd be taking that one to the higher court.
Nicely done. This is going to be a chase on, but forget it. Well, this is what he likes to do, and this is why Rocky Bull. Well, forget Rocky Bull. Red Bull Rifat, because he's full of energy. He plays these shots. He played 2 of these yesterday. Were absolutely fantastic. He is a tricky little customer. Once he gets his eye in, old Rifat can be quite classy. Good shot. That's why he's going to be up there.
You're a bit of a bowling coach this week. I'm going to turn batting coach here.
Go.
About that shot, don't miss it. Because if you do, you're gone. He didn't know he gets 4.
Well, this one turns him inside out, but it gets the edge. It's going to be 4 more back-to-back boundaries. Así, me gusta, no gusta tiki-taka, me gusta boom, boom, 4 carreras más.
You know what they say, Red Bull gives you wings. At the moment, he's flying. Rafat, he's a backwards specialist, and I'd have a flying leg and third man back straight away. I think they still got the flying leg in the circle, and maybe the third man as well.
Okay, what's next? He's going to get funky. He's got excited now.
Look, he wants it. Look, he's He's definitely going leg side here, look.
Ooh, just need to take another step out to that one, didn't he?
Cricket's all like poker. I know when you're kind of out of the game and you're a bit more neutral, you can see a lot more things. And I could just notice there, the Rufat was little a little sneakiness with his toes, trying to sneak to the left of screen. Meant he wanted to hit it to the right of screen.
Are you eating your ice cream and talking at the same time?
Yeah. Multitasker.
Here he goes. And this time there's a fielder there. That's clever. Liking that. Good bit of cricket. That's nice. He says, okay, you're going to play that shot. Going to put a man there. He plays it pretty well, but look, see, he doesn't try to get too much power in it because he says it doesn't need to, but he forgets there's a fielder there now. So what are you going to do now, Red Bull? Not Rifat, having a look around where the fielders are.
Well, I haven't got an answer, so I'm going to throw it open to the chat now with that question. I want to go less of a trivia question. There's a trivia question in the chat as well.
Go on then. You get another question.
No, I'm fine with that.
We can have another.
Shall I
Shall
just answer? Shall I answer? I'll give them an over. Someone to come up with an answer to that question. If the bowler distracts
by the end of the 6 over.
If the non-striker distracts the bowler from taking a catch, what happens? But it's hit by one batter, but it's the other batter at the other end that causes the bowler, verbally or otherwise, obstructs him from taking the catch. So 38 for 3 after 5. It's been pretty consistent. so it's just a matter of if they can accelerate from this point. That's been their biggest problem. And they do have some problems here because time for some MDF action. Mark Desfontaine is coming on to bowl over number 6. Bowled really well last time, 2 for 8. And gets a bit of swing, but too much. First one's a wide.
He goes a little bit too wide. That's Fontaine. He did tell me, by the way, Vinny, you did totally put him off on the hat-trick ball.
Well, this is something that I miss. Being a wicketkeeper for a long time and then being quite an experienced one, I knew how to put off people with words. No abuse, nothing like that. I just knew, especially 16-year-old, sitting duck, really. I knew I could jinx him. But then... this one is skied and it should be out. It is. So Hafiz tries to get things moving, and unfortunately he will fall for 11. And so Mark Desfontaine, well, no jinxing him with that one. That's a nice little outswinger. Takes the outside half of Hafiz's bat, and he's the 4th wicket to fall. It's 39 for 4.
Well, Fontaine, he's in the act again, taking wickets. A bit of that. That's that movement away again, you see. And that means that the batter is not getting this out the middle of the bat. The movement of the ball, he doesn't really move with it. So it's going to be the end of Hafiz. He goes for 11. I think that was probably his 11th delivery. We'll probably see that updated in a moment. So it gives somebody else an opportunity. And I think we're going with Ali Nawaz. Now, this Ali Nawaz was the man that hung around and put a 51 partnership together with Usar Gori when they were 17 for 6 against the Tigers. So he can handle himself pretty well. Yeah. It's a good time for him to come in.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see if he can do something similar. Not particularly ready. Still got to get the helmet on. But I think he's going to do that for too long. I know Rico's quick to try and time him out. That's something we've never seen in over 2,500 matches now on ECN. We've never seen it timed out. Despite there being this 90-second amount of time to be ready. But then it's not just that. It's not automatically out. There needs to be an appeal. I just don't
there has to be an appeal.
Fielders don't do it. But it's funny because, remember, you could lose runs as a fielding side if you don't bowl the overs, and you don't really get allowances for batters taking too long to get to the crease. Desfontaine to continue. Pretty well played. Good to see the young man getting bowled. And 16. Just think, could keep growing. He could grow into a genuine fast bowler. You think add 2 or 3 years onto him. If he keeps going through the roof like this, it'll be a real handful.
It's well bowled. He gets good shape on the ball, and I think also when I was speaking to him in between the first and this match, it's he's for a 16-year-old, he knows his stuff, he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's trying to do with the ball. He's always got a plan in his mind. Like, for example, in the first match, he said, yeah, Rick, I was going to bowl 3 outside the off-stump, move away, and then dart it in and aim for the pegs. Yeah. And it worked for him, and no doubt he'll be thinking the same here again.
Slower bouncer, yeah. Hey, so I'm going to answer the question now.
Go for it.
That if the striker hits the ball up in the air, and it's a bowler, or any fielder really, is in a position to catch it, and the non-striker was to obstruct by word or otherwise, then actually it's the striker that's out, not the non-striker.
Correct.
And our director Andres also said, and he has to buy beers. I don't think that's in the laws as we see this one. I think it's off the leg, so it won't quite go to the boundary, but they'll grab a couple of runs. They better hurry, though. Oh, in fact, only one of them wanted to go for 2. And we almost had a mix-up there, but it will be just 1 leg by in the end.
Yeah, there's a signal, leg by, and desperate lunge by Tejinder Varma to try and stop it. Yeah, that's right, and it do see it happen. But interesting enough, is a lot of batters that don't know that rule, and when it happens, they're not very happy about it and saying, "Why did you do that? Now I'm out."
Well, I've got a funny story. Maybe you're not aware of this one. You might be. Where were we? In Romania. So maybe you were in the crew. Stefan Gooch, who's playing in the series, obviously one of our crew, and yeah, his parent was umpiring the game when he was a kid, and he was very, very close to his first half century. I think it was on 48. Then he hit one up in the air, and he yelled at the fielder who dropped it, and his parent gave him out.
That's right.
And anyway, and so the thing was, and just to teach him a lesson, and it was also a correct call, but apparently caused a bit of friction in the family for a while. Apparently, his parents weren't talking to each other for a while after it. And Stefan was still pretty angry, but I think he learned a lesson.
Yeah.
He does like to chat, Steph, but I think he knows not to chat to a fielder who's trying to get you caught in a cricket match.
It's a good bowl, a nice fiery little spell. He's going for the slightly shorter length to the captain, Bull or Red Bull. Probably doesn't want to give him the opportunity to play these funky shots, but he'll take a walk right back to the other end because that was the end of the over. As that score is 43 for 4.
We've got to say, quick hello to Piyush Singh Bagel, who's in the chat. Hello, Piyush. Now, Piyush
Hello.
Piyush plays for United Cricket Club in the Czech Republic, and they did so well, Rico. I mean, they're probably not in a dissimilar position to the Vikings, or the Vikings are kind of where United were a couple of years ago, where they're struggling to compete at this level. But 2 years later, United, they finished 3rd in the Czech Republic, despite not actually being in the top division as yet. They're knocking on the door all the time. So we see a Gundy ball, but does it have what it takes to carry the fielder? It doesn't. And guess who? That is Ajish Sridharakurup. And this is the first time I've actually seen him attempt something two-handed. He shows he can do that as well. So Rifat gives it everything he's got, but it's not quite enough to get over the square boundary. He becomes the 5th wicket to fall, and you've got to worry about this innings from here. It's 43 for 5.
Yeah, he's hit this pretty well, hasn't he? But unfortunately doesn't quite have the power to get it past the fielder. Nice catch taken. I like the way he gets into position there. You see, not too much movement. He's not running in and then having to dart back. He stays put, fixes his eye on the ball, and then gets himself into a nice low catching position. A good catch, and unfortunately, that's the end of Rakibul Rifat. He goes for 14 off his 11 deliveries.
Drops to his knees, which is smart because it keeps his centre of gravity pretty low, but still balanced. And so brings your mate Gorey to the crease. You give him some batting coaching as well, Rico?
No.
You'll be taking 10% of his IPL career earnings next.
I don't know what you think about it. I mean, apart from sort of tactical tips, I don't think you really in T10 you can give any batting tips. The tip is to go out there and thump the ball.
I think the tips are mindset based. It's decision making and when to take risks and calculated risks. It's about making good decisions and accepting the outcomes.
Yeah.
Probably how I would say that. Oh, this one's hit pretty high, and look who's going for it. Oh, what a brilliant catch.
Oh, yeah. What a catch this is, Vinny. That is absolutely fantastic. And Dara Peretti, I know you were singing his praises before we even got to Hungary to say this man is a spectacular fielder. That is a really good catch. Not just the fact that he catches it. Look where he has to come from, Vinny. Has to cover a lot of ground. This is a really, really good catch.
Yeah, it's all anticipation. I think Dean Jones used to say that fielding is 90% anticipation, 10% application, but he does both of them at 100% there. That's Ashdara Peretti. Takes a brilliant catch. So Gorey, I think he needs some more Aluprontas to get that ball out of the ground.
I am so glad when you asked me that question about giving him any batting tips, I said no.
Well, I mean, the shot
I would
was
not
on.
have heard the end of it.
He just slices it up and it goes a bit too high. But yeah, going back to Piyush, he's saying the sight screens look good here in Hungary. It's true. I mean, one thing I'd worry about some of the winds we get in Europe. Sometimes they can blow over, which can be a bit hazardous. But yeah, it's good to see some pretty solid sight screens here in Hungary.
Satyendra Paritha. Well, it sounds like Paronta. Maybe he had a couple of Parontas because he's picked up 2 wickets. Hat-trick ball this, I believe.
No.
No? What have I missed?
A dot. Oh. And then this is close, but I think it's high. Oh, now they're going to get a run. No, they're not. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think my instinct was this is climbing. I didn't have a great look at it because I was distracted by you not paying attention and think it was a hat-trick.
Goria 2 balls.
Pretty good shout. I don't think it's high on second look.
Yeah, it's I can see why the umpire's seeing there.
That's a pretty good decision. I think Steve's umpired really well in this series. Sparrow has been good though, hasn't he? 2 for 9 with the ball to go. First bowl of the series. Just showing the depth of this UCB bowling lineup.
Yeah, and there's still a number of bowlers we haven't even seen come on to bowl. Of course, including our man, Raja Gora. I wonder if he's going to have a little bowl next, Raja. He
was fun to watch, wasn't he?
Yeah, the Budapest Express. It's nicely played. There's a man out there that'll take a single, and it's Dara Puretti. And he took that sensational catch.
I don't know how much bowling the Hungarian Express has done recently, but maybe they'll just say, okay, you just ice yourself for the second game.
I can tell you the answer to that.
Okay.
I can tell you exactly the answer to that. That before today, he hasn't played cricket in 4 years as we have a look at what's coming up to tomorrow.
All right, tomorrow we might get another chance, hey? Because big clash start of the day. We've got CCC, the Cobra Cricket Club versus United Chalad Budapest. So the 2 teams that met in the Eliminator last year, they could be fighting for a top 2 position. I think they are fighting for a top 2 position, both of those teams. Then the Blinders and the Vikings in the afternoon session. The Vikings on the up, but still haven't been able to pull off a win against one of these top division sides. The Blinders had a very mixed time so far. They're 2-2. I think the Blinders will be pretty happy to have today off and just start again. I think they've had a couple of losses in their second matches of both days that have left them feeling a bit flat.
Yeah.
So I think they'll say, okay, look, 2 more days of cricket and then we hit the finals hard. So join us tomorrow at the same time, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. Wherever you are around the world, you can work out when that is. We'd love to have your company again on the European Cricket Network. Yeah. Got to say also, Rico, I'm so happy when I see people like Piyush in the chat and people are part of our European cricket community, players that have played in series and getting involved, showing an interest in the other countries as well. So yeah, Piyush, great to have you. Say hello to all the guys for me at United. They're a very likeable club. They're the club I can probably, I actually don't know what kind of a club I would describe them as. I mean, people love Albizami in Sweden, kind of like Europe's club kind of thing. But I mean, United aren't quite at that level yet, but they've just improved so much over the last couple of years. And for them to take a medal in the Czech series, I think it shows you how far they've come. I think they took 7 or 8 games to ever get a win on ECN in the beginning. So that's inspirational. All right, this time we're going to have 1. As you just worry about the potential for acceleration, although they do have Ali Nawaz in there. Let's see if he can whack a boundary at the moment. It's been a bit of a boundary drought, hasn't there?
Yeah, there has. It's Khan here now on strike. He's out there with Nawaz. Really well hit, but again, just not getting the power into the shots. So, I mean, Nawaz, yeah, he's used up 5 deliveries to get to his 1, so he's certainly one that can try and get a push on here now. They know they need to try and push on. They can't be finishing. And at the moment, maybe they're going to struggle to get near the 70, which wasn't enough in the first match. It's a nice looking shot. It times it pretty well. But there is the field set for it. Here comes the lovely throw from Fontaine, locking the stumps over. Well, we've seen a lot of direct hits from throws today as well, from fielders, even throwing the ball in from the boundary. We know that Suleiman Mohammed, he got a wicket from a direct hit earlier. There you go, knocking the stumps over. And gets a little clap from the bowler, Valurupalli. He's having a bowl here now. Not done bad either. 5 or 4 deliveries. And this one's been swung away to square leg area. In comes the throw. Single taken. So tiki-taka at the moment, where You're needing a little bit of the boom boom, so it's all tuk-tuk style. I've got to change up to the V12.
Yeah, let's see. It was a bit of kick in the tail. 50 is up though, you said?
In the air. Shouts to catch it, but just needs to be taken on the bounce there by Duraparetti, and he does. And a nice tidy over. Well bowled there for Valupali. 7 runs coming off it. 51. 6 wickets down. That's the end of the 8th over. So 12 balls to try and get beyond the 70. This is what the bowlers have done so far. And everyone's contributed apart from Valupali there in that last over. But it was nice and tidy. Just 7 runs from it. And again, this is one thing I think UCB certainly have got an array of bowlers and all got different types of variations. Has go for Desfontaine to come back, but he starts with the wide, and maybe they're just lacking the depth with the batting, because what we have seen there is that not just them, number of sides, that when the earlier batter goes, then they don't have the depth lower down. The middle order doesn't seem to respond, and nor does the tail. This is a very, very good take from Tejinder Varma. I know that sometimes we've given him some stick, but this is classy. Really is. It takes the outside of the pad. What a good take that is. So he's another man. We're talking about getting better all the time. But Tejinder Varma, excellent stop. And well done to you today as well for the improvement in your work behind the stumps. It goes right across here. The umpire does put the finger up. Well, he had to make sure this is going to hit. And steps a long way across. I think this is, well, my first impression, I think it's a good decision. Let's see what I think second time round. Comes a long way across.
That's out.
Yeah, I think that's going to go on and rattle the leg stump. Height is not an issue. Comes a long way across. He tries to, yeah, see that? It hits him well below the knee roll. He tries to work it down towards the fine leg area. And he's gone. And well bowled once more to the bowler. And Desfontaine gets his second wicket, 2 for 6 for him now. And the Vikings lose their 7th, 53 for 7.
Yeah, so steering down the barrel a little bit here at the moment. And so let's see, like I said, we get a bit more fight out of the Vikings. Not easy though. This is a guy that I've got a lot of time for though. Sulaiman Mohammed. He's bowled and fielded very well in this series. Let's see if he can do something with the bat. Swing and a miss, that shape from Mark Desfontaine, causing trouble for the batters all the way through his spell today.
Desfontaine continuing to cause trouble.
I say I'm really nursing this ice cream. Got me through 8 overs at the moment.
Oh, well, this is a big, big swing. He goes for the Yorker, doesn't he? Clever bowler. I told you, he always using variation. There's the Yorker. It just misses the stumps. You can't believe it.
This is one of the all-time great swings in any sport. He's just given this everything. Have a look. If he'd hit that, oh, wait, that might have gone to Mars. And he tries to hit this, but he won't reach it. So that's the only thing with Desfontaine. Occasionally he's swung it too much, but I mean, you can see how economical he's been today. Took 2 for 8 in his previous 2-over spell. Back in match 11, he's looking for almost identical figures here. And I'm sure he'd love a 3rd wicket this time. Make it hard for them to not bowl him in some of the big matches tomorrow.
No, I think whenever he's been called upon, Vinny's bowled well. And I think sometimes bowlers can be guilty of bowling the same stuff all the time. He doesn't. It goes for the Yorker. This is up in the air a long way. It's going to drop in the middle. Well, it's a bit of the old Bermuda Triangle right in the middle. And then comes a throw in the end. And it's quite a spicy one.
Well, using the pitch, I suppose. Mohammed, 3rd time lucky for him. So, I think we've got one more ball to go in this over. He could very well get the same figures. I'm pretty sure it was 2 for 8 that he got in that last game. It was brilliant. Well, could have twin figures here. He'd probably love 3 for 7 rather than 2 for 8 though.
Oh, well, he's going to go for 4.
Whoops. Sorry, Mark. This one could have been a third wicket. But, yeah, the keeper, well, doesn't really get a good jump at that, does he, Varma? I mean, I think he's a little bit wrong-footed. Have a look at him, 44. So he's a slight skip to the left, which just means that he can't really get a good stride back or a good jump back. So a bit unlucky for Desfontaine. Very good day at the office for him. 4 wickets across the 2 matches. 58 for 7 off 9. And it's funny, well, probably not that funny for the Vikings supporters, but they're right on their run rate, which is 6.4, which has kind of been going today, how quickly they'd scored their runs.
Here we go. Buy your tickets. Get your tickets.
All right.
Choo-choo. And, well, yeah, like I told you, he hasn't played for some 4 years.
So they've dusted the train off. He's out of service. And here he is, steaming in. 10th overtime.
Well, this is up in the air. I think this might go all the way. Balle. In the zona, Shaka Lagya. Well, it's a full toss. It's also been called a no ball. So that's how you get 7. Boom, Shaka Lagya.
Well, the train's flying, and so is the ball. Look, I think it's a decent call. It's pretty high. The umpires are instructed if they're not sure where it would be at the crease that they should call it. So free hit coming up, and he does kind of sling them flat. They're not going to drop a lot. So yeah, it's the worst possible start. Well, they get right up to that 64, which is their average 10 over score. But they still got 5 balls to party. Maybe they can get more than that 70 now. It's looking unlikely a moment ago.
Free hit. And tries to give himself a little bit too much room there, Sulaiman Mohammed. Well, we know that when he hits it, you can hit it big. Well, they're asking for another. Oh, don't tell me you've got another batter that stays outside. Look, he's making no attempt to get in. And keep the eye on that bat. He doesn't get in here. He's out. Oh,
I think he's going to be out. I think it probably was wide, you know.
He's out. But you got to look. It's the basics, gentlemen. It's the basics. Get yourself back in the crease.
Like, where's
look,
my
first,
wide call?
he doesn't put the bat down. He keeps it lofted in the air. Maybe the bat's too small for him. Look,
he
comes up.
bounces once.
Oh.
Yeah, he's out.
He's
and
out,
the thing is,
isn't
the bouncing bat thing, even though it probably wouldn't apply in that circumstance either, it only applies to run outs, not stumpings.
What a way to get a wicket.
I don't think they've given him
Haven't they
here.
given this out?
Well, maybe they thought it took too long to throw.
No. Really?
Because maybe it does bounce it back. I mean, to be honest, he's super
He's
lucky to
lucky.
get away with
He's
that.
very
Well,
lucky.
he's been unlucky not to get the wide. He's lucky to survive.
Very lucky. Anyway, here comes
Give the Vikings a break.
big swing. Well, that's quick. That is quick. That's gone through. Look, let's have a look at this again. From the moment this is released to when it gets into the hands of Varma, it's you ain't got too much room to count any seconds here. That's a quick delivery.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, again, he's flirting with the tram line, getting away with it.
This is the one
previous
before.
one. I don't really perceive a delay from Varma. He's kind of he's a sneaky specialist, Varma, isn't he?
Ball again. And I think he's Sulaiman here. You can see he wants to give this ball a big crunch, does he? But the advice here is take a step outside the off stump and forward, and then apply that shot, because he's moving himself away towards the leg side and taking himself out of the reach of the ball.
Ninja saying, didn't he hold that far too long? Well, the issue there is not so much that, it's that the batter's out of his crease for so long. So I think, you know, the benefit of the doubt, I think the ball is live.
There we go, he's earned
Oh, where's he going?
Then he goes back. Well, he had the right idea. He did exactly what I said he needs to do, but then he went back again. He needed to stay here. He needed to stay there.
But this is called a Vinoth Ravindran now, because he walks, but then he walks back. That's now called a Ravindran after last game. Unfortunately, for Sulaiman Mohammed, I like the intent, but after the no ball 6, there's been 4 dots. And so, probably suiting the
It's quite
UCB
weird,
guys.
isn't it? The only runs on his figures are off a ball he hasn't bowled, technically. And that's all. Oh, it's the second time I've said this where this nick has gone through the Verma and say, that's it, he's gone, and he puts it down. Does this hit him on the face?
I'm going to say credit to Verma. He saves 4 here.
It does. Oh, that catches him on the nostrils.
He's eaten it, has he? That's no good.
It's on his nostrils. That's come out of his gloves onto, I think this is on the nose. Yeah.
Let's have a look. That's
nasty.
Not
I hope
great,
he's okay, because this is coming at a fair speed. Look, with the edges, so watch this. Ouch.
Oh, yeah. That's no good. Took a big deflection, to be fair. I mean, look, lucky it's not Bill Laurie keeping. I mean, could have broken that thing right off. But we'll take us to the last four of the innings. I see an
I
ant.
could take my ice lolly out to him
has
to
gotten
put on
into
his
your
nose,
ice
but
lolly.
there's all bugs in it now, so maybe it's not so good.
Verma's going to be all right.
It's a
to
bug's
continue.
life, innit? It's a bug's life.
Are you still going to have that?
Yeah,
No,
I know
I've
you
already,
eat
no,
anything.
I've already had one. I'm trying to be good.
I was going to take it out to Verma to put in his nose, just to give it a chill. Ice it
I
up.
think
a bit.
that he's just trying to keep everything out of his nose. At the
Okay, a
moment.
ball to come.
65.
What a reply after that. No
he's
ball
on a,
six.
he's on a fake maiden here.
Yes,
he's
he
got
is,
five
isn't
no
he?
balls, five in a row, and I don't think they'll get one here.
Gone.
Yeah, well, he's LBW, I think.
Oh,
he's
LB.
out twice. Two batters
Was
around
it
here.
was there appeal? Was it an appeal? I missed the appeal.
Yeah,
I was
look at
watching the wicketkeeper.
And they're all just running.
Well done.
I want to see this from front on. I didn't really get a good look at it. I think, yeah, it probably is out, you know. And then how about this for Verma? So don't about the broken nose. It could be the I mean, I don't know. I think, the LBW is out first.
Yeah.
But how about that? The old double play from UCB finishing things off. But I'll give you is that the first time I've seen a 7 off a no, or 6 off a no ball,
Correct.
and then a wicket made
Yeah.
straight after.
This is what I was saying to him. Technically, the 7 came off, not a legal delivery.
Yeah.
So if all the legal deliveries he bowled, they couldn't take any runs, and he picked up a wicket.
Yeah.
Well done to the Hungarian Express, or shall we call him the Hungarian Slinger, or whichever one you prefer. Well, let us know on the chat. But he's bowled really well, and it's been another good performance.
How about the
from,
Hunslinger in the last over? With
the what?
old the Hunslinger, the Hungarian slinger. So let's go to some of the highlights. And once again, the Vikings were out. They were trying to party. And the party poopers were UCB, although that one was roughed along a little bit from MDF. But still, the ball was following around.
Well, here we go. This was the corner bolt. Nicely done. And yeah, look, I was saying before we got chatting there that UCB, I'm very impressed with their bowling. I'm very impressed with the variations that they got and the depth that they got in the bowling. And well, that was a big moment, wasn't it? And I like the way they play their cricket. And there's another wicket there from the very cool-looking Dara Peretti. And I think big improvements as well. Sajindra Varma, they're getting better all the time. There he is, talk off the man. But, he's made some really good stops down the leg side as well. Stopping the balls, racing past him to the boundary. We saw a couple of big hits as well, didn't we? It was nice to see the captain get out there, Rukbul Rafat, and play some nice shots. He's a classy batter. And while he was there, well, we saw back-to-back boundaries. The first one was a bit classy. That one was a bit lucky. Poquito de suerte. And this one up in the air. And no mistakes there, taking the catch. And this one was a shot out in the deep. It was a full delivery. And hit it pretty well, didn't it, Rifat? But unfortunately, couldn't get enough power onto it. But that was what we're going to see a little bit more of. And that is just pure class, isn't it? And as with Dara Peretti showing you how to take those catches. Love the way he gets there. And it's all about keeping himself well balanced. Here, the umpire puts his finger up and says, yeah, you got to go. And this could have been a catch, but just out of the way. This was the big hit. He throws everything off this, everything including the kitchen sink, and goes all the way for 6 runs. And then it was a case of joining the dots. But this one, it gets away with myself and Vinny Sandy thinks that maybe Suleiman was perhaps a little bit lucky to get away with that. But he couldn't get bat onto ball again. And when he did, well, no runs from it. But this one came up and hit Vorma on the nostrils. So he was a bit smart. Here's an LBW appeal. Bye-bye, Mr. Batter. You're gone. It was full. It was straight. It was knocking him out. The finger did go up. But Verma still with the sting up his nostrils. Through that, I think he was aiming for the batter. That hit him rather than the stumps. But he did hit the stumps. And that was the end of the proceedings, or the first innings anyway. 10 overs gone, 65 for 8. Look, all I'm going to say is I think the Debrecen Vikings, they're trying very hard. I think I like the way they're taking on the singles. I like the way they're running. They are improving all the time. The only thing is that they've come up against a UCB side that are pretty classy themselves. I think the bowling is really good. You're going to see that when you look at the bowling figures. Some of the highlights there, Hafiz, he did well getting into double figures, and also the captain, Rukbul Rifat, played some nice shots, but really couldn't get the kind of partnership they needed. I think if Sani could have contributed with 30-odd runs, Things could have been different. There's the bowlers, 6 used in total, 2 wickets for 3 bowlers there. Ghulam Abbas, well bowled to him again. It's nice to see him. And Satinder Paraya, 2 wickets as well there. And Marcus Fontaine continues to do what he does well, not just containing the batsman, but I like his line, like his variations, picks up 2 there. And Raj Gaur, well, the 7 came off 1 ball, which was the no ball. Then after that, the next 6 balls were dots and picked up a wicket as well. So once again, a solid, well-disciplined performance in the field from the United Chalad Budapest. And they'll be looking now to get ready in the 10 minutes or so that we got. Maybe slightly less. It is the final match of the day, so the break is a little bit shorter. They'll be looking to get their heads together very quickly, take on a bit of fluid and say, right, okay, 66 required for victory. Let's go out there and do it. And I think they want to be trying to do it in style as well, because I think they do know if they can knock these runs off pretty quickly, it certainly will help them with the net run rate. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return in just about 5 minutes time for the final innings of the day, day 3, match number 12. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back to you, our global cricket family. Idu Ira, as they would say here in Budapest, in Hungary. And it's been a splendid day of cricket. Day 3 here in Budapest, the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Hungary. And, well, we're halfway through the final match, match 4 of the day. And, match number 12 on your schedule. And the Debrecen Vikings, they're starting to do some good work out there, but still just falling short of the sort of total that they need to be trying to put on the board. You saw them score 70 against their opponents, United Chalad Budapest, in the first match between the two. This time they've fallen 5 below that, 65 for 8. So once more, they're going to have to be at their best with the ball. And well, one thing that I'm liking straight away is that they are going for Gori, their main attack bowler, right at the beginning. So Usal Gori has got the new ball in his hand. It looks like we're going to have the captain, Rukmal Rifat, in first slip. See if they can get the wicket early. And, well, watch out, because look who's on strike. See this ball first. And this is nicely played, nice, confident-looking shot. He gets the single. And, of course, that is Amit Parhirar. And, well, Parihar, we know all about him yesterday. He was the one that, from nowhere, gave them the victory against the Blinders. Needing 15 of the last. When he got on strike, he just pumped a hat-trick of sixes. Bang, 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 game over. And, well, it was the most decisive finish to a game that I've seen. It really was something special. But he just starts by just pushing that one out for a single. That gets... short, and it just put away. And Darapuretti, he's not in any sort of mood to be sticking around. It wasn't a good delivery, and that does get put away. Well, time for me to I'll give you an apology. Just ignore what you saw on your screen earlier. It wasn't Amit Pahiran who just got off the mark. It was actually Vinoth Ravindran. So they are sticking with the two men that are more recognised at the top of the order. Nice shot played there. Darapuretti. Gori goes for the Yorker. That's well bowled. Good Yorker length delivery. Good reply. Good comeback from Gori. We've got the right batters out there now on your screens. Net run rate, that is what UCB will be thinking. Try to get to the target quickly. And he goes for short delivery again. Doesn't quite get this one, Darapuretti. I don't think that is the answer, though, from Gori. He gets a bit lucky. And, short ball is not, I don't think, is the answer to... Well, I don't think it's the key to success, let's put it that way. National Smile Power Day. And certainly the Debrecen Vikings would love to have a few smiles on their faces if they can pick up a few wickets. Well, they were gleaming if they can pull off what would be an unlikely victory here. And that's why it's just struggling with his line a little bit. I think... prefers perhaps to be bowling to the right-hander. The other thing here, he's running right across the umpire. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander. But to have a look, when you see the delivery, watch where he takes himself. That's a bit naughty. The umpire will probably have a word with him about it as well if he continues. You see here, he's running down the middle of the pitch. It's been called a wide. Now that's the reason why, man. I mean, that's pretty straightforward because it's down the leg side. But look, if this is striking the pads, or maybe it takes a feather off an edge, and the umpire has to make the call. He can't see a thing. He can't be running in front of the umpire And, I think pretty soon, I mean, he's done it a couple of times there, but I think that Steve Anthony will probably be picking him up on it pretty soon. And yeah, look, he's there again. And nah, he needs to be running down that right hand side of the pitch and then coming back on the same side. Doesn't want to be going across onto the pitch at all. And it's one thing that I think that teams and coaches need to work on and apply to their bowlers all the time. And we see a lot of that from bowlers that are coming around the wicket. And somebody who's well, having a bit of a workout out there is Sada Kib. He's up and down like a yo-yo at the moment. And decides he's going to come over the wicket. And straight away, it's a much better delivery. That does strike the pads, but always pitching outside the line of leg stump. 8 off the over, so despite the wides, it's not a disastrous over. Let's see if you can finish it well. No, he can't. This one swings into the left-hander, but swings really early, goes down the leg side, so it's another wide. 9 off the over now. Frustration for the Vikings. You don't have a lot of runs on the board. You don't want to be giving too many extras away. That's 4 wides now in the over. Fuller delivery, gets punched away. Out on the onside, nice work there from the fielder. Sort of sliding and making the stop. That was Kashif Mohammed. And well, here we go. 262 matches now without a golden ball. This is the longest period of time, or the longest run, if you like, that we've had without seeing the golden ball. What's the golden ball? Some of you may be saying, well, that's when the scores are tied. So if you ever have a European Cricket Network match where the scores are tied, then what happens is we go to the golden ball. So one ball to be bowled by any bowler. Any bowler can be selected to bowl the one ball, and any batter that hasn't been out can face that ball, and you need to get 2 runs from it. It's as simple as that. 2 required, and if they get the 2 off the ball, you win. If you don't, you lose. Simple as that. This is just floated out outside the off. It's been well timed, and it's going to be 4 runs. It was a very slow, lofted, tantalising delivery, and Sulaiman Mohammed, well, he didn't disguise this very well at all, but he gave too much width on it. He did pick up some wickets first time round. And it was those sort of variations that helped him, but that was just too wide. 2 for 9 he got in that last match. And now he goes down the leg side. It's going to be another wide, and I get the feeling that the wicketkeeper, Sada Kib, has probably spent more time on the deck than he has on his feet so far in this innings. You might as well put a mattress down next to him so at least can soften his fall. Ooh, look, I wanna see a replay of this. Have a replay of this. Look at the umpire. Look what the umpire is doing. Look at the positioning of the umpire. Now that is all to do with where the bowler is. Now if you're an umpire that's having to do that, already you're not standing from stump to stump, and look, there you go, liking that, unliking that. Thank you very much, James Lloyd. And what James Lloyd is saying there is, look, for me to have to see the ball, I'm doing this. There's no way I can give a decision because I'm not looking wicket to wicket. So come on, you can't be doing that. Get out of my way. Yeah, nice umpiring. And, I don't think it was that anyway, but there's no way an umpire can give that. And, oh, this is a no ball. Yeah, and I just... when does it come off the pitch? I mean, does it hit the grass before the batting line there? It's after, so I think technically, that's normally be given a wide. I could be wrong, but it has been signalled a no ball, so free hit. And it's been hit pretty well. Once again, he's right in front of the umpire. You saw that James Lloyd was having to lean again. And I think pretty soon the umpire is going to get tired of this. And this is something that I know Vinny and I have spoken a lot about, is saying, well, look, okay, this can't carry on. And I think there needs to be a change to stop the bowlers doing this. I know that on a turf pitch, for example. Well, there again, this has been picked up beautifully. That goes a long way. Manos, riba, 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 riba. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, sooner or later, you know the batter was just going to say, right, I know where this ball is going. It's been angled into me. It's going to be going away from into the legs, and I'm just going to help it along. Big hit, big 6. Thank you very much. Yeah, going back to that, if it is a turf pitch, you can say to the bowler, right, okay, you're actually in the protected area. You're causing damage to the pit, so I'm going to give you a warning, first and final, second warning, and then you come off, and you can't bowl again. It seems doing it again, and I know this is an artificial pitch, so you can't really damage it, maybe. Some people would say you still can, but, okay, technically maybe you can't. Not going to get into that debate, but I still don't think just because it's an artificial pitch, you should allow bowlers or batters to be interfering with the protected area. You know, it's a law, it's a rule. It shouldn't happen. This time a single was being taken. Okay, that's my rant over. But, I'd like to know what you think. People watching on the chat. But, yeah, it's there for a reason. So I think you've got to respect that. I think it's also about educating the bowlers. Look, you know, the bowlers themselves are playing. There's quite a lot of young players here. For example, you know, we know that we've got a couple of youngsters here. Mark Desmontaine, who's playing 16 years old. Eventually, some of these players are going to be playing higher up. Maybe they're going to start representing the national team, and you're going to be playing in countries and in competitions where you're playing grass. You're playing on grass pitches. And if you don't learn, and if you don't stop doing it, and you're going to be doing it on grass pitches, you're going to get yourself into a lot of trouble. And, of course, like people have said on the chat, it also applies to batters as well. So, yeah, I'd like to see more education on that for some of the European cricketers. But that's all I'll say on the subject. Let's go back to this match. And where are we? 2 overs gone, 23 on the board. And it's time for some spin. And time for the captain. He's got a slip in place to try and take this wicket. Suleiman, he went for 13 off his over. Rickbal, this is hit firmly along the ground, and it goes through the fielder. It's not able to stop this sign. He's been hit really well. Absolutely gives it a thump, and I think the bounce is what eluded him. It just takes his eye off the ball, and it's hoping that he can block it with his body, but deflects over the rope. 4 runs. And, this time, no run. Nice shot, though. Like the way he comes down and creates the opportunity. Rifat won't mind that. It wasn't a bad delivery. That's what he's trying to do. Get the batter coming out of the crease and get the wicket keeping into play. Oh, this is sensational. What a beautiful shot that is. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Shaka. Lagya. This is absolutely delightful. That is, for me, the shot of the day. I mean, the one down the ground was good, but look, the way he dances down the track, gets himself into position, and absolutely nails it. Beautiful shot. Top class. And this one's down the ground, and it's another one where we're dealing in 6s here. Shaba, Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Gia, 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 Shaka, Lagya. Absolutely thunderbolt of a shot. And this one gets muscled over. Well, Darapareddy, well, he's forever ready. He has raced on to 32 of 17 deliveries and, well, going to spin. Doesn't seem to have worked here for Rakibul Rifat. 16 with the ball to go off the over. And this one, he gets this completely wrong, and it's a splendid effort there from the fielder. The ball is always away from him, but he doesn't give it up. He gets the dive in, does Kashif Mohammed, to try and get there, but he can't. It ends up being a single. I think if he carried on with the original plan of the shot, he would have got there, done already. But end of the over. And 40 off the power play. And 3 overs gone, and you can see the contrast there as Mr. Maximo comes back into the ice cube.
And back. Well, at least they were consistent, you could say, in the first innings. A little lull in the 6th and 7th, but no real big overs, and that's the difference as well. Looks like we're going to get Ahmed Khan to bowl over number 4. You just have the feeling the way this is going could just be a couple more overs in it. Dara Peretti, though, he is poetry in motion, isn't he? And he gets going.
He played some sensational shots, you have to say, Dara Peretti.
Well, let's see if they can get some sort of a highlight out of this second innings. The Vikings. Ahmed Khan comes on to bowl too. Flying Ash.
A lot of swing there. It almost ends up being a catching opportunity for Ahmed Khan. Have a look at this. Just dropping. And unfortunately for him, it goes under his body as well.
Good effort,
Allows
though.
the batters to get a single. Yeah, it's a nice dive.
See him throwing it around. Hey, I've got to say a big thank you to Nate in Tennessee, USA. He's donated another $10 US, and he said, buy the crew a couple of cold ones.
Ah,
and
Nate,
I was
you're
just
a
wandering
hero.
around,
You're our hero, Nate.
chatting to some of the spectators on the way here, very lazily. They offered to go get me some, but it's okay. I'm going to wait. I can wait 2 more overs. Here we go. Over the wicket now to the right-hander.
4 runs. This is taking a bit of the bat. It goes through, and Rifat realises it's gone already and saves his energy as he has to go to get it. It was very wide. And as I say, if you're going to play at it, make sure it goes to the boundary. Otherwise, not worth it. And that's exactly what happens here. Not quite sure that was the plan. But either way, it doesn't matter. That's where it goes. And Vinod Ravindran still not found his form and his rhythm. But he's there. Maybe he's another one, you know, like quite a few batters, and maybe and one from the blinders I can think of. Mars Baji are probably saving the best for when it matters.
Yeah, maybe. Ali Almaz, Ali Farasat, some of the blinders get to really fire. Just give him a bit of time. It's you've got to say, the Vikings running out a bit of a puff here. Once again, they kind of showed signs they could get that 80 plus, but 65 just won't be enough. Pretty much on par with what their average run rate has been, though. But again, lots of positives for them. I have seen their cricket develop, just probably not quite able to push it for a whole game so far against these other 4 top teams in Hungary.
Defensive approach there from Dara Peretti after seeing some of his explosive power. Just decides to respect this one from Ahmed Khan. Full toss, hit firmly, and Sani will do the fielding, keeps it to 1.
I mean, I just think the Vikings, I like their attitude, though. I mean, I know they haven't quite been there as far as the level for long enough, but they're always trying. They're still throwing themselves around in the field. You know, it's been a rough initiation, but I think they'll be all the better for it. Here's the last ball of the 4th. Not a bad looking shot by Ravindran, but he'll sit in his bat, and so he'll stay on 6. It's the end of the 4th over. And UCB are 47 without loss. Dara Peretti show will recommence very shortly, but before that, why don't we have a look at the fixtures tomorrow? And look, UCB better be ready because the Cobras are coming for them. Don't forget, UCB knocked them out of the tournament last year. That was despite Cobras winning 5 of their 8 group matches, and that'll be a spicy doubleheader tomorrow morning. Then in the afternoon, the Blinders trying to get a bit of form together after their day off against the Vikings, who are a team on the rise, no doubt about that. Maybe they can put 1 or 2 together on day 4. It all starts again tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 a.m. in Central Europe and noon in India, 12:30 p.m. in Bangladesh, and probably 2:30 on the west coast of Australia, 4:30 on the east coast, 6:30 in New Zealand, and so on and so forth. I'm going to have a stab at the US, and I'm going to say it will start at I'm going to say 2:30 in the morning in Eastern US time and 11:30 p.m. the night before on the West Coast. I know I've got some friends that like to watch from Seattle. So Northwest. There's the reversage, and this is how you play when you're Dara Peretti. He's just toying with his prey a little bit, isn't he? And he plays this shot so well. Decides early, wants to go for it, and he rarely misses it.
Yeah, I mean, he's played, well, one of the shots of the tournament so far, which is still registering in our head when he plays this similar shot and goes all the way for 6. But I'm pretty surprised that Rakibul Rifat, the captain, has brought himself back on again here. The fees first over went for 17. He has got other options. I think he has to explore them before this match disappears. Nice to see some activity there in the background. Nice to see the dogs out for a walk. Well hit. Work to do for Sani. He can't get there. This was too spicy. What's up? Well, I tell you what's up. Wasabi. That's what. This is hot. Hot and spicy. And though there is a man out there, can't do anything about it. 4 more.
Oh, that's almost skipped into the swimming pool, which is where I might be in a second. So it does seem to have got a bit warmer. That's yeah, it's hot out there in the kitchen at the moment. What's going on back there? Oh, we got little dog streaker in the background.
Yeah, little puppy.
I told you this series is part Big Brother, part cricket. Yeah, that's what happens when you buy a house next to a cricket ground. And normally this is their swimming pool when it's underwater in the winter.
Yeah, can you imagine? Just getting his fielders set, but well, this is going to be painful because there's that switch once more, and well, it's been stopped. I'm not sure how it's been stopped. This has gone pretty quick. I don't know which part of the body's being used here. Was this all hands or was there something else involved?
This is a bit of forearm, or maybe the hand. She's didn't get right in the middle, but yeah, it's good fielding. Saves 4 runs. I've got to say Nate's comment as well.
Yeah.
Specifically, please treat the crew. Spring Productions for their quality replays today, allowing everyone to follow the action. And this is no exception as it's out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, so, make that a second. Dara Peretti is getting greedy now. You know, he's got a chance for a half century here. Oh, hello. They're going to get 3. No, they won't. So he's on 45 now, I believe, after that. Yeah, I was going to say, Spring Productions, of course, announcing today that our partnership will extend into 2026 with them, which seems a long way in the future, but it'll creep up before you know it. And yeah, their replays and replay skills are a big part of what makes this production so great. Now I think he's just happy to take 1. Yeah, so I mean, it's just something you don't get in, a lot of cricket broadcasts. Certainly nothing at this level of cricket anyway. So it's all because the expert way that the camera work, obviously, but then all the magic that the directors do in the box and making the stuff work so people can hear us. I mean, there's a lot of technicals to it. A lot of work goes into it. I want to say a big thank you to those guys. I'm really excited about working with them. And look, I'll have a couple on their behalf with Nate's money as we get to the end of the over. So, Ravindran.
I don't think that's the idea, Vin.
It's 58 for no loss. Well, look here. They've got to be here earlier than us. They work a lot harder than us, if I'm completely honest. So I wouldn't feel right with them having a drink during the week. But what I will do, I'll buy a couple of cold ones with that $10, Nate. In fact, in Hungary, that $10 will probably buy you... actually, I know, because we went to the shop round the corner. In US dollars, it's about 30 cents for a beer. So we could actually buy 33 beers with Nate's $10. So we can really stock up. And I do recommend Hungary to anyone that would likes maybe a bit of a foodie or a drinky, and come and join in the fun. I think you make your airfare back pretty quickly, if I'm honest. Anyway, let's go into what I think will be the last over of the day. Dara Peretti within 4 runs of a half century.
Yeah, they're going to stick with Ahmed Khan to bowl it.
We had to do a double take when we bought 4 beers after work the other day.
Yeah.
A couple of days ago.
Yeah.
And I told you how much it was, and you said, what?
Yeah. I said, no. I said, let's go back. I didn't say what. I said, let's go back.
They've made a mistake. Yeah, I just thought for a second.
But isn't it? But it's like everywhere. It depends where you go.
Yeah,
but
exactly,
if you go to the local places, yeah, it's... well, put it this way. After the shock I got in Sweden, trying to buy... Well, I'm not a big beer drinker, but just trying to buy sort of some wine or... I like the old firewater. It was a bit shocking, and you can't buy it in a lot of places.
And Nate's 10 American dollars, if you'd given that to us in Sweden, I would have asked you for more. Like you used to ask my parents. I would say that's not enough for a drink, Nate.
No.
So you'd have to probably I think I paid 11
It's probably $12 for a drink at Stockholm Central Station. Nice pub. Not taking anything away from it, but maybe expensive piece of real estate that they're on right there. Here's the next one.
Now look, Sweden is an absolute stunning place. Landskrona was beautiful. Stockholm, it's absolutely beautiful. But put it this way, it's not a place where you go wild having parties, especially if you want an alcohol party, because it's going to cost you a few bob. But I think it's slightly different here, of course. But again, like you say, it depends where you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, here we go. Where are we here now? So
6 will win it.
Pretty.
Also bring up his 50 if you can do it.
Well, maybe that was the one. It's quite strange how the two batters are just opting to take these singles here. I would have thought they'd be looking to try and finish this ASAP to try to really affect the net run rate. But they seem to be, well, they're happy to do it with singles here.
Bit of extra camera time, maybe. Well, they've had plenty of it.
Ravindran. He's sort of, well, he's hardly had any strike. I just had a look how many balls he's faced. This is just his 7th. And on the pads, it's an optimistic appeal. And, well, he's at run a ball now. Run a ball 7.
Yeah, so big thanks, Nate. That is true, though. Well, we went back. I actually thought for a second I'd be giving back more money than I gave him. Being pretty unfamiliar with the currency here. It's a bit easier to be a millionaire here, isn't it? I mean, you need maybe about $3,000 to be a millionaire because of the currency, the foreigns in Hungary.
Yeah, I have to admit, I did. Well, this was just flicked. They'll take a single again. Yeah, picked up a few things the other day, and the lady, very nice lady as well, said to me, blah, blah, blah. I didn't understand, so she wrote it down, and it was like 3,400 or something. I said, "You having a laugh?"
Yeah.
I said, "What are you talking about?" And then she smiled and said, "Hang on." And then she got the calculator out and said, "For you, it's this, but this is what it works out to."
Yeah, when you see things that a sandwich costs like $1,000, you're like, hold on a second. All right, the boundary will win it.
And, well, yeah.
He'll rue that.
I
Because
think
that could cost him his half century because he would have had the strike, but he's been pretty unselfish because Ravindran, I think, is the guy that probably needs more batting. And you see some of the spectators up the back, the very top corner. And to the 6th over. This game meanders on to its conclusion, and it's 62 for no loss after 6. Seems the breeze has died completely, so it seems a lot hotter now.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'll be honest with you, I thought this game probably would have been done by now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Tara Peretti and Ravindran are quite enjoying the bit of camera time, and they're taking this into the 7th over. 62 it is, without loss. Most of the damage being done by Dara Peretti, the batter. And it looks like they're going back to Gori. He bowled the first, 10 came off it. One thing Gori doesn't want to do is go short. He's got to be pitching this up. Good delivery. Oh, no, I think the batter's there. Look, this is a very good example of what we talk about a lot. A batter, when you're a non-striker, you don't follow up too much. You go. You be alert. He's seeing what's happened here. Does he get his bat back in time? I think it's just. And well, if that's the way you do things, you're not going to get run out either.
Bat in
down
the
that
correct
end.
hand as well. Did everything right there.
Yeah.
Does a lot of basics right. A lot of things that a lot of people wouldn't notice. 4 runs for victory. Ravindran on strike.
Wide ball. And good stop again by Sadaqib. And before you came into the queue, Vinny, he spent a lot of time on the deck as Sadaqib, and diving one way or another. And quite often it's to stop these wides being 5s.
Ravindran missing that keeps Dara Peretti's 50 alive. Best case scenario now is a single for Ravindran. He's basically having his own private net session here. They brought all the field up. I don't see how he's going to get a single and not get a boundary. Let's have a look. There you go. Maybe that's how. And so, well, he's so good with his touch as well, making sure he doesn't hit that quite hard enough to go to the boundary. All right, Dara Peretti, 2 to win. He needs 2 for his 50. And I don't think he'll be going for a single here. I think he'll be trying to finish this and take us into the next day. He's batted so well, not just today, but all the way throughout the series. I mean, these two, super important against the Cobras tomorrow. The Cobras are going to be fanging at UCB early on day 4. Here's your man, Gori,
to see if he can break through with a consolation wicket for the Vikings.
They're up already on 48. Hits it well. That man has gone out there and makes the stop, and they do take the single.
Yeah, I think you got to take the single as well. I mean, it's not just about milestones. Will we see? I don't think we'll see 3 blocks here. I mean, the other thing is, what does that make it? That makes it scores tied at 65. So, yeah, I mean, 3 dots gives them a chance at a 50. Well, like, I've got to say also, big thanks to Spring. I like your little comments in the background. There's one of them. I've got to say also that that the batting team, UCB, I just got to be a little bit careful here. I mean, yeah, I get it, but we saw a team miss out on a place by 0.02 in net run rate last week in the Czech Republic.
You know, if I was bowling here, and a lot of people are going to say, no, Rico, you never do that. It's not sporting. If I know that he's doing this because he wants him to get his 50, I'm bowling it wide.
Oh, you're such...
I know, but hey, why should I give them the satisfaction?
You're such a phony.
They're not taking the single. You know what they're... Oh, hang on. Are they going to take it? No, they say... Yeah, bowl the wide. If you want to play that game, here you go. Have you run? I'm done.
You're joking.
No,
I'm taking the 3-dot balls. My economy rate is... My economy rate's going negative, probably, if I'm here. I'm definitely taking the 3 dots on Ravindran.
I'm bowling wide. I'm saying,
why?
Here you go. Well, what's the point?
Because
look,
his
I'm not going to give him the satisfaction.
Gory's probably got a bit of stick at times during this tournament. He's saying, about time. They show me a bit of respect.
Gory's got all my respect. You know that. Come on, Gory. Down the next side.
Oh, look, it's going to go for 4 buys.
Well, that's what I like. Okay, look, he's my favourite keeper now, Sadaqib. He's my favourite keeper.
He goes with the boot. And Ravindran. He knew that Dara Peretti was stuck on 49. And Ravindran's done the right thing. But look at Ravindran. He turned around and he says, oh no, what's happened here? Oh, me gusta. And,
I see.
There you go. So that's great for Gory.
I tell you what,
he gets 3 dots.
That for me, right? That for me is, what do you say? You say karma? Because he had plenty of opportunities to get his 50 by batting properly. He didn't want to do it that way. Well, that's karma.
That's a strange end of the day. Hey, I want to say a big thanks to everyone on the YouTube chat as well for joining us today, as well as all of our viewers that are watching on FanCode, as well as all the lurkers on YouTube as well. Hope you had a great day. Hope we see you tomorrow for more cricket, because this series is getting pretty interesting. If it's not already, we've got Cobras against UCB first up tomorrow morning, and then the Blinders Vikings in the afternoon. Join us again from 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India before we spend Nate's $10 American. Let's go and roll into some of the highlights, and let's rock and roll. And let's just say, it looked at the beginning at least that Dara Peretti was in a hurry. It's some really nice shots. This one was lasered out to cover, and then that one actually almost got on the train into town. It was hit at the same time the train came. This was hit nice straight.
Watch the next one. This, the shot of the day. Shot of the day.
Yeah, beautiful. He wasn't quite to the pitch, but he opens up and hits it with an amazing batting shape. And Dara Peretti, he was the star of the show just before kind of going into kind of a subtle hibernation towards the end. Meanwhile, Ravindran, he didn't have a lot of the strike. I still think he's just not quite in touch. We'll see if that changes tomorrow in those crunch matches against the Cobras. But yeah, Dara Peretti with the bat, with the ball, and in the field, really important player. Probably early candidate for MVP at this stage.
Yeah, well, that's how that finished to my delight. Look, one thing I do want to focus on, when you have a look at the wagon wheel, it's not often they see more runs scored on the offside than the onside. Have a look at that. You can go on to the European Cricket website to just have a look at some of the wagon wheels and some of the stats and the information. That just goes to show, for me, that shows a classy bat, and that's really what Dara Peretti is. He played shots all around the ground. He's a proper, authentic cricketer. It is a shame, though. Yeah, I agree with you. He deserved to get his 50 here. But, well, he just started toying around there towards the end.
Had his chances, though, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
And look, in the end, I mean, it's all about the team. And they do get there with 3 overs to spare. Well, look, all credit to the Vikings as well for hanging in there. Well, none of them were able to take a wicket. Ahmed Khan, none for 11. Gorey, beneficially a bit of some of the go slow tactics towards the end. He only conceded 13 in his 2 overs. Got a bit of treatment, and Darren Peretti got after him. 11 extras, again, it's the 4 buys at the end. It's a little bit comical if you ask me, but they do get away with another victory. So that makes it 3 on the trot for United Chalard, who run into the Cobras tomorrow morning. I want to say big thank you to all of you out there for your company once again. You can see some beautiful pictures of Hungary. The sun is coming in now. We've had a beautiful day. Big thank you to all of the Blue crew here, led by Sam on the ground, and everyone that's helping the games run so smoothly. I also want to say big thank you to the players, and obviously, you know, it's not easy being a European cricketer with some of the travel, and we have to jig their schedules around to be able to play in the European Cricket Series. I think that's a big deal. Also on a day that we said that we are going to continue our partnership with Spring Productions for another 4 years. So, I mean, that's wonderful. 4 more years.
Great
4
news,
more years. We're doing it.
Yeah.
And look, Rico, once again to you, looking fantastic today.
Thank you very much.
And I'm looking forward to being here again tomorrow. And like I say, that rematch, the Eliminator, should be a spicy one.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, we've had another good day here today. We've seen plenty of good cricket, been plenty of sunshine. We've been really well looked after. Big thanks to the Federation. Big thanks to Spring Productions and our crew here, Andres, Martins and Richards. They've been brilliant. And also our Blue crew as well. And, of course, the match officials. We've had an absolutely brilliant day.
I will leave you with this, and this is why it's worth sticking around to the end. So I'm going to tell you, join us on day 4. Don't be one of these. Come back here tomorrow morning because we want you for more. Oh, it's candy. We want you for more cricket action. But right now, on behalf of the European Cricket Network and all of the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. Join us right here in Hungary tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia.